Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Vishnu Danpal, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. By Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Sanjiv Boodhu, whereas Senator Vishnu Danpal is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness, now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Sanjiv Boodhu, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 26th November 2025, and continuing during the absence of Senator Vishnu Danpal by reason of illness, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President, St. Anne's, this 26th day of November 2025. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath. Could we all stand?
I, Sanjiv Boodhu, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. On the supplemental order paper, the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in my name and in the name of the Minister of Finance. Statutory instruments as follows: the Counter-Proliferation Financing Regulations 2025 and the Economic Sanctions Implementation of United Nations Resolution on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea Amendment Order 2025, the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on financial statements as follows: the second report on the Point Fortin Borough Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2007, the San Fernando City Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2011, the Institute of Marine Affairs for the financial year ended September 30th, 2015, and the Children Lives Fund Authority for the financial year ended September 30th, 2014. The annual reports on the audited financial statements as follows: the Central Bank of of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024, and Environmental Management Authority for the year 2024.
Okay. The Honorable Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The annual administrative report of Export TT Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. Special Report Number 2 of 2025 of the Ombudsman Cases 2024-00198 Etal Administrative Injustice by the National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited, delay in payment of the retirement benefits.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Homeland Security and the Minister of Culture and Community Development. The following annual reports and annual administrative reports: the trafficking in persons in Trinidad and Tobago for the years 2023 and 2024, and the Ministry of Sport and Community Development for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Senator Alicia Lalite-Ettienne.
Mr. President, honorable senators, visitors, viewing public, good morning. Mr. President, I will kindly ask you if you can, 10 minutes before my time is up, if you can give me an indication, please.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. President, I beg to move the motion number 1 on the order paper standing in my name. Legislation, the answer to equality. The once famous Mahatma Gandhi once said that the true measurement of a society can be found in how it treats with its most vulnerable members. In any culture, the laws reveal the ideals, the goals, the intentions, and the character of the legislators. And we as legislators come here today for a very important issue. What is disability? People might ask the question, what is disability? According to the International Classification of Function and Disability and Health, ICF 2001, disability is defined as any intellectual factors that would impair anyone from performing their daily duties. Now, the World Health Organization and the United Nations has identified that there is a spike, a serious increase in disabilities globally. And this is because, as a result of chronic, non-communicable diseases and aging population. And what was identified also is that in developing countries such as Trinidad and Tobago, the rate of the increase of disabilities has heightened. Now, disabilities is a human condition. Anyone could succumb to a disability at any time in any stage of their life. It could be temporal or it could be permanent. It could be visual or non-visual. And you could face with it at any time. And when someone succumbs to a disability, what happens? They are faced with the startling reality that they cannot function as how they used to. And they are in need of special devices or adjustment to their workspace that would allow them to perform the duties that they used to perform. At present, there is over 1.3 billion persons worldwide affected with some sort of disability. And this constitutes the largest minority group in the world. Now, I would like to shift focus to a concept which is called ableism. Ableism has been enshrined in societies around the world. And it's a term that devalues people and causes discrimination. People's rights are taken away, and people are not treated equally. So this ableism, all right, is linked to, you have two models. You have the medical model. The medical model, which links to ableism, identifies that someone with a disability something is wrong with them. They detect that something is wrong with them and it needs to be fixed, or they need to have treatment. However, the social model views disabilities as a restrictions on individuals within a society. So having to think that you look at people under the eyes of the medical model, automatically you're bringing limitations to that individual. Because you will see that person and you will perceive them as how you perceive them. Your perceptions are influenced by visual encounters. So when you have visual encounters, immediately it affects the perception and it trickles to your behavior. We have to remember that someone with a disability, it's a way of life for us. For you all, it's a concept. So even though you would like to do good for the individual, that individual must contribute, must have a say, and must have a voice towards their development as well. In Trinidad and Tobago, well, the last CSO census report in 2011 identified that there were over approximately, 52,244 individuals that have disability. I reflect on what I said a little while ago with the rising and the increase of this prevalence of disability around the world. And I know this figure at this point, after so many years, is much more. And the reason for this is because of, we went through, Trinidad and Tobago, the world went through a pandemic. You have wars, you have epidemics, You have all different types of things, along with the aging population, and as I mentioned, non-communicable diseases. So I know that the percentage, which back then was 4% of our population, which was over 1.3 million, I know that has increased. Now I would like to reflect upon the signing and the different conventions that were implemented. I was happy to know that in 2007, Trinidad and Tobago signed on to what it is called the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the UN Convention 2006. And our country signed on to it in 2007. And in 2015, it was ratified by now our current government. So I'm speaking to the current government right now. Also, our dear Honorable Prime Minister, at her very first UN address in 2010, identified the need of respecting the rights of persons with disabilities and the great importance in closing that gap and the human rights issue that links with persons with disabilities. Which is so, when I did my research, I was very happy to know that our Honorable Prime Minister is on our side. She has been championing the cause for a long time. And I congratulate her in that regards. Now I'd like to go a little way back, historically. We have become an independent nation in 1962. At present, we are 63 years as an independent nation. And on the 1st of August, 1976, we became a republic. So, 49 years one way, 63 years the other way, and up to this date, persons with disabilities, do we just deserve a policy? I don't think so. As the quote I just said from Mahatma Gandhi speaks to this. We don't just deserve a national policy. We have a right, just like any other person within this nation, this wonderful nation of Trinidad and Tobago. And I view a policy, this national policy, like a dog with no teeth. It would rush you, but it cannot bite. And when you don't have legislation to protect someone from discrimination, here is where you have people being discriminated and ill-treated. And for a nation that has advanced in so many ways, we need to seriously look at the implementation of legislation for persons with disabilities. It's too long, 63 years. Many people who have been gone on before, who had disabilities, never see it came to pass. I stand here today and could reflect on two legislators, major legislators in this country, Mr. Robinson Mr. Patrick Manning. And they succumb to disabilities. It's a condition of humans. And for persons with disabilities, we need a voice. We need legislation to protect us. When you have legislation, you have where people cannot be discriminated against. We have more than a leg to stand on. Signing treaties, such as example, the Americas Treaty, right now, the first of its kind workshop is being held in Trinidad and Tobago, just across the street. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and other treaties that were signed by our governments over the years since we have become an independent nation. Signing those treaties, yes, it's a good, but you must have domestic legislation that will have proper implementation of this treaty. So they go hand in hand. You must have domestic legislation which will complement and help implement these conventions and treaties. And Trinidad, we don't have it as yet in 2015. Our Constitution, Section 4 of the Constitution, speak about equality and the rights for all citizens. Without a domestic legislation, we are in violation of part of that Constitution. Also, the CRPD 2006 have 8 principles, and I am absolutely sure that we are in breach of some of those principles because there are no domestic legislation. Persons at this stage of the game and with such modern and technology, AI and development and country infrastructure and development, at this stage in the game, persons with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago, who represent the largest minority group in the world, still face attitudinal, structural, institutional barriers. And these barriers could all be eliminated by legislation. We have to face negative perceptions as well. So we face barriers also to social inclusion, opportunity, health and safety, and finance. And reason for this, all of this we have to incur is because of lack of the prioritizing of legislation. Now, we have the national policy on persons with disabilities, and we have also the Equal Opportunity Act. And I had a seminar, and it was so sad to hear from one of the questions coming from the floor that we have the Equal Opportunity Act. There is no need for legislation for persons with disabilities. And it's like, why would you say that? The Equal Opportunity Act does not comprehensively cover all the needs and concerns and health and safety and everything else that links to persons with disabilities. Now, the Equal Opportunity Act says there's equal opportunity for everyone in this country. Without legislation, I'm asking the Senate, in your heart, answer the question, do you think there is equal opportunity with the lack of legislation for persons with disabilities? So you see how important it is to have legislation for persons with disabilities. Just imagine socially displaced individuals have legislation to protect them. What do we have? So we as legislators today, we need to realize the importance of legislation. At present, in the 11th Parliament, the GFC on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity did an extensive investigation on the services and the treatment of persons with disabilities in this country. And I would kindly ask the government to take a look at that report. That would help persuade us that this has to be prioritized. Yes, I know that there are a lot of priorities on the table for government, but please, this has to be a major priority for this government. We need to step up to the plate. Just imagine our Caribbean partners, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Guyana, the Bahamas. Countries such as these countries have already seen the need for implementation of legislation for persons with disabilities. We have also the Kingston Accord Treaty. We have the Patientsville Treaty 2013. Now these treaties, when CARICOM met, they realized in 2013 that there was a problem with how persons with disabilities in the Caribbean are treated, and they came up with the Patientsville Treaty. Now this Patientsville Treaty, one hand cannot clap. You need both hands. So in order for the Patientsville Treaty to be properly implemented in Trinidad and Tobago, we need national legislation, domestic legislation, where it will be able to hold hands together. That's what we need as a minority group. Too long we have been left behind, and my voice would always be heard, championing the cause for this important agenda. I will not stop speaking until my time comes to leave this earth. We need all national legislation is implemented. When will the day come when a bill from this Parliament be assented and the seal of the President be placed on it? When will it happen? We cannot say, all right, next year. We cannot say we'll have it in a strategic plan, but it's a priority, but it's not a major priority. Voices of individuals that are victims to discrimination and ill treatment of individuals, citizens, family members, the system, the broken system for us, services, we need a legislation to protect us from discrimination, because just remember, this disability in a blink of an eye could happen to you. I can't say it could happen to me because it's already happened to me. So it could happen to you, it could happen to anyone in this Senate. And the shoes that I am walking in right now could be the same shoes that you will walk in sometime in the not too distant future. I'm not wishing it on anyone, but disabilities is not something that you welcome. It's something that you try to shy away from. And many people have non-visual disabilities where they will either be on medication or something, and they could perform their duties, but it is a disability. And the government needs to take heed to this, and for too long we have left behind. We are no longer wanting to be left behind. We want to be able to have legislation. We as legislators are at the crossroad whereby this legislative issue has been avoided or less priority or not put on the agenda. However, presently now, there is a need to put the creation of legislation for persons with disability to the forefront. We no longer want to be left behind. We no longer want to be treated in a way whereby people give us what they feel to give us or they think what is best for us. We know what is best for us. We accept the contribution and ideas from persons, non-disabled groups, and individuals, but we as persons with a disability, living with a disability, we could champion, and we know how it feels. We can champion the cause, and it's a priority for us, and we need the government to put it on their agenda. I know it's in the heart of the Honorable Prime Minister, and she publicly stated it to the world in 2010. And now is as words need to be put into action. I, Senator Etienne, beg to move.
This motion requires a seconder.
Mr. President, I beg to second the motion and reserve my right to speak at a later stage.
Thank you. The motion has been seconded by Senator Anthony Vieira, SC. I will now, honorable senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas Section 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 101, guarantees the right of the individual to equality before the law and protection of the law. The right of the individual to equality of treatment from any public authority, to the enjoyment of property, and to the freedom of movement. And whereas the Equal Opportunity Act, Chapter 2203, prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability and places a duty on public authorities to ensure equality of access to services and facilities. And whereas persons living with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago continue to face significant barriers to full participation in national life, including but not limited to limited access to employment opportunities, inadequate housing and infrastructure, insufficient educational access and resources, and the continued inaccessibility of public buildings, processes, and operations. And whereas these barriers result in social and economic exclusion, contrary to the principles of equality and non-discrimination enshrined in the Constitution and the Equal Opportunity Act. Be it resolved that this Senate call upon the government to table in Parliament within the next 12 months a comprehensive national strategic plan inclusive of a legislative framework to eliminate these barriers to social and economic exclusion, thereby enabling all persons to participate fully in public life with dignity and independence. I recognize the Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for recognizing me. And let me state that it is indeed an honor to rise in this august chamber to address a motion that touches the very heart of fairness, touches the very heart of equity, dignity, and the protection of those among us who depend on the state for equal opportunity and meaningful inclusion in national life. Mr. President, from the very outset, let me state in the clearest, leaving no doubt, that this government stands firmly, unapologetically, and steadfastly on the side of persons living with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank the mover of the motion for commending and recognizing the work of the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, this is not a symbolic stance. It is not a seasonal talking point, and it is certainly not a political costume worn when convenient. It is a conviction rooted in our Constitution, our policy framework, our programs, and the measurable investments made by this administration. Mr. President, I want to also commend all groups, NGOs, bodies, associations for their tremendous work and efforts and their support in determining the way forward in terms of persons with disabilities in this country. Mr. President, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize those who are in the public gallery who have been championing the cause for persons with disabilities. Mr. President, the motion before this chamber begins by reciting the rights guaranteed under Section 4 of the Constitution: equality before the law, protection of the law, equality of treatment, enjoyment of property, and freedom of movement. And we recognize that these are sacred rights. They belong to every citizen, Mr. President, inclusive of those living with disabilities. We agree entirely with that articulation. Where we differ a bit is with the implied assumption, based on the framing of the motion, that this government is not already acting decisively and comprehensively in defense of these very rights. Mr. President, to my colleague who tabled this motion, I understand what you are calling for, but I want to share with you in this chamber today, in this august house, that what you are calling for are already being worked on and implemented by this government. So I understand the need for demanding urgency, but I want to share that you are demanding urgency for what is already being delivered and worked on. Mr. President, we certainly cannot pretend that this administration is beginning at zero, when the facts show that we have been building, we have been reforming and transforming disability support systems from day one when we took office. Mr. President, I want to look a little bit in terms of the global and regional context, which my colleague also touched on. Let us begin with context, because disability is not a fringe issue. It is a global reality and a developmental priority. WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that 1.3 billion people, or about 16% of the global population, currently experience significant disability, with nearly 80% in low and middle income countries. PAHO places the figure for in Latin American and Caribbean countries at 66 million people living with at least one disability, roughly 12% of the population. And crucially, Mr. President, women globally have higher disability prevalence, 18% compared to 14.2% for men. Mr. President, this government understands these realities. We are not insulated from them, and that is why Trinidad and Tobago ratified the UN Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities and aligns with the Inter-American Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Persons with Disabilities. Mr. President, but here is where we separate ourselves from previous governments. We are not content to sign conventions, we operationalize them. We translate them into policy, institutions, and national programs. That is the difference between rhetoric and responsibility. Mr. President, I want to look a little bit at the government's record, which is a strong foundation in which the motion ignores. Let us talk about the single largest area of measurable, life-changing investment, direct financial support. Mr. President, allow me to underscore the government's unwavering commitment to strengthening our national protection system, particularly for persons living with disabilities, who continue to be among the most vulnerable within our society. During fiscal year 2025, the data reflects the substantial and targeted investment made by the government in both the Disability Assistance Grant for adults and the Disability Assistance Grant for minors. Over this period, Mr. President, 21,298 adults across TNT received much-needed support through the Disability Grant for adults. This amounted to a national expenditure of $542,379,253.64. A clear demonstration, Mr. President, of the government's commitment to protecting the dignity and well-being of adults with disabilities in our country. Mr. President, in addition to that, 4,352 children or minors benefited from the Disability Assistance Grants for minors at a cost of $80,402,512. Mr. President, when combined, these two critical programs accounted for a total national investment of $622,781,765.64 in fiscal 2025 alone. This is not merely a statistic, Mr. President. It is a reflection of real lives supported, real families stabilized, and real opportunities created for thousands who depend on these grants as a foundation for a better quality of life. Mr. President, furthermore, the ministry is keenly aware that demand for disability-related assistance continues to grow as more families seek support for their loved ones. We have not waited to react. Instead, we continue to plan ahead, Mr. President. In fiscal year 2026, the government has allocated $640 million specifically for the Disability Assistance Grant Program. This is a proactive and intentional budgetary decision, signaling our sustained commitment to ensuring that persons with disabilities continue to receive the level of assistance required to improve their standard of living. Mr. President, this increased allocation speaks to a wider philosophy, one that insists that persons with disabilities must not be left behind. They must not be marginalized either, and must not be excluded from participating meaningfully in the social and economic life of this country. Mr. President, it also affirms that this government's belief that national development must be equitable, inclusive, and centered around people. As we strengthen the national social protection framework, we do so with a clear intention to create a Trinidad and Tobago where every citizen, regardless of their ability, can enjoy dignity, access, and opportunity. This is what expanding access looks like, Mr. President. This is what building an inclusive society looks like. This is what governance with heart and responsibility looks like. Mr. President, beyond these cornerstone grants, persons with disabilities can access pharmaceutical grants, they can access dietary grants, rental grants, school support and education grants, prosthetic grants, minor house repair grants, and importantly, the seed sowing empowerment through entrepreneurial development program for small business starters and owners. And very soon, Mr. President, we will have the prosthetic camp up and running permanently in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, we understand that the means test, though, when it comes to these grants, despite the fact that the disability grant, it does not require the standard means test, these grants that I just mentioned, which can add to persons living with disabilities, their development, these grants, you have to go through the means test. So we understand that the means test is mean, and the former government did nothing about it, Mr. President. In this regard, the Cabinet in July 2025 agreed to the establishment of an interministerial committee to review and make recommendations on the current structure, underlying assumptions, and methodology used in the ministry's standard means test. Mr. President, this decision represents an urgent and necessary intervention to ensure that the standard means test remains relevant, equitable, and responsive to the prevailing socio-economic conditions of our country. It also aligns with the key recommendations of ECLAC, which since 2019 called for the expansion of our allowable deductions and a reassessment of the treatment of senior citizens' pension and disability assistance grants, all aimed at strengthening the ministry's capacity to more accurately identify and support vulnerable populations. Mr. President, what this committee, treating with the standard means test, will do, it brings together a broader cross-section of technical expertise, sectoral insights, and policy perspectives for key social sector entities. and its objective is to improve the effectiveness of the SMT, enhance standardization across programs, and ensure alignment with regional and international best practices. Mr. President, importantly, the review will also determine whether the SMT adequately reflects current cost of living realities, inflationary trends, and evolving consumption patterns. The committee will conduct key stakeholder engagements, ensuring that the review is inclusive, evidence-based, and grounded in lived experience of citizens. Mr. President, this committee has 6 months to produce a comprehensive report outlining actionable policy and operational recommendations designed to strengthen fairness, accuracy, and overall effectiveness of the standard means test. Mr. President, I will not pass the fact that we were left with clearing the now opposition debt at this particular ministry when we could have been delivering more to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. For instance, the Children's Authority, billions in debt at this point in time. We could have been delivering more to persons with disabilities, more than we want to. But when we have to clear debt, we have to prioritize and review. Mr. President, Senator, and the mover of the motion stressed a lot on legislative advancement. Mr. President, I want to share with this House today that legislative advancements are well underway. Mr. President, the motion which called for a legislative framework within 12 months, demanding time, but I want to share here today that the government has already a robust legislative agenda in advanced stages. Mr. President, we are looking at the Persons with Disabilities Bill. We will not do like others before and allow the bill to lapse and go into an election. Mr. President, the objective of this bill is to ensure that such provisions align with international standards outlined by the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Furthermore, Mr. President, the bill will assist in promoting social inclusion and equal opportunities, aiming to create an environment that fosters accessibility, integration, and full participation of persons with disabilities. The bill will also assist, Mr. President, in reaffirming Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those focused on disability rights and universal access to sexual and reproductive health services by 2030. The bill will also assist, Mr. President, in providing greater visibility to disability issues and ensuring that the intent of the UNCRPD is reflected in the development and implementation of public policy and legislation. The bill, Mr. President, will also assist in improving the delivery of services to persons with disabilities. It will also assist, Mr. President, in enabling the participation of persons with disabilities in decision-making and implementation of important measures within the different institutions in society. Mr. President, this is not conceptual. It is drafted. Work has been ongoing on this. It has been vetted by the Equal Opportunities Commission, evaluated by the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago. The Minister of Justice, I commend him. He has been in constant communication with me on this. And it's now approaching the legislative, well, from that, it will approach the Legislative Review Committee. So again, Mr. President, the motion is asking for what is already being worked on and delivered. Mr. President, I want to move a little bit to data-driven transformation, the first of its kind. The government recognized that policy must be rooted in evidence. That is why we developed the Integrated Social Indicator Registry of Trinidad and Tobago, ICERT. The ministry has been working on developing an integrated social indicator registry of TNT, which is intended to be transformative, to be a transformative tool for improving identification, assessment, and support to populations such as persons with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the registry will capture detailed disability-related information, such as date and source of diagnosis, cause and degree of disability, functional limitations, use of assistive devices, and access to therapy. Mr. President, this is social policy for the 21st century. It is the largest, most comprehensive disability data initiative ever undertaken in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I want to now move to facilities for persons with disabilities in this country. And I want to share that it was this government in the 2010 to 2015 period who constructed the National Enrichment Center in Carson Field. Mr. President, we left a fully functional center. I didn't hear much voices, Mr. President, when the users of this center were evicted. The then opposition, we were instructed by the opposition leader to find a facility for those persons to utilize. And today, I again, this being my first presentation in this chamber, thank the Price Club Supermarket for providing a facility for persons with disabilities when those persons were evicted. Free, no charge, persons are receiving therapy at that facility till now, presently, Mr. President. Because those users were evicted, we left a fully functional center. Mr. President, at that center, NGOs were utilizing it for therapy. They were evicted. At that center, NGOs were engaged in the caretaking program, which was delivered by our government under the URP program, where parents of children with cerebral palsy were given a stipend because they could not go out and work to take care of their children. Scrapped program. I heard nothing about that for 9.5 years, Mr. President. Nevertheless, Mr. President, in April of this year, there was a rushed reopening at that center, a ceremony that cost the taxpayers $200,000. When we assumed office and I asked to visit the facility and I entered, the repair works were incomplete, center reopened. No one in the center, you're looking at the security alone and an empty facility. When we could have left the NGOs at that time, let them use the facility and not evict them. That is what we met when we returned to office, Mr. President. Mr. President, this will be, once again, one of our most transformative initiatives on the way. They even tried to change the name from National Enrichment Center to NTRC, National Therapeutic and Resource Center for Persons with Disabilities. Who got therapy? Nobody. They evict the people who given the therapy. Mr. President, for years, families cried out about the cost and scarcity of therapy. Under previous regimes, parents had to choose between paying for therapy or paying rent. Some had no choice at all. They simply went without. This government is changing that. In fiscal year 2025, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services advanced its ongoing efforts to operationalize the NTRC for persons with disabilities. This means that people will be in there and the center will be fully functional, Mr. President. We will be reaffirming the government's commitment to providing comprehensive therapeutic services and support for individuals with disabilities, with a focus on children with disabilities in the first phase. Mr. President, the center aims to expand equitable access to high-quality community-based therapeutic services, whilst also strengthening support systems for families and caregivers. Mr. President, this facility, the NTRC, will offer a comprehensive suite of services: physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, behavioral therapy, psychological services, developmental assessments, and in later phases, art, music, and aqua therapy. I want to touch a little bit on therapy via the creation of a new budgetary line item under this present government for this fiscal year. Mr. President, in September 2025, the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago agreed to the creation of a new budgetary line item under the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services to operationalize and support the effective delivery of therapeutic services at this particular center. Mr. President, the sum of $4 million was allocated in the 2026 draft estimates of recurrent expenditure towards the provision of these therapeutic services. Accordingly, Mr. President, the NTRC will provide clinical services such as screening and assessments and a wide range of therapeutic and rehabilitative services such as physical therapy and rehabilitation, occupational therapy, speech-language therapy, psychological and counseling services, wellness and lifestyle management. Mr. President, in line with this objective, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services engaged in high-level discussions with the Ministry of Health in July 2025 to explore the establishment of a specialized clinical and therapeutic service at the facility. Mr. President, the Ministry of the People has formalized with the Ministry of Health strategic partnership to operationalize service delivery and ensure long-term sustainability of this particular center, the NTRC. Mr. President, what will happen here at this facility is a memorandum of agreement and a supporting working document will establish the governance framework, operational protocols, and mechanisms for clinical oversight and service integration. Mr. President, today I report to your House, commencement of services at the center is set for the 1st of December 2025. Mr. President, I also want to put on the record that the MOA, Memorandum of Agreement, for the above, which I just stated, was signed by both permanent secretaries on Friday, November 21st, 2025. Therefore, this, Mr. President, is not mere old talk. This has already been actioned. Your government, Trinidad and Tobago, working for you. Mr. President, no motion prompted this. The need did. Because in opposition, we didn't sit and blah, blah. What we did, Mr. President, is we met with these groups. We consulted. We listened. So when we took office, we knew exactly what needed to be done. Mr. President, this government has responded. Ministry of Health will be at that facility, as I just mentioned. Therapeutic services will also be available at that facility. We have allocated $4 million, so parents who cannot afford therapy, it will be provided for by this government of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, accessibility, digital inclusion, and public awareness. We are not only fixing systems, we are transforming environments. I want to touch a little bit on TAT subsidized mobile device initiative, which ensures persons working with disabilities have access to digital tools. We also have school sensitization initiatives on disability awareness and inclusion. In September 2025, the DAU Disability Affairs Unit launched the School Sensitization Initiative on Disability Awareness and Inclusion, aimed at promoting disability awareness and fostering inclusive practices across primary and secondary schools in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I want to share with you today that the Ministry of Education was engaged on this initiative, which will be piloted in 22 schools with support from the Student Support Services Division. In collaboration with the Child Affairs Unit, the inaugural school sensitization session was held at the Barataria North Secondary School on 16 September 2025. 51 Form 3 students attended the session, received information, and participated in interactive activities geared towards raising awareness about various disabilities and reducing misconceptions about persons with disabilities. Mr. President, this initiative seeks to educate students from an early age on the values of equity, empathy, and respect, with a focus on increasing understanding of persons with disabilities. Mr. President, I want to touch a little bit on sign language educational video series. In line with efforts to promote inclusive communication and support for persons who, I don't like to use this word, but I will state it in another way, hearing impaired or hard of hearing, the DAU is working with the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Hearing Impaired TAHI towards the production of a series of informational and educational videos presented in Trinidad and Tobago Sign Language. Mr. President, when I got into that office on St. Vincent Street, this was one of the issues raised with me by one of our groups, the challenge with sign language. And as a result of this, the Disability Affairs Unit, they are working with TAHI to ensure that we have a video series presented, which is aimed at familiarizing ministry staff and the wider public with key sign language concept. This project, Mr. President, is expected to reduce the communication barrier between members of staff and members of the general public by equipping staff with the mechanisms to communicate with clients. Mr. President, I want to touch a little bit on accessible housing for persons with disabilities, because I have other colleagues who will go in detail on this particular matter. From the ministry's level, in July of 2025, a high-level meeting was held between the Ministry of the People and the Ministry of Housing, fostering collaboration in the provision of accessible housing for persons with disabilities. This meeting was followed by a site visit to prospective housing options and further collaborations on housing designs and policy direction. Mr. President, to the public viewing, to the national public viewing, these efforts are being pursued in this fiscal year. Because, Mr. President, accessibility is not a slogan, it is an ecosystem, and this government is building it relentlessly. Mr. President, I want to touch a little bit on accessibility to services from the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. When we assumed duty, we were faced with a huge backlog in terms of receiving responses from NIBTT and the Immigration Division. It was left there. It went to over 6,500 requests. from the ministry to these entities. Mr. President, with hard work and dedication to the efforts, and I commend members of the Ministry of the People, the staff, the permanent secretary, for the work done to ensure that in just one weekend, we were able to clear that backlog of over 6,500 requests with the NIB-TT. Several of these requests would have impacted disability assistance grants for adults and minors. Some persons waiting 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, Mr. President. But the dedication to ensure that we have an inclusive society, to ensure that persons with disabilities are able to meet their needs, not their wants, their needs. We ensured that that backlog was cleared, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move to NGO partnerships, sustaining a national network, which is our aim. The Ministry of the People, we have also been providing one-off grant funding to NGOs because we recognize, Mr. President, the need for civil society. We recognize the need for NGOs and institutions such as the Blind Welfare Association, etc. Initiatives have been supported through this NGO partnership, one-off grant system, for activities and programs which cater to disability awareness, advocacy, and sensitization. We have provided subventions to NGOs, the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, who serve 5,860 persons, to the tune of $13,599,480. TAHI as well, Mr. President, who serves 2,953 persons with a subvention of $12,085,518. Lady Ho Choice Centers as well, who serve 323 persons with a subvention of $15,619,610. Mr. President, apart from that, NGOs who apply for one-off grants, as I just mentioned, would have and have been receiving one-off grants to support advocacy, to support awareness in terms of disabilities. In the last week, I believe, we gave two entities one-off grants to support their initiatives. Mr. President, I want to move quickly to an inclusive sporting arena. In September of this year, Cabinet agreed to the design and construction of an inclusive sporting arena to supplement the National Therapeutic Center in Carson Field. Mr. President, this complex is intended for competitive and elite sport. Mr. President, at this point in time, we have received the funding for the design of the facility, because if you look at majority of our sporting facilities in this country, it is not accessible for persons with disabilities. You have the Special Olympic Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, who are doing a fine job, fantastic job. I attended one of their events, my parliamentary secretary as well. We attended, it's the first time they are seeing government officials attending their events, first time. And they have no proper facility for the level of work they are doing. So in collaboration with NGOs, etc., Mr. President, this government will initiate a sporting arena for persons with disabilities. The first ever in this country by a government of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, as I conclude, persons in Trinidad and Tobago with disabilities, they are not asking for pity. They are not asking for political point scoring. They are asking for fairness. They are asking for dignity, for opportunity, and for independence. And we, as a government, we have already placed disabilities at the center of our social development agenda. We have been investing, we have been building, developing, launching national programs and strengthening institutions, and we have also been empowering NGOs. They could say, how much they want. We know the facts, and the facts speak for themselves. Mr. President, this government is a government of compassion, competence, and conviction in continuing the work to build Trinidad and Tobago. We support the spirit of inclusion, but we will not ignore the fact of the magnitude of work already done by our government. We acknowledge all our citizens who are living with disabilities. Yes, Mr. President, we acknowledge all persons living with disabilities. We recognize their efforts and work, and we will continue to work in their interests as the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I thank you.
Before I invite Senator Dr. Amery Browne, I'd like you to welcome in the public gallery and to recognize students of the Sacred Heart Girls ROC School who are here with us. I just want to also advise honorable members that these students will be performing in the Parliament Rotunda at around 12:30 p.m., bringing the season of goodwill and peace through songs. So we invite members to join and to witness those young people bring joy on this very important occasion. So welcome the children. I recognize Senator Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It brings me a sincere joy to contribute to this private motion as raised by the distinguished Senator Alicia Pauline Lalite, who, as the nation would now be aware, is distinguished for several reasons, not least of which is that she is a visually impaired independent senator in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and members of this bench are proud to share a chamber with the distinguished senator. She also has the distinction of presenting the first private member's motion in this particular session, and has demonstrated a degree of courage and preparation in her presentation. Mr. President, I don't want us to take this lightly, because a visually impaired independent senator would not have a technical staff of a ministry to write a whole speech for her to stand up and read. And even if they did, the senator is not able to read a speech in the normal sense. So a contribution such as the one we've heard today deserves respect and commendation. So I wanted to start there. And I did a little research, because when you see a private motion or any motion, you would want to know a little bit about the author. And it is my respectful view, Mr. President, that this motion was presented by a subject matter expert in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago, my research indicated, because she's very humble. And sometimes we don't boast about ourselves, I think it's useful to recognize that the senator has an MBA and trained in the field of HR with specialized experience in the area of disability training and employment, is an experienced teacher, trainer, consultant, marketer, conference presenter, etc., and is currently pursuing a PhD as well. So this is no ordinary citizen of Trinidad and Tobago with many accomplishments. Right. So, Mr. President, we have a motion, and if you listen to the minister from the lower house who joined us here today, you might have forgotten what the intent of this motion is. I don't think the senator from the piloting, the presenting, had an intention to initiate a partisan skirmish across the floor. And Mr. President, it is my view that this debate is an opportunity for the Senate to come together on a matter that touches every single one of us and our families as well. This is about Trinidad and Tobago. And I heard the responder misread the motion and said, and I wrote it down, the motion implies that this government is not acting on the issue. The motion doesn't imply that. The motion makes no reference to UNC or PNM or anything along those lines. So all of those barbs and so on, which might get the desk thumping, but it does, in my view, Mr. President, a disservice to the intention behind this motion. So there are times when I would stand here and be very political. This is not going to be one of those times. And I want to join all those who've spoken thus far in recognizing the presence of some champions of the disabled community right here in the public gallery. And I will make some reference to the work that they are doing for this country during the, Mr. President, already that drone has begun. And I may call on you for your intervention in due course. Mr. President,
I too am getting the feedback. So could we allow the senator to speak in silence? Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if I had to summarize the issues I find in the presentation by the Honorable Minister, it would be this. And I could get into a detailed criticism, but I won't. The major issues I find would be, one, it was based on a charity model. Now, what does that mean? That's not an insult to the minister, but it is a reflection of, sometimes it's the technical staff, maybe from the Disability Affairs Unit or other arms of a ministry, who, when called upon, will produce some of the same material year after year. And unfortunately, the model that we've been rooted in, and which I believe this motion is pointing us away from, is that charity model. What is that comprised of? It's comprised of a recital of grants. So we gave X amount of grants, and you add up the total per month and per year, and this is an investment. Mr. President, every single administration oversees and supervises the disbursement of grants such as the Disability Affairs Grant, the Disability Grant, Special Child Grant, and those other grants. I have yet in my research to identify an administration that has taken steps to reduce any of those grants. So to spend all of that time boasting about things like grants and subventions, using figures that, to be frank, are largely comprised of expenditure that occurred under a former administration, again, it does not move us forward in the contemplation of this motion. So that was really a large contribution rooted in the charity model. So the Treasury, we're expending money, basically in the same fashion as we go forward and expecting better results. The second challenge I have with the response, Mr. President, is that it is still rooted in a silo approach. That did not originate with this minister. That's a challenge we have across the public service. But there are some cross-cutting issues that societies face that require a multi-sectoral approach. It is my respectful view that this is one of them. And I listened very carefully to Senator Alicia, and that was part of her premise as well. So you would hear the minister saying, I had a high-level meeting with the Minister of Housing as a boast, but that is a symptom of a silo approach where progress requires two ministers to have a meeting as opposed to being able to work as a government and a society on a implementation of a strategic plan. And the refrain kept being offered over and over again. We are already at work. Well, then why would there be a hesitation for the preparation, the tabling, and implementation of a comprehensive national strategic plan to be presented in the Parliament, inclusive of a legislative framework? I did not hear any rebuttal, refutation, or content that would substantiate the government's apparent inclination not to support and contribute to the development of such a plan. And Mr. President, we've embarked on such efforts before in Trinidad and Tobago. I can say to you with all humility that in a former iteration, I was part of the development and implementation of this country's national strategic plan on HIV and AIDS from 2004 to 2008. It was the first of its kind. And why did we go about that as a nation? We did so because we recognized that a silo approach and a charity model were not bringing us the results that we needed. And so it wasn't rocket science, and the same thematic areas can apply here. So there was prevention, and I think we would all acknowledge that prevention in the area of disabilities is also important, because you could spend half of your treasury on grants and subventions. The sad truth is the ranks of the disabled are increasing every single day. And that's a challenge for us who might seem able-bodied and able-witted and so on. But even members of the disabled community are very passionate about prevention because it's also in their interest to ensure that the country is as healthy as possible and scarce resources can be utilized toward national development. So prevention is important. We see diabetes. I see a colleague pointing, so I'm not going to steal any thunder from a physician, practicing physician. I'm not a practicing physician at this moment. Might wish to make, but diabetes, Mr. President, is on the rise. It's a major challenge in Trinidad and Tobago and contributes substantively to amputations and disability in this country, as well as visual impairment, other forms of organ damage, all of which can result in someone who is differently able, disabled. We have an aging population, and the obvious would apply. There are senators here who have different levels of disability. Some of us, if we take off our glasses right now, we don't know whether we're in the lower house or the upper house. Or home. That's the truth. There may be senators, I don't know, who might have a hearing impairment or something else. And as we get older, these things simply become more prevalent. So this is not a political issue on rising sun and Balizé. This is a national challenge. And in dealing, my premise, inspired by this motion, in dealing with such a cross and pervasive national challenge, a national strategic plan can only assist Trinidad and Tobago. So I heard no refutation whatsoever, and maybe subsequent contributions will take us a little more into the contemplation of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So the minister painted a very rosy picture, said the motion ignores the reality. I don't think the motion ignores the reality, Mr. Speaker. I really don't think it ignores the reality, because even as we were reading that the speech from the technocrats, which I respect, and worked with some of them in the past in the ministry, they're excellent. Even as those words are being presented on the Hansard, we have persons with disabilities who are unable to stop a taxi or a maxi because these vehicles pass them straight. Once there's some visible sign that this might be a challenge that would slow me down as I seek to earn my living as a taxi driver. And I salute those public transport agents who go out of their way to render support and assistance and facilitation for differently abled persons. But the picture is not altogether rosy. As we speak and paint a rosy picture, there's abuse taking place in institutions, some of which cater specifically to differently abled persons who are very, very vulnerable, Mr. President, and in homes as well. Because it's one thing to share a few moments saying hello on the bus or an airplane with someone who might be obviously differently abled. It's another to have to render care or support for decades. And sometimes mental health, emotional health is affected, and sometimes abuse can arise. That is something that we have to face, not as a rising sun or Balize, as a society, and work toward. And as the rosy picture was being painted, there are parents in this, Mr. President, there are parents in this country who are struggling with differently abled children, neurodiverse children, and challenges, literally struggling to survive. They cannot find occupational therapists, speech therapists, behavioral therapists, and some of the persons that this country has trained and invested in, they themselves are struggling as OJTs or trying to find a way into the system. So this is not an issue for us to make light of or to make the subject of a political skirmish. I take objection to that, Mr. President. These are very, very real issues. So I spoke about diabetes and also cardiovascular diseases. I don't want to repeat the statistics because the mover of the motion did a very good job in presenting some of the statistics around disability in this country. There's a slight edge, if you use the word edge, to females, but and in Tobago as well, we can't leave Tobago out. There are well over 1,000 that are registered in the census, but many more likely exist. And across Trinidad and Tobago, it's certainly well over 50,000. And that's, in my view, a huge underestimation because it really depends on how you measure disability. So, Mr. President, there is a need for mainstreaming. So, in her conclusion, the minister said dealing with disabilities is at the center of this government's agenda. I like the sound of that, Mr. President. But when I turn, I'm not displaying it, when I turn to the social sector investment program for 2026, which all members would have, Mr. President, and I read the entire document, I read the center, the beginning and the end, I could find precious little evidence of that alleged priority. Precious little. 2 pages in a 248-page social sector investment program does not substantiate a claim that this issue is at the heart and center of this administration. There is insufficient evidence to support that particular claim, and this is for 2026, Mr. President. So again, I'm very happy to contribute. In preparation for this debate, I spoke to a number of persons in the society who are differently abled. I couldn't speak to my old friend George Daniel because he's no longer with us. Some of us knew him very well, who was the head of the Disabled Persons International, one of the champions of the past. We salute his memory. I was able to speak with young Shamla Maraj. That name should be familiar. I remember way back, I think it was 2008 or somewhere around there, I attended her graduation at the University of the West Indies. This is a young lady with cerebral palsy who has never been able to walk, uses a wheelchair for her entire life. And if you see her, there sometimes is an unusual reaction because physically, her limbs and posture and movements are not typical of what we would see every single day. But her mind is uncanny and sharp and brilliant. This is one of the persons, one of several, who've been able to overcome these barriers, even those documented in the motion, and become sentinel contributors to the society of Trinidad and Tobago. So as we speak, that young lady has progressed through life in this difficult country across various administrations and is now well employed at a bank, a private bank, Scotia Bank, I'll call the name, in Trinidad and Tobago, with cerebral palsy, with responsibility for 8 Caribbean countries managing a Scotia Bank project. She works from home 24/7 with her computer and is able to manage projects, staff, and all responsibilities. She has bought a vehicle, a panel van, spent her own money to modify it, went to one of those mechanics, those guys who modify cars and drop them low and so on, and gave them a challenge. I want you to make this Toyota fit for purpose. They remove seats, so what she is able to do is to power her wheelchair up a ramp into her own vehicle, drive the wheelchair to where the passenger seat used to be. It is clamped into place, and she sails down the road wherever she needs to go with her driver that she has to hire and her own car, and is able to enjoy the beautiful society of this country as best as she possibly can. So this is, I think, an example and exemplar of what can be achieved if this country takes this issue and the welfare and potential of people with disabilities more seriously. What is required, Mr. President, is not a little more of the same, a further million to the Disability Affairs Unit, opening a center, giving a speech, publishing on the International Day in the newspapers. All of that is fine. I'm not criticizing it. What is required is a quantum leap so that the next Shamla and the next Lingo, who is the greatest extempo singer in the history of this country, and the next George Daniel, the next Stephen Hawking, if we can produce that in this country, would be able to achieve their full potential. And guess what? Guess who benefits? Not just them. We, the society, benefits because we'd be able to extract the best of them as well. I strongly feel lots of potential has been lost and missed, and more would be unless we make that quantum leap I believe this motion points us in the right direction. We also have blind cricketers. They're not featured as much, but there was some years ago when they were very much featured, who are probably doing a lot better than the cited West Indies cricket team these days. But they are champions as well, so inspirational. It's a whole different game. I can't play blind cricket even though I could see, because it's a skill. But that's what sport is, and the ability. The Paralympic team, and my good friend, the president of the Paralympic Association, and there's so many others that stand, and I spoke to many of them. They are in full support, Mr. President, with the approach of developing a strategic plan. Now, the motion is very specific. It says within the next 12 months, a comprehensive national strategic plan. From the presentation of the government, there should be no issue with 12 months, but maybe the government might say, yes, this is something we can work towards. Yes, we can take the example of strategic plans for other difficult cross-cutting multi-sectoral issues. As I gave one example that I was involved in. Maybe we need more time, maybe we need a year and a half, something like that. But to just say this is not necessary, I really don't see content in here that would cause any senator, not to go too much along persuasion, to say that this is a motion that we should not be supporting. So I want to add my admonition, Mr. President. So a few other ideas. Transportation obviously needs to be a lot of the focus. And I mentioned prevention. One of the things we see a lot, Mr. President, is these guys driving with their hands hanging outside of the window. And it would take an amputee to tell you that their fold is contributed to significantly just by some of these habits. How are we going to treat that? It's a cultural issue to some extent. Sometimes PH drivers, no negative on them in this context. But you maybe, I don't know, maybe you get air going up your sleeve if your hand is out the window. I don't know the rationale, but it seems a bit of a fad, and all it takes is an accident, a loss of control. I have one friend who went to secondary school with me who ran off the road driving the vehicle, and the car passed next to one of those support wires for a light pole. In an instant, that arm is gone, never to return. So these are the challenges that are out there, and that's where prevention comes in. And it's not just a speech at an event. It has to be integrated into every ministry, into every sector, into every business. It's not just Scotiabank, there are other banks doing excellent work in this regard. At my own branch a branch that I visit on Park Street, I'm so happy to walk into that bank because the customer service representative, the first person you meet is a young lady with Down syndrome, Kelly Simmons, and her welcome is better than any of us could give. And the attention she gives all members and clients is extraordinary. And so sometimes private institutions can show us the way as well. And they certainly have been mainstreaming in some cases. Mr. President, there was a horrible case recently of a traveler to Trinidad and Tobago who was documented to have had a terrible experience with an immigration officer. Some of us would have seen horrible, repulsive case of ill treatment, but sometimes it's just a lack of sensitization, a lack of awareness, impatience, and some of the factors we can treat with if we deal with this issue more responsibly. We make it less political and more national. We can appoint a czar or champion. That's what's done with the HIV strategic plan. Angela Leloy, who never put a stethoscope around her neck, was the chairman of that committee and oversaw the implementation. A business person with those capacities and capabilities. Sometimes we need to take a more strategic approach, Mr. President. There's a lot to say about the education system. I believe other contributors will focus a bit on that as well. The other reminder and rationale for a multi-sectoral approach is sometimes we forget that people with disabilities are people at the end of the day, human beings. So they require health care, they require sexual and reproductive attention at times, pap smears, all the other things that are necessary for contraception at times. Sometimes there's an assumption sometimes that disabled people don't have sex, Mr. President. That's not so. So you have to think more broadly. You have to think on a society level. You have to include the private sector, and you have to structure your approach differently than business as usual. And what I heard sounded a little too much, Mr. President, like business as usual from the minister. I'm hoping to hear less of a silo approach, more of a multi-sectoral approach. Must give credit to the Rotary, the Lions, and all those other groups, civil society groups, that continue to do some excellent work in treating with persons who are differently able. But Mr. President, I have to say, I don't know how much more time I have, but I have to say, it's worrisome when you see some new businesses being opened. You see restaurants in Port of Spain and in other towns in Trinidad and Tobago, including right on Cipriani Boulevard. There may be some Chinese restaurants, and then they don't afford infrastructural access for differently abled people. And how can you open a new business in this day and age and not give those types of considerations? So when this senator appeals for legislation, it's not legislation for legislation's sake. It is to bring the Constitution to life, to bring our treaties and our signatures to life, and to make a tangible difference in the lives of our precious citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Precious and important. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, more than enough. So there's a whole issue. Sometimes we also assume that disability, and I heard a lot of it, is just physical. It's not. There's also the category of neurodiverse adults and children. And Mr. President, I'm not going to make light of the issue, but right around us sometimes you have adults. Some of them are functional, but they carry with them issues related to neurodiversity and mental challenges, bipolar disorder, and all sorts of other things that we have to cater for, treat with, factor into our education system, factor into our workplace, etc., etc. Even loud sound in a workplace or bright lights can have a triggering effect for some of our precious citizens. Do we think about these things? Do we factor these into our policies and programs? And Mr. President, the fact is that in 2018, this country developed a national policy for disabled persons. I didn't hear enough about that, and that still stands today. And within that national policy, unlike the 2026 Social Sector Investment Program, there was voluminous content structured as an action plan for the future. That would be an excellent starting point for a responsible government to, inspired by our senator, begin the work, bringing in other sectors, not them on their own, of devising a society-changing, a game-changing national strategic plan. A lot of good work is being done in the private sector. The oil and gas sector is lagging behind, not enough examples of differently abled persons. Interesting that the banks, in some cases, are leading the way. I must mention Nestle, which has rolled out a hiring agenda which takes neurodiverse persons into consideration. That's really exemplary and commendable, Mr. President. So just moving forward, there are a few other areas I want to touch on. Substance abuse. Abuse in general also touches persons who are differently able. Some are literally trapped in their homes, you know, Mr. President. a family of humble means lives in an apartment somewhere in the country, in an upstairs room. They don't have the ability to move, to live somewhere else. They can't afford to. And that child grows up in that location, sometimes physically trapped, almost a prisoner in that environment. That has a tremendous impact on mental health and well-being, and that can shape outcomes that can be very, very negative. Or if we look at it through a bigger lens, those outcomes can be much more positive. I remember the senator presented an appeal for under-housing, for reconsideration. It was very, very gently presented. Reconsideration of a particular government agenda for locating disabled housing in a particular district. And the response was to rebuff, and it really wasn't commensurate with the spirit of the presentation by Senator Alicia. But you have to listen to those who are most affected. And sometimes just a respectful listening ear, sometimes flexibility or adjustment can go a very, very long way, as opposed to a harsh political response or rebuff. You know why I smiled. Mr. President, so we also have comedians. I'm not speaking about any public officials. We have real comedians who are differently able. There's a gentleman by the name of Kevin Sawyer. Maybe the minister should talk to him as well. He's paralyzed, but see, this is a local, you know. So he's done a spin on stand-up comedy. It's called sit-down comedy, and it's very successful. And guess what? He's receiving tremendous support from within the community of creatives. So there's a lot of inspiration out there to really build a comprehensive plan for our society. Jamal Lejeune, Dr. Emmanuel Hossain, we have to respect his memory and his contributions as well. There's so many who've really carried the burden. And Mr. President, in my infancy, my mom was a nurse, and she worked at the Princess Elizabeth Center. And I would go after primary school sometimes with my dad to pick her up. And I would, as a little child, without exposure in the classroom and orientation, would see other children looking different to me and would be very curious, only to later realize that at that Princess Elizabeth Center, lives are changed and transformed every single day. And we have doctors like Dr. David Toby and others who would be very important resource persons to add to what is going on within the ministry and what happened last year and the year before, because good work is being done, but to enhance it and help us to make a quantum leap, because they've been in the trenches, they've seen it all, they know a lot, they don't know it all, they know a lot of it. And that PEC is a magical place, Mr. President, and an example for the entire society as well. So I think I've covered some of the issues that I would want to share. Didn't talk enough about education, but as I said, there would be opportunities later in the discourse. I just want to mention the issue of physiotherapy, which again is neglected. We have some of the best in this, we have some of the best of everything in this country. And you ask what is missing, the minister would say what was missing was her or somebody like her as the minister of this sector. Mr. President, some of us know that isn't the magic bullet for intractable issues and challenges and barriers like these. It isn't. We could pretend it is not. What is required is a quantum leap, a different approach, as opposed to doing the same thing or a little more of the same thing every year and in every budget. And, well, not in this SSIP, but many SSIPs. And that is what this motion is pointing us toward. So we need to make good use of the shining lights and examples that we have. The model is there. This society is capable of doing it. It won't happen if we adopt a partisan approach. It won't, I assure you. It can happen. There are examples right within Trinidad and Tobago and elsewhere of a government inspired by someone who is non-partisan to take a quantum leap and lead Trinidad and Tobago in a very different direction. So as someone who's been involved in the implementation of a strategic plan, who is aware of the benefits, I can give 5 recommended pillars: prevention, treatment, care and support, surveillance and research, advocacy and human rights, and program management. If the Prime Minister is as passionate as the Minister indicates, it can be housed in the office of the Prime Minister. There's certainly manpower available to help lead such an effort. It can be housed there or elsewhere, but it has to be national in scope, not ministerial. It cannot be rooted in a silo. It has to have budgetary support, and it cannot be based on a charity model. We're giving you grants again. We're giving subventions to the NGOs that support people with disabilities. That's all well and good. That won't get us to achieve promised land status. So the next Lingo, the next George Daniel, the next Shamla Maraj is out there. A motion like this can help their reality to benefit Trinidad and Tobago to a degree that might be beyond even our imagination, or lack of application. If we fail to be inspired by this motion and its admonition, their fate, and by extension our fate, could be a lot less desirable. Unfortunately, those barriers exist. The reality is not as rosy as the Minister has painted. We support this motion 100%. The former Attorney General is reminding me that the draft laws prepared by him and other teams that are currently accessible to the government. The framework is there. Let's unite as a Senate, make this a reality. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator the Honorable Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a Native American saying that before judging a person, you should first walk a mile in their shoes. If we were to do so for just one day, one might better appreciate the importance of the motion brought by Senator Lalite-Ettienne today. Because many of the things we take for granted and things we would do routinely can prove a tremendous challenge, even present an obstacle for those who are differently abled. By way of example, and for those who may have missed it, we deviated from the usual protocol in the motion being brought today. Usually, the mover of a motion would recite the entire motion prior to proceeding with their presentation. But that would have been impossible, as the motion standing in Senator Lalite-Ettienne's name is not in Braille. She would have either had to memorize the entire motion, or someone would have had to read it to her. But both options would have been impractical, if not impossible. So in the event, and thanks to your very adroit handling, Mr. President, and the help of the Parliament Secretariat, you were able to do a workaround by truncating the procedure. And if you recollect, it was the Honorable President who actually read the motion for us, and he did it so seamlessly and adroitly. So I want to extend thanks to you, Mr. President. But without such innovation and intervention, the move of the motion would have been stymied. So it should come as no surprise that I rise in strong support of the motion brought by my colleague, Senator Lalite-Ettienne. It is a timely, necessary, and principled intervention. It invites us, indeed it requires us, to confront the uncomfortable truth that notwithstanding our Constitution, notwithstanding the Equal Opportunities Act, notwithstanding the rhetoric of inclusion, persons living with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago still experience persistent systemic barriers to full participation in national life. And this should trouble every one of us. And it should trouble us even more deeply that a sitting senator, a lawmaker, a national leader must still draw attention to obstacles that directly constrain her basic mobility, access, and independence. If a member of parliament faces such barriers, imagine the lived reality of the average citizen with a disability. Section 4 of the Constitution guarantees equality before the law, equality of treatment from public authorities, the enjoyment of freedom of property, and freedom of movement. Yet lived experience demonstrates that these guarantees remain theoretical for many persons with disabilities. They require systems. Constitutional rights require operationalization. They require systems, infrastructure, processes, and attitudes that make the rights real. Where those systems are absent or weak, the promise of equality becomes hollow. The Equal Opportunity Act prohibits discrimination on the ground of disability in employment, education, goods and services, and accommodation. It establishes the Equal Opportunity Commission and Tribunal with powers of investigation, conciliation, adjudication, and redress. On paper, it is a sophisticated statutory scheme. But the Act does not guarantee accessibility. It prevents discriminatory decision-making, but it does not impose positive duties on the state beyond avoiding discrimination to proactively create equitable conditions in infrastructure, public transport, education, healthcare access, or workplace design. The Act contains broad exemptions where unjustifiable hardship is claimed. In practice, these exemptions often function as escape valves, permitting public and private bodies to avoid accommodation on the basis of cost, inconvenience, or insufficient planning. Even more concerning, enforcement is largely complaint-driven. That means the burden falls on persons with disabilities already disadvantaged to initiate proceedings, to provide the evidence, and to navigate an adversarial process. That model is structurally unfair. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Trinidad and Tobago has ratified, emphasizes accessibility as an enforceable right, Articles 9 and 19. Inclusive education, Article 24. Access to justice, Article 13. And full participation in political and public life, Article 29. The Convention requires states to adopt comprehensive legislation and to mainstream disability considerations across all areas of public policy. The Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has repeatedly stressed that accessibility is not a matter of charity or goodwill. It is a legal obligation. As Senator Etienne pointed out, it's a legal right. And it's important to note that although Trinidad and Tobago ratified the convention, our domestic legal framework does not yet fully reflect the mandatory obligations under the convention. Mr. President, when a disabled citizen, and especially a disabled senator, feels excluded or impeded, that feeling is not born in imagination. It comes from concrete systemic shortcomings. Now let us consider some of the significant barriers to social inclusion and full participation. Physical infrastructure barriers. As you have heard, Parliament itself, whether in terms of the procedures or the physical structure, can present challenges despite improvements. Public buildings often lack ramps, elevators, accessible washrooms, tactile services, or proper signage. Licensing offices, health centers, police stations, and other government buildings remain non-compliant with modern accessibility standards. Public transport. There's no nationally accessible transit system. Persons with mobility impairments have a very hard time using regular buses, flying on the ATRs to Tobago, walking the streets with open manholes and irregular pavements. This constrains employment, healthcare access, civic participation, and basic independence. Employment barriers. Although the Equal Opportunities Act prohibits discrimination in hiring and employment, many employers adopt a paternalistic approach. You are unsuitable for the job. So the Act's inherent requirements defense is too easily invoked. Educational barriers. Mainstream schools often lack trained special education teachers, adaptive technology, inclusive curricula. The legal right to education is not accompanied by the structural provisions necessary to make that education meaningful. We've heard about social barriers and some of the stigma. Disability continues to be viewed through a charitable or welfare lens rather than a rights-based one. And you know, the Chinese have a saying that a rising tide raises all boats. Accessibility for all will improve the lives for all. We all benefit. I could point to certain things where disability has actually driven innovation, helping make life better for all of us. Consider, for example, when you're looking at Netflix and you put on the subtitles or the caption, where that come from? That was crafted for the deaf. We all benefit. The electric toothbrush that is widely used, that was designed for people with disability who had limited grip and coordination. Velcro was first used in disability care. Touchless and automatic doors were designed for the disabled. So we need to move away from this charitable or welfare lens and recognize that persons with disabilities face subtle bias, paternalism, and exclusion, social attitudes that policy has not sufficiently addressed. Now, where have we fallen short? Notwithstanding Senator Etienne's concern about policy being like a dog without teeth, I do want to suggest that there is an absence of a harmonized national policy. We do not have a unified national accessibility code, nor an enforcement system. Ministries, corporations, and municipalities implement ad hoc initiatives with no common standard. There's no statutory accessibility requirement. The Honorable Minister spoke about access to digital tools and the need for digital inclusion. All and well, all very good. But there are no binding accessibility regulations governing things like building codes, zoning approvals, public procurement, ICT platforms, digital services. There's fragmented institutional responsibility. When you think about it, disability rights touch multiple sectors: education, health, social development, transportation, labor, housing. No single entity coordinates action or monitors compliance. We also have an under-resourced Equal Opportunities Commission. They do exceptional work within their mandate. And of course, the chairman is himself disabled, former independent Senator Roach. But its mandate is reactive, not transformative. And without the tools to impose systemic remedies, the Commission cannot drive national reform. Data is also something we need to consider. We cannot design policy without accurate prevalence data on disability types, needs, employment rates, income gaps, housing access, or service utilization. Now, I'm going to make some recommendations. It's not by way of any criticism or attack on any government, whether current or prior. In fact, I want to recognize, through the Honorable Minister, the government's support and intention to create an inclusive Trinidad and Tobago. I was very happy to hear from the Honorable Minister that legislative advancement is well on the way, including the Persons with Disability Bill, the National Enrichment Center, the effective delivery of therapeutic services, financial support in the form of grants, inclusive supporting arena. I commend the government's determination about making inclusiveness a priority. So the recommendations I will make are offered to work in tandem, in support with government's agenda, and to help focus potential initiatives. The motion calls for a comprehensive national strategic plan, including a legislative framework. And I fully endorse this. In my respectful view, such a plan should include at least the following pillars. First, a National Accessibility Act. We could perhaps model this on the Canadian Accessibility Act or the Americans with Disabilities Act. That would impose binding accessibility standards for the public and private sector. It would mandate accessible public buildings and transport. It would create timelines for retrofitting existing infrastructure. It would require accessible digital services, websites, online portals, national e-services. And it would impose penalties for non-compliance. Secondly, we might consider the possibility of having a National Disability Authority, specifically a statutory body with monitoring and compliance powers, enforcement authority, the mandate to develop national accessibility codes, responsibility for public education campaigns, and oversight of implementation across ministries. Thirdly, a comprehensive national data system to ensure evidence-based policy, including disability, disaggregated data in labor, education, health, housing, and justice. Fourthly, public sector leadership. By example, all government ministries, state enterprises, municipal bodies, and the Tobago House of Assembly must comply with uniform accessibility standards as a condition for budgetary approval. Fifthly, inclusive educational reforms, mandatory universal design in education facilities, early screening programs, specialist training for teachers, and the integration of assistive technologies. Sixth, better accessibility in public transport. This is fundamental. Without accessible transport, all other rights are theoretical. Seventh and last, there should be meaningful consultation with the disability community. Nothing about us without us must be more than a slogan. It must be embedded in law. Madam Vice President, societies are ultimately judged not by the wealth they produce, but by the dignity they extend to their most vulnerable. Ensuring accessibility is not charity. It is justice. It is not benevolence. It is equality. And it is certainly not optional. It is constitutional. Senator Lalite-Ettienne's motion offers us an opportunity to correct long-standing deficiencies and move decisively towards a society where disability is not treated as an impediment, but as a natural part of human diversity. Senator Lalite-Ettienne has called on all of us to step up to the plate. I therefore wholeheartedly support this motion and urge the government to embrace it, not as a criticism, but as an invitation to uplift, to include, and to transform. Trinidad and Tobago cannot be a truly developed nation unless every citizen is able to participate fully, independently, and with dignity in our national life. I thank you.
Minister Alexander.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Vice President, for recognizing me. I'd like to thank the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bissessar for all of us having the opportunity to deal with these issues. I rise today, Madam Vice President, I would like to refer to my notes, please, if that is okay. I rise today deeply moved by the motion before us and by the courage and conviction of Senator the Honorable Alicia Lalite-Ettienne, who not only speaks for persons who live with disabilities, but she lives the reality we are debating. This is not a routine motion. This is a mirror held up to Trinidad and Tobago, asking us who we are as a people and whether we truly mean it when we say all citizens are equal. Madam Vice President, I found my way into politics by way of activism. I have been in the trenches for the orphans, the homeless, and the disabled for over 30 years. I'd like to commend Minister Vandana Mohit for her thorough and in-depth, heartfelt response. Madam Vice President, thank you. I am always grateful, Senator. Madam Vice President, before I get down into the meat of what I would like to contribute, and please guide me as the time, the senator that responded before Senator Vieira made a lot of suggestions that the government he was a part of did not do. So where is this information and passion coming from now? He suggested, I wrote this down, a czar. He suggested a czar to deal with the issue of disabilities. Where was the PNM czar? Where was their czar? They had 10 years, 9.5 years to set up a czar. He knocked the detailed response of the multi-sector, multi-ministry approach of this government and called it a silo. Madam Vice President, I think that Senator Browne is using the word silo but does not know what it means. I was one of the ministers that was in the meeting that Minister Mohit referred to as the Ministry of Housing that we took a massive show of force after the Honorable Dr. David Lee, Line Minister, had me meet with every sector of the persons living with disability community in this country. We met with the visually impaired. We met with the hearing impaired. We met with the local chapter of persons living with disabilities, all independently, all got their own meetings. We cleared whole days for them. They sat in the boardroom, they came with their teams. They outlined what they needed from this government. We were months in office. And then Minister Lee took our team to the ministry. Dr. Maharaj could tell you, we went, there weren't enough seats in their boardroom. For the size of the squad that we brought, that they brought, we took this very seriously. We came away from that with go-forwards within days. They started to identify, even though the Ministry of Housing is crippled by debt left by the other side, we visited sites that were almost complete with engineers to discuss retrofitting for persons living with disabilities. And I've heard that we've heard this in the meetings, that persons living with disabilities do not want to be herded together in one community. The problem is the HDC builds specific communities. So we have to use what is available to us to deliver now. And that is our mandate, to try and get as many properties retrofitted for persons living with disabilities so that we can respond meaningfully to this. Madam Vice President, Senator Browne spoke with a passion and caring that was absent from the PNM government that he was a part of. What this Kamla Prasad-Bissessar-led government has done in 7 months has exceeded what the PNM did in 9.5 years. I have this. This is their document. National Policy on Persons with Disabilities. I wonder if Dr. Browne ever saw this. I go through the contents. Almost nothing was done. And he comes here and lectures us 7 months in office. We, as a government, have already started to deliver, as the Honorable Minister Vandana Mohit pointed out, where housing is concerned. We've already started to roll the ball forward to deliver. And again, I need to point out, 7 months is a lot less than 9.5 years. They had a lot of time to do all that talk that he wants to talk. They had time to do it. They had money to do it, and they did not do it. And I don't want to dwell too much on him, but he mentioned a lot of successes in the private sector. Companies and banks could make one example of a PNM success. He spoke of the work this government has done in 7 months to alleviate the suffering. Not one word about a single housing policy of the PNM to treat with this. We've not met one. I have been the minister in the Ministry of Housing that's been on the ground that had to go to as many of the projects. Not one was retrofitted for people living with disabilities. So how does he get to speak now to this government that before this motion was raised was already fixing it? How does he get to do that? Moving forward. Madam Vice President, I had a lot of information that I wanted to share, but I am guided by the leader of the Senate, our leader, that there are a lot of other people who can speak to these issues, but they're all issues that plans and policies and ideas that we already have through the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health. Everyone is paying attention to this. So while I fully support and endorse and stand with Senator Etienne's motion, I need to say clearly that we didn't need her to raise this motion for us to get busy treating with people living with disabilities. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, said to all of us, leave no one behind. And I keep saying that because that includes persons living with disabilities. When we win, everybody is supposed to win. The winning was underway, and I need to say it so that it's on the record that this motion, while it is a beautiful motion and we fully endorse it, the work was already underway. We were fixing it. We were delivering. I wanted to speak about my own history as an activist. I wanted to remind Dr. Amery Browne when he came and put on one of our polo shirts with our activist brand and got down in the hole to help us plant the tree. He knows how long we've been doing this. He knows, his leader knows. They've walked with us and marched with us. Every politician of note in this country has walked and marched with us. We fought. So they're aware. And then they got government for 9.5 years and forgot everybody. There is nobody, no community, other than the very rich, that I am aware that got special attention from the former administration. I wanted to speak about these issues. I wanted to say what got me into activism. I won't talk all of that, but I think that now I'm not going to take up too much of our time. I want to speak now about, I had the numbers, we discussed the numbers already, that's already in the conversation. These are in-depth notes on the experiences of people. I heard the minister speak and call Shamla Maharaj's name. She was part of our group. We worked with her. We helped her when there was no government for her to turn to. But, Madam Vice President, on a daily basis, I meet with Rolling Thunder. He is confined to a wheelchair. Many of you would know him. If you shop at supermarkets in the West, you would see him outside the supermarket selling his tickets for years. Rolling Thunder is a friend of mine. Rolling Thunder has been in touch with Minister Zakur. I am aware of that. He and I have been speaking. Minister Zakur and I have been speaking. He's been in touch with Minister John. I am aware of that. He speaks to the people. He speaks for the people who are confined to wheelchairs. Minister Anil Roberts, in a previous government when he was a minister of sport, provided a lot of them with those wheelchairs. So I know for certain that I am part of a government with compassion and caring for people and persons living with disabilities. I know that. And I know that along the way, long beyond this 7 months, we will look back to this day and remember that this was the government that made the difference in life for the persons living with disabilities in this country. Kamla Prasad Bisessa cares. This coalition of interest government cares. We are fixing it for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to give you a little breakdown so that you know. 2nd of July 2025, the team in the Ministry of Housing met with the Trinidad and Tobago chapter of Disabled Peoples to discuss the housing needs for persons living with disabilities. 14th of July 2025, I met with representatives from the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association to discuss matters related to the allocation of government housing units to members of the visually impaired community. 17th of July 2025, the Honorable Dr. David Lee, Minister of Housing and Senator, and I held discussions with the Honorable Vandana Mohit, Minister of the People's Social Development and Family Services, Dr. Chaitan Maraj, along with senior officials from both ministries to discuss housing allocation. That was months ago. 29th of July 2025, Minister Lee hosted Minister Mohit at the Edinburgh Towers in Chaguanas, where the housing needs for persons with disability and the elderly were discussed. We met not for photo opportunities. We don't even have photo ops from these meetings. We didn't meet for that. This was not stunts. This was recognizing all of the things contained in this motion. You see, and I want to say this, I could never be a part of something that I don't believe is doing what we set out to do. For all of my life, and I will take all the hits and all the stick, and I don't mind that, because I am not a professional politician. I have heard a professional politician he insulted me by saying I'm not a politician, I'm an activist. That will never be an insult to me. I will forever be an activist. I will forever be fighting for people like Senator Etienne. I think that this government that I am a part of is the vehicle to deliver the change that she knows they need, and I look forward to standing here again in the new year and looking back at the work that was done and proud of the government that delivered it. I thank you very much.
Senator John Bates.
Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this most important motion. This is a motion that recognizes a painful truth, one that we often overlook and minimize in this country. For all the progress that we have made as a republic, all the buildings we have built, the progress we have made in education, in our healthcare, CDAP, for example, in the transportation system, we have made progress. But unfortunately, there are many citizens in this country, our fellow citizens, who wake up every day, despite that progress, to face a reality that oftentimes the country that they live in was not built with them in mind. For persons living with disabilities in this country, participation in our national life is sometimes limited and sometimes denied to them. This is so because of constraints in our environment, constraints in policies, constraints brought about by the attitudes of many citizens. These constraints limit the ability of persons who live with disabilities in terms of where they can work, in terms of where they can go, in terms of access to education, and in terms of how they're treated in public spaces. So essentially, our fellow citizens face numerous barriers. Barriers to the physical environment, barriers to adequate housing and infrastructure, barriers to accessing education, and barriers to employment opportunities. That is a hard truth, that we have legislative and administrative deficiencies in the system that undermine the ability of our country to promote, protect, and ensure the human rights of those who live with disabilities. These are avoidable failures, and I don't want to cast the situation in a completely bleak way. It's not a entirely bleak situation. Because if we were to think about our lived experiences in Trinidad, we must admit that there has been progress, but there are pitfalls as well. And the mover of the motion, Senator Lalite-Ettienne, asked us to ask ourselves in our hearts, do we think that persons living with disabilities in this country have an equal opportunity? And that was a question, that was one of the questions that I ruminated on while I was preparing for this debate. And I sat with myself and thought of what I experienced, and as Senator Lalite-Ettienne would have said, she said to us, for you, living with a disability is a concept. For her and others like her, it's a reality. So yes, I sat there with the concept, if I were truthful. And I came up with 3 examples that showed me that indeed we have made progress, but there are pitfalls. For example, I am a long-distance runner. I run mainly in Port of Spain and environs and in Cunupia. And when running, I have noticed that at some junctions, particularly in Port of Spain, we have these accessible pedestrian signals. So they speak to you. They tell you cross now, don't cross. And that's progress, because it makes traversing our streets easier for those with visual disabilities. But at the same time, while running, what I do notice are our pavements, especially in Cunupia. Sometimes we have no pavements at all. The pavements that are there sometimes are broken, or they're littered with these manholes that are absent of covers, covers that are elevated, covers that are broken, and that is one of the pitfalls. And within the last 6 months, a lot of the pavements are also covered with bush. And for me, that might be a mere inconvenience. I hop, I drop, I jump over it, an obstacle course, more exercise, I suppose. But for those who are visually impaired, who have to use a cane, who have to use wheelchairs, it's more than an inconvenience. It's a perilous situation. It could be a matter of life and death. I thought about communication. I noticed that for the last few years, a lot of our government programs, live streams and news and such, they are accompanied by a sign language interpreter. That is excellent, that is commendable. So those who are unable to hear or hear well have assistance with receiving the information and being able to absorb what is being told. But then I thought about government websites. How accessible are these websites? Do they have the accessibility widgets that allow you to change fonts, colors, contrasts, allow you to navigate the website with screen readers, hear the website? How many websites have that? I thought about transportation. I used to notice the Eldamo. Those are the elderly and differently able mobile service. The buses that allowed those who are elderly and differently able to traverse our country in a more affordable and accessible manner. Because quite frankly, I have never seen a maxi taxi that has the wheelchair ramp. Most of our regular buses don't have that. So these buses were a critical item for those who needed it. But what I've come to understand is that the Eldamo now is running on a bare bones, hardly accessible. So now many individuals, persons living with disabilities, have to rely on private taxis that cost anywhere from $200 to $400 to get to essential services, to get to their bank, to get to the hospital, to get to the grocery. That figure is not sustainable, and not sustainable given the figures as it relates to poverty and those living with disabilities. So I don't think the observations I've made are unique. I think many people can indicate that they've observed certain things as well about our buildings, newer buildings with ramps, older buildings that don't. I think if we're honest and we ask our questions in the heart as directed by Senator Lalite-Ettienne, we would conclude that we do have to support this motion because there is work to be done. And even though I would have given some anecdotal experiences that I've had, they're not outliers. And I think they are very much supported by the statistics, and that's another issue. The statistics as it relates to persons living with disabilities in this country, it's lacking. But the statistics I could find, some have already been espoused already here, that there have been approximately 52,244 persons living with disabilities in this country, and that was the last count from how many years ago. So I think I would agree with Senator Lalite-Ettienne that that number is probably underreported at this point. That according to the Caribbean Development Bank's disability assessment in borrowing member countries, that document indicates that at least 1% of children in this country live with a disability. But I've seen other statistics that say as high as 16% of children live with a disability. That document also indicates that children with disabilities in Trinidad are 7 times more likely not to access education. That 72% of persons with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago are actually unemployed. And that across Latin America and the Caribbean, 82% of persons living with disabilities live in poverty. These are startling and heartrending statistics. Because these statistics mean that the outcomes for those living with disabilities, as it relates to access to education, as it relates to their ability to sustain themselves, it's a negative one. And it's not because of the disability itself. It's because of the exclusion that they face, because of the barriers that are in place. Now, what that means, therefore, is that we face a deficit, and it's not a deficit of the individual, it's a deficit in the society. It's a systemic deficit. And this was pointed out, actually, by Mr. Kenneth Surratt, and I think he's here. He's the executive officer, well, at the time, of the TNT Blind Welfare Association. I'm not sure if he still is, but I'm quoting from a Newsday article dated the 29th of November, 2021. And in that article, Mr. Surratt is quoted as saying, the disabled person is not the problem. The problem is we are an ableist society, and that term ableist was mentioned by Senator Lalite-Ettienne. And the article went on, and I will summarize what the article went on to say. It said that ableism is discrimination and a social prejudice against people with disabilities based on the belief that typical abilities are superior. It includes the mindset that treats high-achieving persons with disability as an exception rather than a norm. It is a cultural assumption that disability is a limitation rather than a source of diversity within our human family, and it is extremely prevalent in our society. And quite frankly, I can't disagree with that assessment. When I look around, it seems to be borne out by what I see. Now, some of the some senators have indicated that we have come here as the opposition now with all these platitudes and nice words, and we're now caring and why we didn't do whatever we did for 9.5 years. And I want to debunk that. As Senator Browne would have indicated, we didn't want to make this a sort of a political skirmish, but here we are, and I have to address what was said in the debate. So I want to point out that the last PNM administration was not blind to any of these realities. We recognize the urgency of eliminating barriers to inclusion, and we did take concrete steps, not just mere rhetoric, to address some of these concerns. Firstly, there was a 2019 national policy on persons with disabilities. Now, Senator Lalite-Ettienne was, well, to put it frankly, she said that it was a dog with no teeth. But I would like to view, or ask us to view, that policy as actually a compass that gave us the direction that we should go, clear direction in addressing the issues faced by persons living with disabilities. It showed us the way to ensure economic and social inclusion, because that policy, and Senator Alexander referred to it, and he referred to it in a manner that indicated that he himself saw it as a very comprehensive document. It wasn't a pamphlet. It wasn't just a mere policy. It was a very extensive and comprehensive document. And it took into consideration many of the, or I should say all of the articles of the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It spoke to equality and non-discrimination. It spoke to education, health, accessibility, employment, independent living, family life, participation in politics, culture, sport, data collection, risk management, and national implementation and monitoring. Importantly, it actually had a phase plan. The document had broke down the direction and the path, as I would have indicated, into a plan for short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So it was designed to methodically address legislative, administrative, and structural gaps. Now, Senator Alexander said, 9.5 years, all they do almost nothing. All they had all the time and the money in the world to utilize your national policy. But this national policy was drafted or finalized in 2019. What happened in 2019, Madam President? The COVID-19 pandemic. When this entire country and entire world was faced with a pandemic where securing the life of individuals took priority. We had to, at that time, pivot. Despite all the well-laid plans, we had to pivot to ensure that we would all be here today. That took up time and resources. But even in the midst of the crisis, we did not abandon the path and the direction, Madam President. Because in addition to the policy that we have, and it is still a very good policy, and I will address how that could be used later on in my presentation, we had the motor vehicles and road traffic persons with disability parking permit regulations. We had that in 2024. Mm-hmm. These regulations finally formalized the application process for the disability parking permits, ensuring that persons with permanent or temporary disabilities had genuine access to designated parking spaces. Because we all know what used to happen. Any and all kind of people would park in the spots that were designated. The spots, when they were available, individuals who did not need it would park there. Mm-hmm. And this was one step in addressing that unfortunate practice. The last PNM government also was concerned with strengthening our social protection. So one of the things we did was move the social grant, the disability grant, from $1,800 to $2,000. Now, we understand that even $2,000 may not adequately address all the needs of persons living with disabilities, but surely having more money could never be a bad thing. The government also instituted the Disability Child Grant. It did not exist before. Now, children living with disabilities can access that $1,500 per month. Mm-hmm. Of course, we have the other additional grants. The Minister of Social Development and Family Services would have mentioned it, but they existed under the previous administration as well. Okay. The grants for prosthetics, medical equipment, housing support, pharmaceuticals, and dietary assistance. So the government, the last PNM administration did recognize that living with a disability came with an additional financial burden and did make strides to provide support as necessary. We also had the financial relief for assistive technology. The government then, I believe it was in 2019, would have removed VAT and custom duties on assistive devices. Okay. That range from hearing aids all the way to mobility equipment. That was a significant reduction in cost of these items because the PNM would have recognized that being able to live independently through the assistance of these technologies is not a luxury. It should not only be available to those who could afford. It should be available to all who need to ensure that they have a better standard of living. The PNM would have also addressed inclusive education. As far back as 2009, we would have drafted the inclusive educational policy. And that policy ensures that all children, whether they have disabilities or not, have equal access to education. And that a child with a disability should be able to attend a school, a public school, near their residence if that is what they so desired. As of May 2019, there were 40 schools that were, I would use the word of Senator Alexander, retrofitted to ensure that it was they were accessible to children with disabilities. And that was 2019. I believe more schools would have been retrofitted in a period to ensure that all children, whether they have disabilities or not, would be able to access that universal education. Then I come to the National Therapeutic and Resource Center that was launched in April 2025. Now, the Minister of the People and Social Development would have sought to conflate the launch of the National Therapeutic and Resource Center in 2025 with the closure of the National Enrichment Center. Those are two separate issues. The fact of the matter is the National Therapeutic and Resource Center was launched in April 2025. The minister would have outlined all the therapies that are available there, the occupational, physiotherapy, and so forth. And that center stands as a model for what therapy should look like, all-encompassing. Now, I would have heard the minister say, and so it sort of implied that the PNM government is all about rhetoric. This is not rhetoric. When I listened to Senator Alexander speak about all the meetings and meetings and meetings he had without giving any outcome of the meetings, that's rhetoric. What we had from the last PNM administration was action. So, Madam President, it is said in Proverbs, without a vision, the people perish. And it is for that reason I support the call of the move of the motion for there to be a comprehensive national strategic plan. And Madam President, the foundation of the plan already exists. As I said, we have the national policy on persons living with disability. Despite from which administration it was well, I already said it was ours, but it doesn't matter from where it emanated. The fact is, it was drafted with the voices of those with persons living with disabilities. That document arose after extensive consultation. It makes no sense to reinvent the wheel, throw it away, because you don't like who would have, that is irrelevant. So I'm asking that we should build on that plan. Strengthen it, operationalize it. Let us not replace it. And to continue, I have four more, points that I wish would undergird this national plan. So I said, let us start with the national policy that already exists, and there are other things I just want us to bear in mind, or the government to bear in mind, because the government has indicated they've already started the legislative agenda, work is on the way, and I commend the government and I applaud that because I want what is best for all citizens in the country. But seeing that the plan is underway and not yet completed, I just want to bring these 4 points to bear. Updated legislation. The move of the motion, of course, that was one of the things we called for, a legislative framework. Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, yes, we have the Equal Opportunity Act, and I would want to agree with Senator Lalite-Ettienne that it does not comprehensively address all the needs of persons living with disabilities. I accept that. But currently, it's the only piece of legislation that offers some sort of protection for persons living with disabilities. But it has some limitations. And one of the limitations is that there's a 6-month window in which a person has to bring their complaints. So if you're bringing a complaint about discrimination, you have to bring it within 6 months of the alleged discrimination. And that is a very short window of time, especially for persons who are in a vulnerable position, such as someone living with disabilities. Bringing a complaint may be accompanied by some trauma, the discrimination, and bringing a complaint might have a financial aspect or burden to it, and the 6-month period may not allow them to bring the complaint within that time. So I'm asking if that the Equal Opportunities Act can be amended to address that. Also, the Act prohibits offensive behavior linked to race, religion, gender, and ethnicity, but it does not prohibit offensive behavior as it relates to disabilities. So I think that's a gap that also should be addressed. Also, unlike Jamaica, Barbados, and I think most other Caribbean islands, we do not have a disability, well, it's act to address or enshrine the rights of those who are living with disabilities. Now, previous administration would have recognized that, and as of March 2025, the draft was completed. Now, again, the minister would have sought to use the word lapse, that we allow the act to lapse. But the reality is, the draft was completed in March 2025. The elections was April 2025. It's not about allowing anything to lapse. Lapse is not the correct word. Lapse is not the correct word. The point is the act was now to move towards the Legislative Review Committee. So I'm saying that the work is done. So I just want to encourage the government to hasten the process of moving the act through the Legislative Review Committee. Let's fast track it, all right? And I just want to say that I have not seen the bill, but I do hope that inside that bill there is, much like what is entailed or contained in the Equality Act in England, a duty, it imposes a duty on bodies to avoid substantial disadvantage to persons living with disabilities, and it prohibits harassment and victimization. So if maybe that whole aspect of offensive language harassment, perhaps we don't need to amend the Equal Opportunities Act. It would be contained in any act that specifically speaks to disabilities. I would also want to suggest the passing of legislation to expand income tax concessions for persons and organizations involved in the provision of rehabilitative and other services to persons with disabilities, and to those employers who modify their work environment in an effort to make it user-friendly for persons living with disabilities. So we can think about that. And also, if we can, I hope it's on the legislative agenda to look at various other pieces of legislations relation to education and so forth, to ensure that they align with the UN Convention on Persons Living with Disabilities and similar acts. The second thing I would want to commend is that we focus on awareness raising. As I said, Madam President, before, it's not necessarily the disability that limits the persons sometimes. It's really the limits we place as people. It's our attitudes. It's the ignorance that surrounds the ability of those living with disability, the need to perhaps to have reasonable accommodation, the rights of those living with disability. So it's really the awareness of the general population that sometimes causes the barriers to exist. So I would want to commend any national strategy to include a robust and sustained public awareness campaign. Now, I do think I heard the minister mention that there's currently a campaign ongoing in schools, but just to be sure, I would say that any campaign must nurture receptiveness to the rights of persons living with disabilities. Such a campaign must promote positive imagery of persons living with disabilities, highlighting the skills, merits, and contributions of those living with disabilities to our society. And we have many people we could commend to such a campaign. Dr. Browne would have mentioned a young lady, I think it was, is it Shamla Maharaj or is it Shala? I think he said Shamla. We have Akeem Stewart. We have the first ever senator who sat in here with a disability, Mr. Ian Roach. So there are many individuals who can form a part of a positive campaign. Mm-hmm. So an example of such a campaign, we can have billboards, social media reels, and TV spots featuring real persons living with disabilities in Trinidad, excelling in work, sports, arts, entrepreneurship, and public service. We can have annual awards for the most accessible school, the most accessible government office, the most accessible business. So again, promote and engender change in that direction. We could have community legal literacy caravans, teaching persons living with disabilities and their families about their rights, their entitlements, their accommodations, and how they can make complaints when they find their rights are being trampled on. And critically, I would want to commend that we include in our formal education curriculum from preschool, the early childhood centers, all the way to tertiary level, a course on inclusion and the rights of persons living with disabilities. And we don't want to leave it to chance. We could perhaps embed it in a social studies class, an ethics class. What is it? What do they do at Form 6 now? I was of the days of A-levels. Cape. I forgot the classes now that they have. But we can embed it all the way in a form palatable and suitable for the age group, all the way from the ECC level all the way to tertiary level, a class, so that we have the changing mind of the young. So that, again, as I said, it's not necessarily the disability sometimes, but it's our attitudes. The third thing I want to commend towards our national strategy is that we focus on children with disabilities. That the children should be at the center, I would say, of this national strategy. As a state party to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Trinidad and Tobago is obliged to ensure that children with disabilities enjoy all human rights and fundamental freedoms on an equal basis with other children, including to access to play, recreation, leisure, and sport. Again, we are signatory. These are not optional ideals here. We made a binding commitment, and I want us to adhere to our commitment. So a truly national plan must therefore place special emphasis on children. Many of the deprivations faced by children with disabilities arise from their systemic invisibility. They are unseen in data, unaccounted for in planning, and consequently underserved in policy. When a child is invisible to the state, their needs remain unmet and their potential remains unrealized. But when we recognize their strengths and invest in them from an early age, with the right intervention, educational support, assistive technology, accessible learning environments, the trajectory changes. Because, as I would have indicated before, persons living with disabilities are often living in poverty. They are often unemployed, and the children often do not access education. And of course, that would affect their ability to enter in the labor force and become productive citizens of our country. So from an even purely economic standpoint, investing or ensuring the rights of children with disabilities boosts our future workforce and also could potentially reduce the reliance on the state for social intervention. So for this reason, I would ask for the National Plan for Disability to include the following: a robust system and resources for collection and use of data on persons with disability, especially children, a coordinated program of early intervention across health, education, and social sectors to support early detection and management of childhood disabilities. Education materials in accessible formats for all students. We need to have Braille, we need to have the screen readers, not just books, books, books. Time for that has passed. We need to have mandatory teacher training in differentiated instruction to ensure that classrooms meet diverse learning needs. We need to have adequate teaching aids and in-school support services to facilitate meaningful participation by all children. Schools need infrastructure upgrades. So as I said, there were at least 40 schools that have been moving in that direction, retrofitted. But I want all schools to have ramps. I want all of them to have sensory spaces, quiet rooms, and adaptive furniture, so that students, no matter where they live, no matter their socioeconomic background, they can go to a school of their choice. I would also, at this point, put a plug, if you would say, for parents and caregiver support systems, because oftentimes these parents, they're burnt out. They're burnt out emotionally, they're burnt out financially. So even if we have something like a weekend respite service and short-term relief for overwhelmed families, when you have parents who are in a better frame of mind, you'll have children in a better frame of mind. I would call for inclusive recreational spaces in every borough and town, with play structures accommodating a range of physical and sensory needs. And I would ask if we can have all our beaches wheelchair accessible. We're on an island. Every person should be able to go to the beach, feel the breeze, dip their toes in the water. I think I only know of one beach, I think in Tobago, that Pigeon Point, I believe, that allows accessibility via wheelchair, and I hope we can address that. And lastly, I would ask for subsidized adaptive sports programs to promote physical, social, and emotional development of children. So these interventions are not just for the benefit of the children alone, it's the benefit of the societies as a whole, families and society as a whole. The last thing I would call for is to ensure that the voices of those with disabilities are heard, that they ring out through all the strategies, that this is not a top-down, we are saying what is good for them. I think Senator Lalite-Ettienne pointed this out. It's not about, she said, it's not about telling us what we want to give you, or what we think is best. And the various conventions recognize that persons living with disabilities have a freedom to make their own choices, and they must be actively involved in the decision-making process as it relates to legislation, policies, and programs that directly affect them. So again, I want to commend Senator Phillip Alexander would have said that, they have been having meetings with various groups, and I want to commend that strategy not only for housing, but for every area that is affected or that these legislative amendments would affect. So, Madam President, for too long, persons with disabilities have been expected to navigate systems that have been insufficiently designed to take their human rights into consideration. We have asked them to adjust, to endure, make do, work it out, figure it out. But what we have before us is an opportunity and a responsibility to build Trinidad and Tobago where every child, every adult, every family living with disability can come out of the margins. We're asking that we mainstream disability rights. I want a Trinidad and Tobago where persons living with disability, their rights, it's not an afterthought, but it's really and truly at the center of government initiatives. So if the government can commit to a comprehensive national strategic plan, then we will not simply remove barriers, we will unlock potential, we will expand opportunity, we will strengthen our democracy, our economy, and our social fabric. And with that, I thank you, Madam President.
Dr. Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I rise here today in full support of this private member's motion calling for a comprehensive national strategic plan inclusive of a legislative framework to ensure equality of treatment, improved access to public services, and improved employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. And I commend Senator Lalite-Ettienne for bringing this matter before us with such passion and clarity. Before I continue, I'd like to recognize Mr. Bhawani Prasad, who is the president of ParlView, and our ex-Sempo champion, the mighty Lingo, in the gallery. Madam Vice President, our Constitution guarantees equality before the law and protection of the law. Yet, despite important legislative advances and policy commitments, the lived experiences of many persons with disabilities reveal gaps between intention and implementation. Barriers exist in schools, workplaces, transportation systems, public buildings, and at times even in our own parliamentary chambers. We heard Senator Lalite-Ettienne request a 10-minute warning from the President when she rose to speak. This is because, I think, during the 2026 budget debate, her contribution marginally exceeded the allotted time and she was not allowed to complete her point. While the speaking time rules apply equally to all senators, we must bear in mind that a blind individual does not have the visual cues that the rest of us take for granted. Equality is not the same as equity, and treating everyone equally does not always ensure fairness when the individual needs and circumstances differ. So, to better grasp the nature of the challenges faced by persons with disabilities, it is essential to understand what disability is and what it is not. The World Health Organization defines disability as any condition that makes it more difficult for a person to carry out certain activities or to access society equitably. Impairment, by contrast, refers to a loss of structure or function. Disability, therefore, emerges not solely from an individual's impairment, but from the interaction between that impairment and an environment that may not be sufficiently accommodating. So a person becomes disabled not because they are blind, deaf, autistic, or living with a chronic illness, but because the environment around them restricts their participation. Improve the environment and disability is reduced. A wide range of impairments, sensory, motor, developmental, or acquired, for example, resulting from illness or injury, can give rise to disability when the environment fails to meet diverse needs. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities recognizes this dynamic interaction and affirms that persons with disabilities have the same right to full and effective participation in society as any other citizen. Estimates for Trinidad and Tobago range from 4 to 7% of the population, which means between 50,000 and 90,000 citizens are living with disabilities. Given the limited data that currently exists, I eagerly anticipate the upcoming National Population and Housing Census and encourage the Central Statistical Office to adopt the Washington Group Support set of questions to improve the reliability and relevance of disability statistics. The Washington Group short set questions focus on measuring difficulty in 6 domains: seeing, hearing, walking, cognition, self-care, and communication. There are also Washington Group UNICEF question sets for children ages 2 to 4 years and ages 5 to 17 years. Using these questions will provide accurate, useful, and up-to-date statistics on disability to aid in the planning of the needs of the disabled community. As populations age and non-communicable diseases rise, the number of persons with disabilities will continue to increase. And by 2050, 1 in 5 citizens may live with disability due to these demographic shifts. Mr. President, it is often the design of our systems and our environment, not the condition of the people, that creates exclusion. So disability should not limit opportunity, and such participation should not be left to chance, which is why a comprehensive national strategic plan is fully supported. It should rest on 4 pillars: legislative reform, infrastructure upgrades, education and employment initiatives, and public awareness. But even best legislation requires sustained implementation, coordination, and enforcement. Mr. President, in 2020, the Interagency Committee was established to guide our commitments under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This committee was mandated to ensure that all persons with disabilities are given the opportunity to lead fulfilling lives and reach their fullest potential. Similarly, the existence of disability affairs units in both Trinidad and Tobago represent an important institutional step towards structured support and advocacy. The establishment of these units is commendable, and they hold significant potential to serve as central hubs for disability policy and community engagement. It is important, however, that recruitment to leadership positions, such as the Director of the Disability Affairs Unit, is transparent and accessible, ensuring that persons with disabilities are aware of opportunities and able to participate meaningfully in the recruitment process. Representation at the highest level matters, not as a symbolic gesture, but because lived experiences enrich policy design and strengthen accountability. We also see promising efforts, as we heard, in the private sector. The recent Innovation Challenge for Persons with Disabilities, hosted by the Digicel Foundation, with support from the Global Environment Facility and the United Nations Development Programme, is an excellent example of corporate social responsibility fostering entrepreneurship and innovation. As encouraging as such initiatives are, there remains significant lack of representation across the private sector. Opportunities to broaden disability representation and visibility in employment and leadership would be welcome. Across the Commonwealth, targeted measures such as quotas have been recognized as tools that can accelerate representation and reshape participation. India reserves a percentage of public sector jobs and seats in educational institutions for persons from historically marginalized communities, including persons with disabilities. This approach has significantly expanded access to higher education and employment for millions who were previously excluded. Canada requires federal agencies and large employers to report on the representation of 4 designated groups, including persons with disabilities, under its Employment Equity Act. This has encouraged proactive recruitment, accommodations, and retention strategies across the public and private sectors. Ultimately, this is not charity. Equality treats everyone the same, but equity ensures everyone has what they need to succeed. Equality is like giving everyone the same size shoes, as opposed to making sure that everyone has a pair of shoes that fits. So the principle underlines affirmative action and diversity, equity, and inclusion practices, or DEI practices. Mr. President, it is in this context that the recent national recruitment drive, seeking to fill 20,000 positions across 20 government ministries, presents real opportunity. So I hope the Minister of Labour is paying attention. The initiative's emphasis on national inclusion is welcome, and I want to commend the realjobstt.com website, which I found very easy to navigate, and I commend the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence on this user-friendly platform. At the same time, ensuring that persons with disabilities can voluntarily indicate their disability status on the application form would strengthen efforts to monitor and promote equitable access. Data enables us to understand who is applying, who is being hired, and whether our workforce reflects the diversity of our nation, because inclusion begins with information. Mr. President, there's also a financial dimension that we cannot ignore. As we heard from the Honourable Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services, thousands of citizens with disabilities rely on the Disability Assistance Grant. Under the Public Assistance Act, Chapter 3203, a person is entitled to receive disability assistance if he is, in the opinion of the local board, so disabled that he is unable to earn a livelihood and has been certified by a medical officer as being disabled. The current disability assistance grant of $2,000 per month is substantially lower than the minimum wage of $3,553.33 per month for a standard 40-hour week. So for those who genuinely cannot work, this creates significant financial strain and increases the risk of long-term poverty. So it may be timely to consider another increase in the level of the disability assistance to support the basic needs of these citizens. At the same time, employment remains one of the most powerful tools for empowerment. And I'm sure the Honourable Minister of Labour will agree with me. Many recipients of the disability grant are willing and able to participate fully in the workforce, but face barriers related to hiring practices, accessibility in the workplace, and transportation. So persons with disabilities don't really want more grants, they want more work, more decent work, and more employment opportunity. Given that persons with disabilities represent on average 6% of the national population, the question arises as to why they do not represent 6% of the workforce, especially in government offices. It is worth reflecting on how a more inclusive recruitment, particularly within the public service, might help ensure that our workforce reflects the diversity of our society. If even a fraction of these citizens were able to secure meaningful employment, the state would save millions of dollars in disability assistance grants, while also gaining tax revenue and national insurance contributions. In this sense, investment in accessibility and inclusive employment practices is not only socially responsible, it is economically sound. The Ministry of Labour's National Employment Service is well positioned to support this transition by matching employers with qualified job seekers, including persons with disabilities, who bring unique perspectives, valuable skills, and innovative thinking to the workplace. Again, the National Recruitment Drive, which was recently initiated, provides an opportunity for the government to demonstrate in practical terms that their campaign slogan extends beyond words. This is an opportunity for the government to prove that when UNC wins, persons with disability win. It's an opportunity to prove it, right? Genuine inclusion must be reflected in measurable outcomes. Individuals with disabilities often thrive in the world of work once they are afforded specific accommodations or additional times. Good career options for persons with learning disabilities include photographer, interior designer, hospitality, and food services, and product assembly. And persons with mental disabilities often possess strong interpersonal skills and have a heightened sense of empathy, making them well suited to jobs that include help desk support, data entry, musicians. But mental health disorders carry a significant stigma. So I want to speak a bit about schizophrenia, a chronic but treatable mental health disorder. With appropriate care, therapy, and social support, many people with schizophrenia can manage their symptoms and lead meaningful and productive lives. However, research indicates that although 1% of the general population is affected by schizophrenia, the condition reaches an alarming 20% among the homeless. Individuals dealing with schizophrenia often face financial instability, partly due to challenges in securing decent work. This may negatively impact housing security, leading them to being homeless. The structure and predictability of work can be beneficial for managing the symptoms of schizophrenia. Suitable jobs that leverage their strengths include animal shelter worker, warehouse worker, gardener, landscaper, baker, pastry chef, or night watchman. So I encourage the government to include these persons in their national recruitment drive. Physical disabilities often come with challenges related to accessibility, but with the rise of remote work, the physically disabled have more options to explore job opportunities.
Honourable Senator, a procedural motion is required to be moved. At this time, I call on the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 48.4, I beg to move that the debate on the private member's motion number 1 be adjourned to allow for debate on the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the debate on the private member's motion number 1 be adjourned to allow for debate on the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Before calling on the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, I think it's an appropriate time for us to suspend for lunch. This sitting is now suspended until 25 minutes to 3. Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to regulate the conduct of business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset service providers be now read a second time. Mr. President, before I get into my contribution, and please permit me, based on the technical nature of this bill, to refer to my notes. I just want from the outset to thank the Governor of the Central Bank, his team, the Attorney General and his team and members of the CPC, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission and the association, various associations and members who would have met and collaborated on ensuring that their contributions and their suggestions were included in the formation of the amendments that we are going to be adding to the bill today. So, Mr. President, there is a list of amendments that were circulated that seek to make very minor typographical changes to the bill. The majority of amendments were passed in the House of Representatives on Friday, the 21st November 2025, based on inputs from the sector, virtual assets practitioners, regulators, and as well the Honorable Attorney General and Governor of the Central Bank. So I'll get into those shortly, but I just again wanted to thank them for their contribution and for working collaboratively with the government underlying the rationale of this bill and all the inputs therein. So, Mr. President, this bill is part of a package of new legislation being introduced ahead of Trinidad and Tobago's assessment by the Caribbean Action Task Force, CFATF, in March 2026. Trinidad and Tobago is the first CFATF member to be assessed under the 5th round mutual evaluation process. Mr. President, I would like to emphasize that the passage of this bill is part of a comprehensive initiative to keep Trinidad and Tobago off the CFATF's grey list due to insufficient compliance with the 40 Financial Action Task Force FATF regulations or recommendations. On the other hand, it is possible that a country that does not achieve a high technical compliance rating may end up on an international cooperation review group list, where it will be given a year observation period to work with the CFATF to address deficiencies before possible public identification as not fully compliant. Such public identification could place Trinidad and Tobago at risk of a number of things, including disruption of corresponding banking relationships, de-risking by foreign financial institutions, restrictive measures by multilateral institutions and development partners, reputational damage that undermines foreign direct investment, capital flows, and trade facilitation, and increased vulnerabilities to financial crimes, corruption, and terrorist or proliferation financing. Mr. President, anti-money laundering, counterterrorism financing, counter-proliferation financing of weapons of mass destruction package of legislation is necessary to demonstrate Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to maintaining a robust, transparent, and well-regulated financial system in alignment with international standards. Further, the implementation of the said legislation would require and result in significant capacity building among institutions such as the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. This government has been hard at work facilitating all that is required to ensure technical compliance and effective implementation of the FATF 40 revised recommendations. And since taking office, Mr. President, we have introduced and passed the Counter-Proliferation Financing Act, an act to provide for implementation of the recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force with respect to measures to counter-proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters, introduced and passed the Miscellaneous Provision FATF Compliance Act 2025, an act that amends several pieces of legislation to introduce sweeping changes required to bring our country in line with FATF 40 revised recommendations. Additionally, procured the proclamation of the Miscellaneous Provision FATF Compliance Act 2025 with effect from November 17, 2025 through Her Excellency. We also procured the proclamation of certain sections of the Miscellaneous Provision FATF Compliance Act 2024 with effect from November 17, 2025 through Her Excellency. Procured the proclamation of certain sections of the Miscellaneous Provision FATF Compliance Act 2020 with effect from November 17, 2025, again through Her Excellency. Procured the proclamation of certain sections of the Miscellaneous Provision FATF Compliance Act 2020, prepared and made the Counter-Proliferation Financing 2025 regulation, and procured the preparation and making of the economic sanctions implementation of the United Nations Resolution on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Amendment Order 2025, through Her Excellency. So, Mr. President, this government understands that the regulators are now ready for further provisions of miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Act 2020, and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Act 2024, to be proclaimed, and this will be brought shortly before our Cabinet for approval. Mr. President, in relation to this bill, it is meant to address the revised Recommendation 15 in relation to the emergence of new technologies. For the benefit of the listening public, the recommendation reads, to manage and mitigate the risk emerging from virtual assets, countries should ensure that virtual asset service providers are regulated for AML and CFT purposes, and licensed or registered and subject to effective systems for monitoring and ensuring compliance with the relevant measures called for in the FATF recommendations. Further, the Financial Action Task Force, Mr. President, has issued no less than 5 reports on this area that are as follows. 1. Asset Service Providers, June 27, 2023. 3. Status of implementation of Recommendation 15 by FATF members and jurisdictions, which materially important VASP activity, March 28, 2024. 4. Virtual assets, targeted update on implementation of the FATF standards on VAS and VASPs, July 9, 2024. And 5th, FATF urges stronger global action to address illicit finance risk in virtual assets, June 26, 2025. Mr. President, I'm advised that these critical reports have been considered in the drafting of this bill. So permit me, Mr. President, to explain the linkage between Recommendation 15 and the objective of this bill. According to the Financial Action Task Force, virtual assets, crypto assets, refer to any digital representation of value that can be digitally traded, transferred, or used for payment. It does not include digital representation of fiat currencies. To ensure that the government is not misquoted, it is therefore important to highlight that the bill does not effect any transfer of currency that is issued by a recognized government, for instance, United States dollars, Canadian dollars, British pound sterling, and euros. However, it seeks to regulate activities relative to cryptocurrency, such as Bitcoin. So, Mr. President, the FATF continues in advice to state virtual assets have many potential benefits and dangers. They have the scope to make payments easier, faster, and cheaper, and provide alternative methods for those without access to regular financial products. However, they are largely unregulated and also have the potential to become worthless and are vulnerable to cyber attacks and scams. So, Mr. President, the guidance continue, and I quote, without proper regulation, virtual assets also risk becoming a safe haven for the financial transactions of criminals and terrorists. The FATF have been closely monitoring developments in the cryptosphere and has issued global binding standards to prevent the misuse of virtual assets for money laundering and terrorist financing. In recent years, some countries have started to regulate the sector, while others have prohibited virtual assets altogether. However, the majority of countries are yet to implement effective regulations. These gaps in the global regulatory system have created significant loopholes that can be exploited by criminals, terrorists, and rogue regimes. So, Mr. President, given these grave concerns surrounding virtual assets, this bill is necessary to properly regulate virtual assets. It does that by firstly implementing a prohibition on virtual assets activity for a period of 1 year, subject to the implementation of a regulatory sandbox. Mr. President, there is a position statement by the Virtual Assets Working Group that was published around the time this bill was first introduced into the House of Representatives on September 12, 2025. Mr. President, since the publication of that statement by the Virtual Assets Working Group, the Honourable Minister of Finance instructed the Ministry of Finance to coordinate with regulators the Attorney General's office to hold discussion with the Virtual Assets Working Group. And again, I want to thank them for their willingness to meet with us, and I was privileged to be part of one of those sessions. Mr. President, in discussions with all relevant parties, it was identified that a questionnaire which was issued to the sector by the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission did not receive a response from them prior to the first version of the bill being piloted. During the discussion with the Virtual Assets Working Group, it was acknowledged by them that inputs from the sector should have been provided to the regulators or the regulator earlier rather than on the introduction of the bill, which was then before the House of Representatives. Such actions would have informed better policy decision at the time this bill was first introduced. Moreover, in relation to the points raised in the position statement, which have now all been resolved in light of the passage of the bill in the House of Representatives, it is important to highlight the following points. One, the prohibition. Although the FATF recommendation 15 does not require a prohibition to virtual asset service providers, the prohibition is being pursued to permit sufficient time for the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commission to establish a licensing regime and is being tempered with the introduction of a regulatory sandbox through the list of amendments. This should be understood not only on the basis of technical compliance with the FATF recommendation 15, but also on effectiveness, the ability to demonstrate that Trinidad and Tobago has successfully operationalized the law. In other words, to pass the technical and effectiveness requirements, prohibition at this stage will be much easier for us to achieve as a country, given the extremely tight timelines concerning our upcoming mutual evaluation exercise, which again is to be held in March of 2026. Additionally, concerns with the definition of virtual assets. The definition is required to be wide enough to cover all virtual assets. Disproportionate penalties. These penalties are consistent with those under the Securities Act, Section 62, 98, 165.4, 165A3. Advertising offense. An advertising offense is necessary for proper regulation and illustrated through our own real-world experiences. Lack of redress. Seeking a restraining order, injunctive or equitable relief does require the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission to invoke the jurisdiction of the court and therefore pays regard to due process. Additionally, the clause does not create any new remedies, powers for the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission, so there is no real force at this point. So, Mr. President, the comprehensive list of amendments passed in the House is as a result of the tireless work of regulators seeking to strike a balance between the submission made by the sector and ensuring compliance with the FATF 40 revised recommendations. In the interest of time, Mr. President, allow me to just go through the bill clause by clause. Clause 1, Mr. President, of the bill is a short title, which is cited as the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2025. Clause 2 of the bill contains the interpretation clause that helps to define virtual assets activity, virtual asset service provider, regulatory sandbox and sandbox participant, as these terms may now be new to some persons. Mr. President, Clause 3 of the bill enables the Commission to facilitate regulatory oversight of emerging risks in the virtual asset sector under AML, CFT, and CPF laws administered or supervised by the Commission. Clause 4 of the bill, Mr. President, prohibits any person from conducting virtual assets activities in or from within Trinidad and Tobago unless authorized by the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission to do so, or the person holds a certificate of acceptance to operate in a regulatory sandbox under Clause 5 of the bill. The clause also set out what are virtual assets activities and goes on to prohibit the Commission from granting authorization to conduct virtual assets activities on or before the 31st December 2026. So, Mr. President, Clause 4 of the bill provides that if there is a license or certificate of registration issued under another written law prior to the commencement of this Act, that license or certificate does not have the effect of permitting any virtual asset activity. Further, Clause 4.7 of the bill provides that persons who have been carrying out virtual assets activities before the commencement of this Act must, within 1 month of the commencement of this Act, notify the Commission in writing that it is carrying out such activity and cease any activity within 3 months of the commencement of this Act. Mr. President, Clause 4.12 creates an offence if any person carrying out virtual asset activity before the commencement of this Act fails to inform the Commission of said activities. Such persons will be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $125,000. Further, Clause 4.13 provides for penalties, individuals and companies and non-incorporated bodies for breach of Clause 4.1 and Clause 4.7, while Clause 4.14 provides for defences. Mr. President, Clause 5 of the bill establishes the regulatory sandbox for virtual asset service providers which were operating before the commencement of this bill, to be authorized by the Commission to conduct certain virtual asset activities under certain conditions during the period set out in Clause 4. The Commission has been mandated to administer and oversee the regulatory sandbox, which means that the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission is responsible a number of areas, including but not limited to receiving and processing applications for participation in the sandbox, collecting data and reports from participants, approving or refusing application, granting, suspending, or revoking certificates of acceptance, issuing regulatory instruments, issuing rules of procedures, regulations, guidelines, or standards for the effective implementation, supervision, and enforcement of the regulatory sandbox. Clause 6, Mr. President, signifies and details how existing virtual asset service providers may apply to the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commissions to be included in the regulatory sandbox. Most importantly, and I trust the sector takes due notice, applications must be made within 30 days, within a 30-day period from the date of commencement of the Act, or in other words, the date on which the Act is assented to. Clause 7, Mr. President, of the bill sets out the process for which the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission would issue a certificate of acceptance. It outlines the criteria that the Commission must follow and establish a 45 business day period for the Commission to issue a certificate of acceptance where the applicant meet all the requirements. Mr. President, under this clause, the Commission is also entitled to set conditions and restrictions on the activities that include, but not limited to, the number and type of customers to whom the virtual asset service or product may be offered, or volume transactions, ongoing AML, CFT, or CFP, or CPF compliance, advertising, and value of amount of virtual assets, service, or products offered to customers. Mr. President, Clause 7 also entitles the Commission to refuse to grant a certificate of acceptance where the applicant, its senior officer, or controller have provided false information to the Commission or been charged with or convicted of an offence, of a criminal offence. Mr. President, there is also the power to revise terms of a certificate, subject, of course, to proper redress by the person. Clause 8 of the bill mandates the Commission to establish a register of virtual asset service providers that is open to the public. Clause 9 of the bill identifies the requirements that a sandbox participant must adhere to, which includes but is not limited to complying with all AML, CFT, CPF preventative measures, holding accounts in a bank in Trinidad and Tobago, maintaining a registered office in Trinidad and Tobago, and ensure that marketing and promotional materials are fair, clear, transparent, and not misleading. Clause 10 of the bill, Mr. President, establishes the record-keeping requirements of the sandbox participants, which are in keeping with frameworks for AML, CFT, CPF. Mr. President, Clause 11 of the bill sets out the conditions under which a certificate of acceptance will expire. This includes, but is not limited to, voluntary exit from the sandbox participant and cancellation of the certificate by the Commission. Clause 12 of the bill establishes the basis on which the Commission may revoke or suspend a certificate of acceptance. This includes, but is not limited to, instances where there have been contravention of AML, CFT, CPF laws, contravention of the Act or its regulations, misleading information was forwarded to the Commission in support of a certificate of acceptance, and the sandbox participant is bankrupt or insolvent. Mr. President, enshrined in this clause is the natural justice principle of due process and opportunity to be heard. Clause 13 of the bill introduces the power to suspend or revoke a certificate of acceptance in two very exceptional circumstances, without prior notice, but still preserving the right of the sandbox participant to file complaint to the Commission, requiring the Commission to confirm the action taken. These circumstances arise, firstly, where the Commission is satisfied that the conduct or activities of the sandbox participant poses or are likely to pose an imminent or significant risk to consumers or market integrity, or AML, CFT, CPF preventative measures. These are the additional requirements in the first scenario that urgent action is necessary to protect the stability of the financial system, and delay would be contrary to the public interest. The second scenario is where the Commission reasonably suspects fraudulent activity or other criminal conduct or such other grounds as may be prescribed. Mr. President, this clause also permits an aggrieved sandbox participant to apply to the Commission for a review or reconsideration of the decision accompanied by additional information. Clause 14 of the bill provides for persons dissatisfied with the decision by the Commission to suspend or revoke a certificate of acceptance to appeal the decision to the High Court. Mr. President, this ensures that there is judicial supervision over decisions of the Commission. Clause 15 of the bill simply allows for a sandbox participant to apply to surrender the certificate of acceptance on such terms and conditions as the Commission considers necessary. Clause 16 of the bill gives the Commission the power to conduct compliance review or any other review of the sandbox participant and charge reasonable fees for such reviews. Importantly, the Commission may authorize a person in writing through the Commission's CEO to perform the compliance review. This is necessary to ensure that the compliance review is properly and competently conducted and is not limited by the current resources of the Commission. Mr. President, the findings of the compliance review permits the Commission to take action through the request for further documentation or clarification, compliance direction notices and enforcement action, inclusive of making reports to the Commissioner of Police. Mr. President, this ensures that sandbox participants are actively monitored and regulated. Clause 17 of the bill provides for 4 scenarios through which a certificate of acceptance expires, and these are voluntary exit by the virtual asset service provider, termination or suspension, cancellation, and 4, the expiration of the regulatory sandbox period as may be specified by the Commission. Clause 18 of the bill sets out the details to be included in a notice of contravention issued by the Commission in accordance with Clause 7.7 of the bill. It provides that information including, but not limited to, the description of the conduct given rise to concern, the applicable sections of the Act being contravened, the required remedial action, and the time within which to execute remedial action are to be included in the notice. Clause 19 of the bill prohibits advertisement inviting the public to participate in any of the virtual asset activities other than by a person licensed by the Commission. The clause goes on to set out what would constitute an advertisement and also sets out the penalties for issuing a prohibited advertisement. Provision is also made for a defense to a charge for an offense under this clause, where it is proved that the person is the person whose business it is to publish or to arrange for the publication of advertisements, and that he received the advertisement in the ordinary course of business and did not know and had no reason to suspect that the publication would constitute such an offense. Clause 20 of the bill provides for the confidentiality of the information received by the Commission and staff of the Commission. Clause 21 of the bill provides that where the Commission is satisfied that the person is carrying on the business of a virtual asset service provider, in contravention of Clause 4, the Commission may issue a written direction to them requiring to cease the carrying out of the activities and such other actions as the Commission may determine. So, Mr. President, the notice may be subject to the virtual asset service provider being afforded the opportunity to make representations, except in urgent situations where delay would not be in the public interest, and there is also recourse for appeal before the High Court for the Commission's decisions or findings. Mr. President, provided that the virtual asset service provider has not pursued those reliefs, the Commission may seek a restraining order or other injunctive relief to prohibit the continued violation or prevent the activities or course of conduct in question or any other action, or the Commission may pursue any other remedy which may be provided under any written law. Mr. President, finally, there is also the creation of an offence where a person fails to comply with the Commission's direction. Clause 22 of the bill empowers the Commission to consult, cooperate, and provide confidential information to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, or any other entity in Trinidad and Tobago in order to minimize duplication of effort and maximize the protection of consumers and users of virtual assets. Further, Clause 22(3) of the bill permits the Commission to enter into a memorandum of association with any agency or regulatory body referred to in Clause 22(1) of the bill to provide information to and receive information from in furtherance of the purposes of this Act or any matter under this Act. Notably, the absence of a memorandum of understanding does not limit the Commission's ability to share information. Mr. President, Clause 23 of the bill provides for persons aggrieved by any decision of the Commission to make a complaint to the Commission in writing containing any allegations in the form and manner determined by the Commission. The Commission may receive and consider the complaints to take action, investigate, conduct surveillance, enforcement, or any other action. Mr. President, Clause 24 of the bill provides that all affected parties may apply for an internal review of the decision of the Commission. The Commission may, on its own motion or on an application, review any decision it made pursuant to delegated authority under Clause 3. The review shall be conducted based on written submission unless the Commission advises otherwise. This clause gives the Commission the power to set aside, vary, or confirm the decision under review or make such decisions as it considers appropriate. Clause 25, Mr. President, of the bill gives the Commission the power to issue administrative fines to sandbox participants for breaches of applicable obligations under the AML, CFT, or CPF laws that the Commission administers. Pursuant to this clause, the Commission may follow procedure schedules and apply applicable powers considered by the said laws. Mr. President, it is an important aspect of our AML, CFT, and CPF framework where the Financial Action Task Force is calling for regulators to have sufficient powers to impose administrative sanctions under the framework legislation. Clause 26 of the bill permits the Commission to prepare and publish notices, guidance, and bulletins for the purpose of assisting with compliance and any matter it considers necessary to give effect to this Act. The Commission may, by resolution, determine the form, content, and publication of notices, guidance, and bulletins. Further, the Commission may publicize the virtual assets service providers which notified the Commission under Clause 4 that they exist, cease activities and/or are under a cease or corrective direction. Clause 27 of the bill gives the Minister of Finance the power to make regulations or the recommendations of the Commission for a variety of purposes. And let me just say that again, Mr. President. Clause 27 of the bill gives the Minister of Finance the power to make regulations on the recommendation of the Commission for a variety of purposes, and said regulations will be subject to the negative resolution of Parliament. So, Mr. President, we on this side are confident that given the fact that the regulation making power is subject to the recommendation of the Commission, which is an independent commission, there is sufficient balance of power in making regulations under this Act. And finally, Mr. President, Clause 28 of the bill sets out a list of consequential amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, Anti-Terrorism Act, Counter-Proliferation Act, Financing Act, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, and Securities Act that are necessary to assist with the regulation of virtual asset service provider sector. So, Mr. President, members, this bill will support the government's initiative to satisfy the technical compliance requirements across all 40 FATF recommendations to meet the effectiveness requirement of the FATF standards. I beg all members to support this bill, and with Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable members, honourable senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers be now read a second time. Senator Faris Al-Rawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to join in this debate piloted by my friend, the Honourable Minister Dr. Kennedy Swaratsingh. Let me at the outset state that having had the responsibility for many, many years to treat with the FATF obligations for Trinidad and Tobago, I certainly am of the view that anything that is within our power to cause compliance with the FATF obligations so as to make sure that our country is not de-risked, debanked, or negatively treated is certainly a very solemn obligation upon all of us. I therefore start off by making those opening remarks to indicate the sincerity with which I take this debate. I know and appreciate the world of FATF extremely well. I've spent over 16 years in this Parliament consecutively and 9.5 years involved in the drafting of these laws. I say that because I think that the Minister has had a very difficult obligation to pilot this bill. The bill is 26 clauses long. It is 42 pages long. It creates an originating piece of law, which is this bill, the Virtual Assets Bill, but it amends 5 acts in a very serious way. It amends the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Countering Proliferation of Financing Act, the Financial Intelligence Units Act, and the Securities Act. Normally, in bills that I have piloted, which is nearly all of the FATF bills, I ensured that every senator was provided with a marked-up track change version of the law that we were creating. That was the standard that we came because this is a very complex piece of law to understand. And today, Mr. President, we are asking the Senate to create an original piece of legislation which has serious impact. And therefore, I would urge my learned colleague, if the government can kindly consider, because I know that the government itself has this material, it is produced by the CPC's department so that the ministers can read the law and make sense, to please share that work with the Senate. That's what I certainly did. Recommendation number 1. Recommendation number 2 is this is a law which we must treat with. In treating with recommendation 15 of the FATF recommendations, we have to achieve something called technical compliance. We have to have a law that treats with something, but we need to have also an immediate outcome. We need to be effective. The assessment that is coming upon us in March of 2026 will be twofold, therefore. Do you have a law that treats with this, and is it effective? The only way that we can have the law become effective, because this is a very recent modification of Recommendation 15, is in fact to have a form of licensing. The Honourable Minister was frank and correct in saying that Recommendation 15 does not say that you must ban virtual assets. The requirement is that you have a registration and licensing regime for virtual assets for all of the good reasons as to why you should. After all, virtual assets are capable of exploitation for nefarious purposes, but there are risks inherent in it. For instance, if you lose your wallet key, the algorithms that allow you access to the asset, etc., there can be drama. It is, of course, the closest thing to a bearer instrument, a negotiable instrument, which is an instrument that has value but has no owner, like a dollar bill, and therefore it is something that has to be regulated. I dare say that I believe that there is enough time for us to license. I want to focus on that word license for a moment, because I respectfully believe that this law does not necessarily categorize the correct form of what we should be doing today. We have until the last week of March to have a proper licensing regime in place. Now, what does this bill do? This bill says that a virtual asset, which is defined, and I have no problems with the definition of a virtual asset which is defined, which is any representation of value or money, but does not mean an electronic version of fiat or currency. So automatic transfers, electronic fund transfers, all of that is aside. A virtual asset is going to be, when in the hands of a virtual asset provider, that is somebody who is in the business of dealing with virtual assets, that is going to be prohibited. The bill specifically says that, and this is in clause 4 of the bill, there's a very critical carve-out. Nothing in subsection 1 of 4 prevents a person. Now, a person in law, if you borrow the Interpretation Act, includes a company, unregistered entity, an individual. So this person, because we have not defined person in the law, so we must go to the Interpretation Act, this person could be any form of representation, a natural person or an entity. Nothing will prevent a person who owns a virtual asset from purchasing goods or services using the virtual asset, tick that box, that's good, or B, from buying a virtual asset from another person or selling a virtual asset which he owns to another person, provided that such activities are not conducted as a business or on behalf of another person. Now, I've started there, Mr. President, because I wanted to convey the very simplest form of property. By reading section 4, subsection 6, we're treating with the property. This property, this virtual asset, is being fettered today by this law. You can only use it to buy goods and services, or you can only sell it or buy one. You cannot do whatever else you do with assets of this type. You can't mortgage it. You cannot pledge it. You cannot hypothecate it. And therefore, it is a fetter on the right to property. I say that, and I now move to another aspect that I wish to bring up front into the debate. Any virtual asset provider is mandated if you are in existence before the commencement of this act. So this act, if it's passed and it's assented to, it becomes law automatically. If you have at any time for 3 months prior to the commencement of the act been in the position of a virtual asset provider, that is, you're in the business, you're a third party. Specifically, if you are holding the algorithm key to a virtual asset, you're in the business. Now, what is the algorithm key? That's the key to the wallet, the virtual wallet. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible as to what a virtual asset is. If you're in the business of a third party conducting transfers, movements, etc., you're in the business of being a virtual asset provider. This law says you must do 2 things. Number 1, at the commencement, you must roll up and say, I, under section 4.7, I'm in the business, I'm notifying you pursuant to section 4.7a that I'm in the business. And you have a time frame, 1 month from the commencement of the act, to notify that you're in the business. And 2, you must, within 3 months and 14 days, you must get out of the business or register to be in the sandbox. You cannot conduct business unless you are in the sandbox. The sandbox is a regulated, fenced-off area in law, which this bill creates. And this sandbox allows only people who have already been in business to enter the sandbox. So a new entrant cannot come into the provisions of this law until after the passage of December 31st, 2026. But a person who was in business, even if they no longer want to be in business and they don't seek to go into the sandbox, they are mandated to make the records, data, transaction records available to the Commission or law enforcement upon request. That's Section 4, Clause 4, subsection 9, D and E. The Data Protection Act says in its definition that financial records are sensitive personal information. The Constitution says that you have the right to private life and family life. The Constitution speaks to the right to property, enjoyment of property, not to be deprived thereof except by due process. The Constitution speaks to the equality of law and equality of process of law. So we are up front saying in this law, your property right, not caught by this law, not a virtual asset provider, your property right is going to be fettered because you can only buy and sell a virtual asset. You can only buy goods and services. You can't do anything else with it. Your second right that is being affected is your right to information, your right to privacy of information, both under the Constitution and under the Data Protection Act. We are taking this law and we're saying we're going to establish a regulator for this purpose. The regulator is going to be the Securities Exchange Commission, established under the Securities Act. This regulator is going to have all of the powers with respect to virtual asset providers that are contained under the Securities Act. In particular, you're going to have the power to call for information, summon, enter property, demand information, and when you get to that, Mr. President, there is no prescription that you must do that with a warrant. You must do that with judicial permission. In fact, if you don't, in the first instance I gave earlier, that is, you're not going into the business, you were in existence, you don't want to go into the business, if you don't give up the information that they ask you for, in Section 4, Clause 4, you are subjected to an offense being triggered. And a person who fails to comply, if you're an individual, is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5 million and imprisonment for 5 years for a summary offense. I'll come to that later. And to a continuing offense of $500,000 for every day on which the offense continues. $500,000 a day. If you are an individual, that is the case. If you're a company, it's summary conviction to a fine of $5 million, continuing offense $500,000, and every senior officer of that company is liable on summary conviction, $5 million, 5 years imprisonment, and continuing offense $500,000 a day. When we get, Mr. President, to the provisions further down in the Act, and we look to collection of data, Clause 5.1. Let's look at Clause 5.1. In Clause 5.1, you have the regulatory sandbox. You must be operating prior. In Clause 5.3, 3, subsection C, the entity must give such data and reports as the sandbox regulator requires. When we get to the provisions of entry, and forgive me, Mr. President, because the marked up bill is very different from the first one that I looked at, so I'm reading overlays of contributions. But when we get to clause 16B, and if you permit me to put this on the record, if I get to clause 16B, an officer or the agent or agent of the commission duly authorized in writing by the CEO may do certain things. Subsection 3, for the purposes of compliance review or otherwise, an authorized officer may, during business hours, upon providing reasonable written notice to the sandbox participant, enter the business premises and inspect, make copies, examine property, take records, require an officer or agent of the sandbox to provide information and explanations. And if you do not comply with that, Mr. President, you trip an offense again, criminal sanctions. Now, you'd note, Mr. President, that last point that I raised. You come in to a sandbox participant and you tell them you have to answer these questions under penalty of law. There's another constitutional right, which is the right against self-incrimination. So far I'm flagging the right to property, the right to equality of treatment, the right to private and family life, the right against self-incrimination. But let's stick a pin now. The reason why I mentioned that the SEC, the Commission, as the regulator, using the powers of the Securities Act are here, is that when you go to the Securities Act, Mr. President, it is a very specifically drafted piece of law. First of all, the Securities Act was passed with a special majority. This act has no special majority. Now, it's true that not every right in the Constitution, a Section 4, Section 5 right, which include property, equality of treatment, right against self-incrimination, for example. It is true, pursuant to the authority of Suraj, Dominic Suraj, and the Attorney General and the Privy Council, which upheld Surat and Lady Hale's very famous dicta, paragraph 55 of her judgment. Not every 4 and 5 right must have necessarily a 3/5 majority. If it is demonstrated that there is proportionality, you can perhaps escape that. I have a genuine concern, Mr. President, having said that I wish to support law that will take us out of the proverbial legislative bamboo of the FATF and the CFATF. I have a genuine concern that we are not demonstrating by appropriate measures in the law, the bill which we have, the required proportionality to escape the formula of a 3/5 majority. Why? I read the provisions of clause 16. How can you enter into a registrant's premises without a warrant? When the first comparator that you look to in the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, clause section 18 of that act, has a similar provision, but nowhere in there is there the ability to go in without consent to do the things that you do, or if it is you go in the face of getting a no, if there's no consent, or you go for a warrant from a judge, not a warrant from a magistrate. Because you cannot compare a virtual asset provider under this law to a registrant under the Securities Act. The registrant under the Securities Act is a very different creature, and that registrant, which has laws to be followed under the Securities Act, the powers of entry, seizure, right against self-incrimination are clothed with a 3/5 majority specifically for that law. And therefore, we have a very serious concern. Now, Mr. President, had the government come here and said that to enter the sandbox, we're going to ask you to apply for a license of a particular type, we'd be in a different situation. We could probably get to proportional requirement obviating the need for a 3/5 majority. And let me explain what I mean. In the provisions of other laws and laws which I have drafted, I take, for example, the Cannabis Control Authority. I take, for example, the Real Estate Agents Act. I take, for example, the Scrap Iron Dealers Act. What we did there is to say, you will apply for a license to be in the sandbox, and I'm transforming it into the context of this bill. What we say here in this law is that you must apply for a certificate. But nowhere in that certificate that we're asking the application process to be taken into account on this bill do we do like the other laws I've just mentioned, which is to say you must consent up front if you want to be in this game to the power to enter, the power for your documents to be seized, the power for copies, and the power to answer questions. That is how we passed licensing requirements under cannabis control, under scrap iron dealers, where we made it a condition of the license. You want to be in the game, you want to be in the sandbox, consent up front. That would take care of the registrants in the sandbox who agree to give consent. You could step aside from the 3/5 majority, but it does not take care of the people who don't seek to register themselves to become participants in the sandbox and who end at the assent 3 months and 14 days after, say, I'm not in the game, and then knock, knock, knock. The commission comes on their door and says, give me your documents and give me your papers and answer questions without a warrant, with no 3/5 majority. No, sir, you cannot do that in law. And I don't say that lightly. I think if we were to amend this law to have the requirement that the license gives consent, we have umpteen precedents to do that in our own laws. Maybe we can get there. We have another issue as to proportionality. How do we explain an argument that comes to us against excessive criminalization? You have a summary offense of $5 million, $5 million and 5 years imprisonment with a continuing offense for each day of $125,000 for a summary offense? There are summary offenses like that right there in the Securities Act. But that is for a different type of actor. Those are market actors, large-scale institutions. Do you know who is caught by this, Mr. President? Anybody who makes the mistake. Look at Clause 4. Look at Clause 4 of the bill. Clause 4 says, Clause 4.2, business of a VASP, a virtual asset service provider, includes the conduct of one or more of the following activities for and on behalf of another person. Exchange between a virtual asset and a fiat currency. You're taking Bitcoin and you're getting cash. So you go to somebody who takes a Bitcoin and gets cash, well, they get caught. The exchange between one or more forms of virtual assets. You change from Bitcoin to another type of cryptocurrency, you go through a third party, they get caught. The transfer of virtual assets. Anybody in the transfer for a business? Well, who is a lawyer? If you came to a lawyer and you said, listen, I want to do an assignment of my Bitcoin, and I want to do it in a particular way in vouching the transaction, is the lawyer guilty? The lawyer's in business. The lawyer's assisted with the transfer. Is a lawyer who is handling a transaction where the security for the transaction is a virtual asset in trouble? How can you not give the full right in respect of the asset of the individual? Remember, I said earlier, Mr. President, that the person that owns a cryptocurrency, a coin, could use it for goods and services, pay for goods and services, or buy a coin or sell a coin. But what happens if you do that through a third party who's a lawyer? That trips the law. The safekeeping or administration of virtual assets or instruments enabling control. That's the key keeper. Because the danger in cryptocurrency is that when you lose your key, you lose the money. And many people have lost their keys on a hard drive, on a thumb drive, on other aspects. But when we are looking to participation in and provision of financial services related to the offer of an issuer, Mr. President, we are getting into serious trouble when you look at what the summary offenses are. $5 million, 5 years, $125 a day. What if it is somebody, and I know of some very young people who invested their money into cryptocurrency, what happens to that small person? It's true that the law is that the expression of a fine is a maximum sum and it can be graduated down, but it still is an excessive criminalization for a summary offense where you cannot use, in my respectful view, the example from the Securities Act of $5 million for a summary offense, because you're not comparing apples with apples. The market actors under the securities industry are not the same as somebody holding a Bitcoin. And therefore, we are overkilling the situation in all sincerity. We've been given a law, we have no track change comments, we don't see the law in context. It was passed in the House with 46 pages of amendments coming after the Speaker had piloted the bill, for heaven's sake, Mr. President. We can't pass law like that. This Senate is going to be called upon, Mr. President, to pass a serious piece of law. And I want to know if we honestly can answer to ourselves to say we have actually read and understand the law that we are passing today. I have just told you, Mr. President, I have 16 years experience in this area, 9 years as the drafter of laws, and I had a very hard time following this law. The amendments to the Anti-Terrorism Act, which include amendments to Section 22B. I know what Section 22B is. That's listing requirements for entities. How many people here can tell me they know, Honorable Senator, do you know what, Senator, through you, Mr. President, what Section 22B of the Anti-Terrorism Act is, and you're the pilot of the motion? In all sincerity, it is true that you will not know. You couldn't possibly know. And that is no offense to the Honorable Senator. He's a well-lettered and well-learned man, and surely is not to be put into that position. But we are dealing with serious law. So my second point, apart from the constitutionality of the law, and the failure to use a consent with license provision, which would solve one half of the equation, is that there is excessive criminalization. Mm-hmm. Let's get to another very serious position. The Securities Act allows for the operationalization through agents. When you read it, you'll see in the Act the term agent, an authorized officer or agent. Well, who is an agent? Who is this agent that's going to arrive at your door, knock, 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 give me your information now, or face $5 million, 5 years, and $125,000 a day? I know for a fact that there are many people that are using cryptocurrency right now to solve their Forex problems. Yeah. Many people in this country are using cryptocurrency to pay for their goods. Where do we go, Mr. President? Do we pass a law today where we know that the trading to solve a genuine issue in Forex being experienced in the Caribbean right now, Mr. President, we are going to hit many traders of goods and services in this country who are using their hard-earned investments, their property rights in cryptocurrency are now being treated with in a severely restricted way, even though they are not service providers. Their money is only allowed to buy and sell goods and services and buy a coin or sell a coin. You can't do anything else with it. The broker in trouble, the bank in trouble, everybody who will be connected with the business is in trouble. But Mr. President, this law seeks to, by VAPs, include administrative fines. Now, administrative fines are a critical position of law. Recommendation 35 of FATF says that you have to introduce administrative fines as an alternative. We've done administrative fines in many laws. And when we go down to administrative fines, Mr. President, I would like to take you to, is it clause 23? Let's go to clause 23. Clause 23. Notwithstanding any other provision contained in this Act, the Commission may apply the framework under AML, CFT, CPF laws to sandbox participants, including issuing administrative fines to sandbox participants for breaches of applicable obligations under those laws, not this Act. So you have administrative fines and penalties in satisfaction of Recommendation 35 of FATF in the Anti-Terrorism Act, in the Securities Exchange Parent Law Securities Act, in the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, in the Proliferation Financing Act, Economic Sanctions Act. You could name them all. But we have none for this Act. And this Act has a lot of penalties, starting with a summary offense of $5 million and 5 years. But the mental intention to commit a crime, the animus, in addition to the actual commission of the crime, the actus reus, in this law, in some senses, it's okay, because they say you must knowingly do something. But there are other aspects where they say if you had a material omission, without defining what a material aspect of omission could be, which the Securities Act does. The Securities Act tells you what is a material representation or misrepresentation with specificity. We provide no qualification to the mental intention to commit a crime, and you may find yourself in a position where you're bound to say you're guilty because you have no offense, because you left out something, when an administrative penalty would be the appropriate course to take, specified in the usual way by a schedule to the law. But we have no schedule to the law, Mr. President.
10 minutes.
So, Recommendation 35 is insufficiently treated in this law. I have never seen a pass-through clause like this. This is a cut-through clause. Clause 23, we'll apply the AML, CFT administrative fines from other laws. In all my years of reading legislation, I've not come across this particular type of wording. The wording isn't that bad, Mr. President. It's quite novel, is what I'm saying. But it makes us have to consider what is there. For instance, I'll point out, for example, we treat with a company and an individual. Nowhere in this law are we treating with unincorporated entities, legal arrangements, trusts, or partnerships, which is a complete deviation from what we have done in categorizing beneficial ownership and other players. And if you go to the Securities Act, you go to the definition section, you will see a definition for an entity. An entity is specifically defined in law to treat with those other categories of persons. Elsewhere in this bill, we talk about the fact that you must be incorporated in Trinidad and Tobago as a company or continued. Well, what happens if you're duly registered as a part under Part 5 of the Companies Act as an external company?
Give way.
Sure.
Just for clarification, because I know we're having a conversation here. If my learned friend were to look at the definition of person, it includes a company, partnership, trust association, and any other organized group or body, whether incorporated or un. So it's, I suppose that would clear it up.
Thank you to my learned friend for the assistance provided. I drew the example in relation to the criminalization where they say if you are an individual or if you're a company. And therefore, I think that you have proved my very point. So if you look to page 5 of the consolidated version, you look to subparagraph 13 of clause 4. Is it that? Yes, it is. It says, where the person is an individual. And then it goes on to say, the company. The point is that by the treatment of the language, we haven't been perhaps as clear as we can. Perhaps it can be fixed by use of just the person. But we have not treated with the circumstance of a partnership or an unregistered, etc., or legal arrangements such as a trust, which brings me to the other point. Even though we amend the Financial Obligations Regulations 2010 in the schedule to treat with the beneficiary recipient, the originator, that is the people that begin the transaction. We're not capturing in this law anything to deal with the beneficial ownership requirements. It gets to another point. The parent law, the Securities Act, which this commission is going to regulate us with. Section 33 of that act and section 165A of that act. 165A applies the Freedom of Information Act. Section 33 of the Securities Act says that all information that you provide is public. We have not created a private register which disapplies the Freedom of Information Act and disapplies Section 33 of the Securities Act. So we have a big open barn door for action. I want the information, I want the information, I want the information, knock on the door, you don't get it, judicial review, legal proceedings, FOIA moves to JR, JR goes to the High Court goes to the Court of Appeal goes to the Privy Council, Mr. President, but we have not clothed, even though Section 33 of the Securities Act allows for the exercise of discretion in certain circumstances to stop the disclosure, you're still going to be tested. And the way that we treated with that in other licensing regimes that I have drafted is that you create a private register for the use of law enforcement and other agencies, and you create a public register for the rest of the world. But Mr. President, how much? 5. We have another huge problem. The huge problem is in the cooperation with the central bank. And when you go to the cooperation with the central bank, Mr. President, if I can find that clause, the cooperation with the central bank is effectively an intention. It is clause 20 under part 4 miscellaneous on page 18 of the marked up version. The Commission may consult, cooperate with, and provide information, including confidential information obtained under this Act, to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the FIU, any other regulatory agency in Trinidad and Tobago, or any other entity in Trinidad and Tobago, in order to ensure effective oversight of the virtual asset service provider sector under the Act, minimize duplication of effort, etc. That language is nearly equal to what is in Section 19 of the Securities Act. No problems. Subsection 2. The Commission may cooperate with, provide information to, receive information from any of the following entities: other securities or financial regulatory authorities, exchanges, clearing agencies, any person other than an employee of the Commission who acts on behalf or provides services to the Commission. That's lawyers, that's people, etc. Subsection 3, the Commission may enter into a memorandum of understanding with any agency referred to in subsection 1 and any other regulatory body in furtherance of the purposes of this Act or any manner. However, the absence of such memorandum shall not prevent the Commission from sharing information with the person or persons or entities under subsections 1 and 2. That is not in the Securities Act. So we are expressly allowing the sharing of sensitive personal information, financial records, with any entity, even though you don't have a memorandum of understanding. And if you take the gold standard from the Securities Act, I have a deep concern. Thank you, Mr. President, with that. So, Mr. President, with only 2 minutes left, I can tell you, 3, thank you, sir. I can tell you, Mr. President, I think that the bill has gone a very long way to getting us there. It certainly is a dramatically different bill from the original bill laid. The Honourable Minister who piloted explained to us why that happened, that the consultation happened afterwards with certain market actors, and we got the information back from them. I commend the fact that significant amendments were made by the Office of the Attorney General to this law. However, I have deep concerns on a clause-by-clause basis in relation to these things. I think the bill is capable of being remedied. I think if we were to apply a licensing approach where you get the consent up front to the things that you want to do without a warrant and you want to do in cooperation with other entities, I think that you'd cure the problem entirely. I think that you need to add the administrative sanctions in satisfaction of recommendation 35 of FATF in a different formula. I think that there is excessive criminalization that needs to be treated with. I think that we need to bear in mind that there is a difference between a market actor under the Securities Act and an individual. I think the property exploitation in a legitimate way for a Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, which is excluded, has not been excluded completely, because we only give the right to sell or buy a coin or the right to buy goods and services with it. We don't give the other rights associated with money, hypothecation, mortgage, etc. Those things are particularly important when you're looking to maintaining the value of your asset. Why sell a cryptocurrency to use it when you can mortgage the cryptocurrency while its asset is continuing to improve in value? Particularly when you bear in mind that many people are using cryptocurrency legitimately for the payment of services, etc., through very lawful mechanisms. We would like to support the legislation. I think that some more work needs to be done. I don't think it's a lot. I would honestly recommend that the Honourable Minister perhaps entertain some of the suggestions that we've looked at, perhaps have a chat with the drafters, perhaps adjourn the debate if they don't want to go into a special select committee. I can understand that time is of the essence, but there is some work to be done. I look forward to committee stage. There are a number of other things that I'd like to address, but haven't had the opportunity in terms of time. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I get into the meat of my presentation this evening, let me express a concern I raised this morning with the leader of government business. Senator Al-Rawi addressed it a little bit. 48 pages of amendment reached my office at about 12 hours before the sitting started. Absolutely no way any normal, regular person could therefore have paid any true, meaningful attention to this marked up bill. 2 o'clock this morning. Look, I am not a young man. Let me cut it straight. Mr. President, I am not a young man. These acronyms and abbreviations and stuff, all new to me. I had documents all around me, flipping through, flipping what this means, what this means. I have a headache and I'm sleeping out. But we are here to make good law. And I have an obligation as an independent senator to give this my best shot. Please, I'm not a rubber stamp, so I cannot get amendments like this 12 hours before and say yes. I want to say yes, because we have the same objective. We are here to make good law for the good governance of this country. We all love this country. I want to support the efforts. But 12 hours, gentlemen, I am not blaming the government or Senator Al-Rawi. I told you this morning. I'm not blaming you. I understand what may have occurred. But I know time is against us. But we could have probably, let's meet on Friday. Let's sit on Friday instead. I don't understand why the rush had to be today. Yes, Mr. President, I have vented. I think the leader of government business got my point. Mr. President, I see this bill as extremely important. I see the requirements of this bill actually being forced upon us to effect and to put into place. It comes at a time when global finance is not merely evolving, it is accelerating at an extraordinary pace. And the provisions of these bills is presented pursuant to recommendation 15 of the Financial Task Force recommendations. Virtual assets are no longer experimental instruments. They are embedded in global commerce, in cross-border transfers, in investment decisions, and in the daily behavior and actions of citizens who engage in virtual asset transactions at the speed of the internet. Senator Al-Rawi is correct. The crunch on foreign exchange has now caused a lot of people with crypto wallets to be actually buying goods and services to sustain their businesses. Mr. President, in such an environment, regulation, therefore, is not optional. It is essential. And I support the general intention of this bill because it recognizes a simple truth. The digital financial era is not approaching, it is already here. So that when a country takes its first legislative step into this new domain, that step must be firm, deliberate, well anchored, and must be well informed by meaningful consultation. The foundations we lay now will therefore determine the stability of everything we do, going forward and in the future. This is the first step. And Mr. President, Clause 4.1 draws a clear boundary where none existed before. No person may conduct virtual asset activity in or from within Trinidad and Tobago without authorization. No person. A person, a natural person, a corporation, an entity, a trust, no person. This indeed is a clear statement that our jurisdiction and virtual asset industry, sector and market is no longer a free-for-all space. It is becoming and intended to be a regulated environment. This is a fundamental protection for our jurisdiction. It established the regulatory parameter for the FATF, and our regional peers have already embraced this concept. Mr. President, no doubt that this is the right approach. Clause 4.2 adopts the Financial Action Task Force classification of virtual asset activities listed in the task force glossary and recommendations. And this forms the internationally accepted definition for virtual asset service provider. By integrating these activities into the proceeds of the Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Counter-Proliferation Financial Act, and the Financial Obligation Regulations, this bill ensures that virtual asset activity falls squarely within our national anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and counter-proliferation financial frameworks. That approach directly reflects the obligation imposed by the task force under Regulation 15. This regulation requires a country identify assets, understand the risk of new technologies. It must regulate virtual asset service providers and ensure that they are subject to a full range of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financial activities preventative measures. This is precisely, sir, Mr. President, the approach taken in the Bahamas under their Digital Asset Registered Exchange Act, in the Cayman Islands under the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act, and Bermuda under the Digital Asset Business Act. Clause 4.3 establishes a moratorium going until the 31st of December 2026, for 1 year. Now, this gives the Commission, the Security Exchange Commission, some breathing room as it needs to build supervisory capacity Importantly, while authorization is paused, oversight is not. Clause 3 empowers the Commission to monitor emerging risks during this transitionary period, exactly as FATF expects. This is the architecture, I believe, of readiness. This is needed and required. However, I wonder if 1 year is enough. I know this time frame was arrived at after consultation with stakeholders. But the amount of work that is required in developing this oversight framework, I am concerned that maybe the original intention, going until December 2027, may have been the better bet. But there's some need for further clarity, Mr. President. Even though I support the bill, it is important that our next steps are informed by global best practice. Allow me to highlight 2 or 3 areas of concern that will help ensure that when this moratorium ends, Trinidad and Tobago steps forward in strength, fortification, and with the necessary protections. Mr. President, I'm concerned about foreign platforms serving local users. This bill regulates persons operating in or from Trinidad and Tobago. This is sound, Mr. President, but digital activity is not constrained by physical presence. It is activated by function. Our regional peers, for example, Bahamas, has already confronted this. In their act, it incorporates a person who is carrying on a virtual digital asset business, irrespective of the physical location. The person offers services to a resident in the Bahamas. It doesn't matter whether the activity is located, there's an office presence, maybe a brick and mortar presence in the location, or whether there's a server. It does not matter. What matters is that the service is offered to a resident in the jurisdiction. And that provider is therefore subject to be regulated. Mr. President, the experience of leading jurisdictions is instructive. We can learn. Bahamas, the Cayman Islands, Bermuda all recognize the simple reality of the digital economy. Because in today's world, presence is not physical, it's functional. A virtual asset service provider does not need to have an office or a server on our shores to operate in your market. Doesn't need that to operate in the market. He could be operating from the Dominican Republic. But his services are utilized by residents in your jurisdiction. If an offshore platform interacts with the people, with our citizens, with our residents, holds their assets, processes their transactions, or markets to them, it is effectively operating in your jurisdiction. This approach mirrors the expectations of the Financial Action Task Force. Under Recommendation 15 and its revised interpretive note, countries are required to ensure that all virtual asset service providers which carry on business in their jurisdiction, whether physically located there or not, are subject to regulation, supervision, and licensing. I note at Section 6, 3B of the bill, that one of the requirements for an applicant to be considered for a certificate of acceptance is that that applicant must be located in the jurisdiction and, not all, and have a server in that location. I think that must be relooked. I really believe that must be relooked, because I do not think, from my simple mind, that it entirely fits with the intentions and the expressions of Recommendation 15. The test is whether the service reaches the domestic market, not where the server is located. Mr. President, the bill before us establishes the essential foundation by prohibiting unauthorized virtual asset activity carried on in or from Trinidad and Tobago. This is a critical first step. As we move through the moratorium towards the full licensing framework, it may be valuable, consistent with global best practice, to consider whether additional clarity is required to ensure that foreign platforms serving our residents cannot fall into a kind of gray area or hole. If this occurs, then it defeats the central purpose of this bill. If this occurs, then you have these foreign service providers operating freely, unregulated, while providers located in Trinidad with servers in Trinidad are subject to licensing and regulation. I'm sure that was not what the intention is. Another area of concern, Mr. President, is client or consumer protection. Mr. President, Clause 4.5 now provides a clearer transition. Existing operators must notify within 1 month and cease businesses within 3 months. Clause 7J ensures that records are preserved for 6 years. This is a welcome safeguard. But one practical matter remains, Mr. President. While the bill deals with records, it is silent on how client assets should be treated where an operator, quite properly, is required to shut down. Under the Securities Act, Mr. President, a license cannot be revoked unless financial obligations to clients and customers have been discharged to the extent possible. There's no parallel expectation here in this bill. If there is, maybe the minister could point it out to me if he's going to respond. This is not to protect non-compliant operators. It is to avoid unnecessary disputes, confusion, or stranded assets during a mandated cessation of operations. As the task force reminds us, risk persists even through licensing pauses. During the moratorium, Mr. President, it may therefore be prudent, maybe through subsidiary regulations, to set clear expectations for the orderly return of client assets in cases where cessation is indeed required. My third area of concern. Section 5 establishes sandbox. It's a carve-out, it's like a ring fence. I understand it took me a while to get the concept, but and you helped me this morning, Senator Swaratsingh. Thank you. I understand why such a mechanism is offered, and I support it. But as we have seen abroad, Mr. President, Digital asset businesses models evolve quickly. You have stacking pools, node as a business as service arrangements, token swapping services, analytical-based services, and various custodial models. They all exist, and those are evolving techniques and models in this fast-pacing virtual asset world. In Bahamas legislation framework anticipates this by listing detailed categories and clarifying that pure software development is not in itself regulation. During the moratorium, it would be valuable for the Commission to continue, therefore, to consult with the market and develop clear schedule of activities for future licensing frameworks so that stakeholders, innovators, intended supervisors alike understand all the boundaries from day one. Mr. President, I turn now to the capacity for building cross-border coordination. We can't do this alone. We have to depend on others. We have to depend on those who have moved to advanced spaces before us. I think, however, the bill rightly plugs virtual assets into almost every AML, CFT, CPF statutes we operate. This is a major structural improvement. There's a genuine attempt to integrate it. The next phase, which I call the operational phase, will therefore require strengthening cross-border supervisory channels, virtual asset supervision, which by its nature depends on the cooperation, clearly, of other regulators. Our regional peers have already begun forming these arrangements. We can do the same in our next phase. This is not for today. It's really for tomorrow, and the moratorium and sandbox provides us with a perfect window. Mr. President, this bill is not simply about virtual assets. It's about the kind of jurisdiction Trinidad and Tobago intends to be, intends to present itself in this digital economy. It draws the first clear line in the sand. It tells the world that if you wish to operate in our space, in this space, you must do so within a framework of law, accountability, consistent with international standards. But this bill, Mr. President, is not merely a requirement of a regulatory system, but more importantly, I believe is an invitation to build and to create. The moratorium gives us the time to construct the architecture that will define our future licensing regime. This, Mr. President, safeguards our citizens. The clarity for innovators, the expectation of foreign operators, and the supervisory capacity that this new era demands. And if we use this time wisely to refine our parameters, to strengthen our cross-border reach, to set standards for orderly cessation, to ensure that every virtual asset actively touches our market, that they're visible, understood, and supervised, then Trinidad and Tobago will not be reacting to the digital future. It will indeed be shaping it. Mr. President, the financial world is accelerating, whether we're prepared or not. This bill ensures that our response is not hesitant, but deliberate. Not fragmented, but coherent. Not exposed, but resilient. It is the first step And because it is a strong step in my view, every step thereafter can even be stronger. Mr. President, with this bill, we will begin the work of ensuring that innovation does not outrun protection, that opportunity does not outpace responsibility, and that the digital economy does not develop around us, but rather develops with us. This is the task before us. And with this legislation, this is the path we must now set. Mr. President, I willingly, therefore, lend my support to this bill, with the expectation that the suggested subsidiary regulations will be put in place for the protection of clients and for protection of all stakeholders in this new digital space. I thank you.
The Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on what I see as an important and innovative piece of legislation. And Mr. President, we're speaking about an act to regulate the conduct of business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. Now, Mr. President, it would be remiss of me if I were not to address some of the concerns laid in the House, laid in the Senate here today by the Senator, the Honorable Senator Al-Rawi, as well as Senator Nish. And I want to say that in my experience here in the Senate, it's always an interesting task listening to the good senator across the floor. Eloquent as he may be, learned as he may be, he has a way of using the law to glaze over the eyes of the population in the hope that they won't see transparently his contriving. Now, firstly, Mr. President, the senator went on to talk about his support of the legislation. And he said, hey, I have no problem with de-risking. I have no problem with debanking. And I have no problem with the bill treating with persons who are potentially negatively treated. But then he always has a way of juxtaposing that with what I call a level of fear-mongering. You see, Mr. President, one of the first things I want to help the good Senate understand is that the senator mentioned that he has 16 years of experience dealing with FATF. He went on to say that he has 9 years drafting laws. And I want to ask the senator a simple question. Why then? Why then are you here on the opposite side proposing amendments when you had 9+ years to do so? The senator went on to say, friends, colleagues, March is quickly approaching. Maybe we can look to, and I want to quote him here, the last week in March, we can look to implement a licensing regime. Maybe you could hustle and hurry and do it quickly. Where was your urgency, good senator, for 9 years? Where? No, it's fine. You had your time. You had your time. No, I had enough time to listen to your legislative banter. It's a rhetorical question, Senator. But that is indeed, it is indeed indicative of the type of governance that this country had to be a part of for as long as I can remember. But I want to suggest to the senator as well that it's not always, the blame doesn't fall in his basket alone. You see, the problem that this country had for a long time was a problem of leadership. And you see, after April 28, there was a change in leadership. And you would ask yourself, why would I speak about leadership? Because we're speaking about this particular bill. And the lack of progress that a bill like this should have been given sufficient time to address. And I'll quote a gentleman from the other place. And this is why, Senator, you've made no progress. Why on earth would a question come to me as Minister of Finance, therefore, as to whether I may be wishing to develop alternative currency models? Why on earth? He went on to say, the answer is, we are not doing that. We are not getting involved in crypto. And so there was a policy decision by the last administration that they don't want to hear what the public has to say. They don't want to engage in stakeholder relations. They don't want to listen to the population. And we must come here today and listen to the goodly senator, eloquent as he may be, learned as he may be in law and legislation. But the fact is, vision and leadership dictates policy. And the former government did not have a policy for this bill. They didn't have an intention for bills related to this. And their lethargy is not a result of knowledge or lack of knowledge. It was a result of lack of intention and leadership. And that is why today, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, 2 months ago, we have to put together a virtual assets bill, not based on necessarily our own wishing to do so, but based on the international standards that we must comply with. And so it's not a matter of let's rush till March and see if we can set up a licensing regime. No, the time for that was gone. You had the opportunity to do so, and you failed in your responsibility, goodly senator, to bring it to your leadership that this was important, that this required sufficient time to review, that this industry was promising, and that we need to have regulatory frameworks in place to treat with these matters. And that is the facts. Vision and leadership go hand in hand. Intentionality is important. So don't come here today and read all of the clauses, the 26 clauses and the 42 pages, and the amendments to the Act. No. Come here with truth, with fact. Give the people transparency, accountability. Be a self-aware individual where you can recognize where you were wrong.
You're rolling.
It is time to change your ways, Senator. It is time to change your ways. And I recommend all of the goodly persons on the other side, take a look in the mirror. You may look fabulous, but the nation wants to wants you to also be fabulous inside and out. So take a deep look at yourself and what you propagate. And come to the realization it is time for change. It is time to adapt. Sit there for another couple of years and ponder what you have done to this population.
Sending people to the stand.
And unfortunately, though rushed, our government has had to put forward this type of legislation to save our country from international embarrassment. I could go on and on about the inertia of the former government and the type of woes that they've put the current administration at, and by extension, the population and the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, this bill is in fact very technical. It's technical in nature, and Senator Nish alluded to that fact. And yes, we would want years to accomplish a more detailed, a rigorous assessment of the pieces in this legislation. But I can tell you, Mr. President, that our government, having listened to the people and to the stakeholders, you know what we did? 2 months ago, the bill was laid. Immediately, cabinet members, we heard the voices of the people that are most important, the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. They voiced their concerns. And you know what we did? Senator Al-Rawi, you know what we did? We listened. We listened. The voice of the people is the voice of God. And so, in so doing, we had a hard look at the bill and we made amendments. We withdrew it. And so, that is the way that good governance starts, with listening. Mr. President, I want to give you a quote. I love to provide little contextual quotes. And Nancy is probably the greatest form of that. Progress begins the moment a government stops speaking at its people and starts listening to them. The former administration had a way of speaking at people, and the people rejected it resoundingly. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to treat with that specific area of leadership and vision and the importance of listening. But the Senator also mentioned something very specific, where he spoke about individuals having to use cryptocurrency as a means of barter for goods and services. And I want to bring his attention to clause number 4, section D6. And that particular clause, Mr. President, it has a definition. And it says in D, nothing in subsection 1 shall prevent a person who owns a virtual asset from purchasing goods or services using the virtual asset, or subsection B, from buying a virtual asset from another person or selling a virtual asset which he owns to another person, provided that such activities are not conducted as a business or on behalf of another person. So, quite clearly, there's a unique distinction between individuals and businesses. Quite clearly, there's a distinct difference between individual participation and a more mature market, as the Senator would have explained, where persons are acting on behalf of, meaning you are proprietor of, meaning you are business engaging in. And so it's important that the population understands that very serious difference. So, Mr. President, I wanted to treat with some of those issues as a start to my contribution. I guess I'm almost deep within the contribution now. But I want to say, Mr. President, from the outset, that this bill is important to protect national interests. And the goodly finance minister in the other place, he demonstrated how quickly we can adapt in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. He rightly underscored, Mr. President, that this bill strikes directly at the heart of many of the problems that have been highlighted in the public discourse. We're speaking about the misuse of virtual assets and also cryptocurrencies. It also deals with the concealment of illicit activity related to illicit accounts. Very important. The bill helps to look at the proliferation of unregulated platforms. And Mr. President, this is very important because potentially there is a siphoning of billions of taxpayers' dollars into the hands of those who choose to operate outside the law. This is a government that takes criminality very seriously, Mr. President. We will not sit on our hands while actors who are acting in their best interests and not the interests of the state and the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we will not lay idle while criminality exists, an opportunity for criminality exists. You know, Mr. President, it is something to say that true leadership makes hard decisions. Leadership requires hard decisions, Mr. President. History will tell that this government has been making hard decisions. Unpopular maybe for some, but when we think about the long-term benefit to our citizens' children, and their children, we will make the sacrifice that they were unwilling to make. And so, Mr. President, we are here today to correct what was typically ignored. The bill amends, Mr. President. The amendment bill defines precisely what constitutes virtual assets. It clarifies, Mr. President, the licensing regime. It sets out compliance obligations. It states clearly how unlicensed operators will be treated. It clearly defines a transition period, Mr. President. It creates the guardrails and the parameters for entry and exit. It also defines how existing players can still maintain and operate within a sandbox approach. We've listened to the voices of various stakeholders, and Mr. President, the result is a balance. Balance is important, Mr. President. In the drafting of legislation, I submit to those opposite, Mr. President, that we have struck the right balance with this legislation. Mr. President, while Recommendation 15 does not compel any country to impose an outright ban, it does demand timely and credible regulation. Our present course as a government through this bill is therefore prudent and necessary. Mr. President, much has been said about working against the clock to meet these strict and upcoming mutual evaluations. And Mr. President, that is so. But we are not contrary to working against time, Mr. President. We have the time frame that we have to enact certain pieces, and we will do so in a responsible manner. Mr. President, a review of the procedure of the SEC is also included in the amendments. This bill is proportionate. Mr. President, we must give the TNT Securities and Exchange Commission the time and the legal authority to establish robust licensing, supervisory, and enforcement regimes which meet our FATF obligations, technical compliance standards. This demonstrates to the world at large that we are effective as a government and that we are part and parcel of a progressive financial and regulatory system, Mr. President. And so we will not gamble with the integrity of our financial system. We are acting decisively because of the cost of delay, Mr. President, is simply too high. The cost of delay is simply too high a cost for us to bear. Now, Mr. President, some stakeholders have suggested that the bill doesn't adequately provide avenues for redress. With respect, Mr. President, that claim is not correct. Any action of a serious nature, whether it is seeking of a restraining order or any other injunctive release, must still be brought before the courts. The safeguards remain firmly in place and ensures further adherence to due process, Mr. President. So I want to suggest to those on the other side that what we've proposed sits firmly within due process. It sits firmly within the legislative components that are required. And it provides sufficient remedies. And, Mr. President, it is interesting to note as well that FATF introduced requirements for virtual assets in October 2018. All the way in October 2018, Mr. President.
COVID, because of COVID.
And not to beat the proverbial horse, Mr. President, but I mean, my God.
Beat it.
My God, 2018 in October, you had full observation of what was required. And then you come here with a level of arrogance to suggest, well, the government is rushing. The government is rushing down this legislation. Better than thou. That has been the approach of gentlemen across the floor. But as I say, fool me once, fool me twice. The population wasn't fooled again. And that is the reality. So thank you, colleague, for bringing that to my attention. 2018, but now you want to come and rush. You want to come and rush March. Let me do a technical regime in March. It's possible. I won't give way. Sorry, Senator. Sorry, Senator. You had your time. And you used all of it, even up to the last 3 minutes. So no, I won't give way. So, Mr. President, the bill does not create any new or unusual or extraordinary remedies for the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. On the contrary, Mr. President, it mirrors the existing regulatory framework already established in law. So colleagues opposite will be speaking about the law and the legislation and constitutional rights, etc., as if the bill somehow prevents what exists. It simply does not. And that is a fact. Why? Why do we fearmonger when dealing with situations and circumstances which are so crucial and important? Why the fearmongering? It's not needed. We have an evidence-based approach. We've listened to stakeholders. We have put forward sufficient amendments, and I think it would be foolhardy of those opposite not to support good legislation. And that is what this is, Mr. President. And speaking about the legislation, Mr. President, let's look at what the legislation really aims to do. The regulatory powers, Mr. President, are proportionate and they are bona fide. And the real challenge here is to address our international obligations while, Mr. President, allowing activity in a controlled environment. And that is what this bill and the amendments of this bill intend to do. Balance, Mr. President. Balance. Proportionality, Mr. President. Allowing persons to engage in the industry. Not stifling the industry, not outright killing the industry, but a measured approach, Mr. President, to the way in which we operate the business of the people. So, Mr. President, it is obvious and it is pertinent. The digital asset industry, as Senator McNeish would have highlighted, is ever evolving. And it's evolving, Mr. President, at a pace even promoted and elevated and amplified by the artificial intelligence risk. And so, Mr. President, in this dynamic, innovative, and reshaping of what we consider traditional global financial architecture, we, as a government, have chosen to safeguard the citizens while enabling Trinidad and Tobago to participate. And not only participate, Senator Browne, but participate meaningfully in the financial technologies that are defining the future. So, Mr. President, Clause 4, as an example, it clearly states in Section F, G, etc., the use of the data under compulsion of law, the appointment of a record custodian to maintain control over the records, data, and transactions. Issues of data protection were brought up. So I'm just highlighting, Mr. President, these things do in fact exist. But you wouldn't think so, given the rhetoric opposite. You wouldn't really think so. And so we must set the record straight in this good chamber. This is a chamber of honesty. This is a chamber of transparency. This is a chamber of accountability. This is a chamber of hard work. This is a chamber of diligence. This is a chamber, Mr. President, with a government that respects the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, why? To the man in the street, why does this bill matter? Why is it important? You see, Mr. President, in short, we must act, and we must act quickly and decisively. The unregulated growth of virtual assets pose risks to our monetary sovereignty. Capital flows, Mr. President, anti-money laundering efforts, consumer protection, and the integrity, the very integrity, Mr. President, of our financial system. FATF Recommendation 15 is explicit. It is clear. It requires every jurisdiction, Mr. President, to supervise virtual assets and virtual asset service providers to prevent their misuse for money laundering and terrorist financing. We will comply, Mr. President, because it is prudent of the government to comply. We will comply, Mr. President, because it is the right thing to do, Mr. President. And we will comply because we are protecting the future of this very important industry. But, Mr. President, let's take a step back. The Virtual Assets Bill, if I were to abbreviate it, it cannot be allowed to sit outside the perimeter of effective national oversight. In fact, if we were to look at the global experts on these particular areas, if I were to quote the CEO and co-founder of a company many may know called Coinbase, and he aptly observed regulation will bring clarity to the crypto market, not hinder it. Similarly, Mr. President, the United States Security and Exchange Commissioner, Mr. Paul Atkins, reminded us that we cannot foster innovation by forcing a square peg into a round hole. Both perspectives underscore the importance of developing a rational and modern regulatory framework for virtual assets, promoting innovation, stability, and importantly, Mr. President, something that we've lacked for 9+ years, something called public trust. And to every citizen looking on, you can count on this government, you can trust this government, and you can hold on to the truth that we will act in your best interests. We'll act in your best interests, now and forevermore. And so, Mr. President, we have taken decisive steps to meet our requirements and to remove Trinidad and Tobago from the EU blacklist. We are acting to protect our financial system and our citizens, standing with every citizen. With these amendments, Mr. President, we are also preventing overlap between our local agencies and have empowered the SEC, as an example, in Clause 10A, with the necessary bite and power to regulate the industry that has gone unregulated for such a long period of time. So, Mr. President, on this side, we have never disputed the need for regulation. We have never questioned the importance of establishing strong frameworks to protect citizens and also strengthen compliance. And we'll go on to say, Mr. President, that we are prepared to shield the members of society from actors because we are responsible and governance requires nothing less than responsibility, Mr. President. So why is this bill required? Unregulated virtual assets bring systemic risk. That's one area. We are also protecting, Mr. President, the taxpayer and preserving the monetary control. You see, Mr. President, we operate in what is called a small, open economy. Unlike ours, we cannot afford to have large flows of unmonitored capital exiting our formal banking and regulatory system. The bill aims to restrict unauthorized virtual assets businesses until the prescribed period and provides, Mr. President, a calibrated transition, not an abrupt blanket ban without thought. Thirdly, Mr. President, consumer protection and market integrity. You see, Mr. President, we've seen it in the past where citizens are drawn, sometimes out of hope, sometimes out of desperation, into speculative crypto investments. Mr. President, many do so without formal education, without guidance, without the ability to protect themselves from themselves in some circumstances. And so, Mr. President, this provides enormous risk. And it is the duty of the government to protect our citizens, whether it be on the street or on the internet, whether it be in the traditional market or the speculative market, Mr. President. And through the bodies like the SEC, that is what we aim to do. So the fourth reason, Mr. President, strategic clarity and regulatory certainty. You see, at present, we operate virtual assets in a very gray zone. This bill aims to provide clarity of roles, responsibilities, and importantly, compliance requires consequences. So the senator across the street, as I would like to call it, went at long lengths to describe if someone does this, the result is that, and there is insufficient supervision, the fear-mongering continued. But I will say to him that uncertainty promotes abuse. Uncertainty supports innovation under guardrails and in a responsible manner. Now, Mr. President, the government could have chosen what was easy. This government could have chosen what was easy and said, you know what? Let us look to other countries and see how they have treated with regulation and the regulation of this industry. And would you imagine, Mr. President, many countries have taken a hard approach. They've banned it entirely. And you look at the People's Republic of China, banned. When you look at other jurisdictions, Mr. President, banned. We have said no. Let us be balanced. Let us be measured. Let us, through consultation, speak to the real issues, what we call the real pain points of the citizenry. And that is what this bill, in consideration of a budding industry, which the former finance minister simply dismissed. He didn't have time for it. He didn't have time for the man on the street who wants to engage in activity that might promote and benefit his life and the sustainability of his family. He didn't have time for those things. This government has time for every single individual in this country. And we spoke about the differently abled earlier. We have time for every person. It does not matter where you fit and where you are, Mr. President. But I can tell you that this government is committed to good governance. This government is committed to responsible governance. This government is intending and intentional with its actions. This is not management by VAPs, Mr. President. This is well-structured leadership with a vision, and with a vision for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, I just want to draw some local context. As a local economy, I know I have 3 minutes. In a local economy, we are juggling issues related to foreign currency pressures, remittance flows, financial inclusion concerns, and therefore we must tailor our laws not to global standards only, but we must tailor to the nuances of Trinidad and Tobago, our cultural context, our appetites, the way in which we manage and run business. And so, Mr. President, this provides these parameters, these guardrails, the sandbox that the Minister of Finance would have mentioned, and by extension, the Minister in Planning. These provides ample what we call breathing room. We give people a little space to build capacity, to educate the public even, Mr. President, on the specific nature and the suitability of the license regime. Mr. President, a leader's duty is not to shield people from necessary change, but to guide them through it. And we will guide members opposite as well. They are also part of the pot. We will help to guide you all as well. Take comfort. You will also benefit from this legislation. We want a little win on your families and their children and their children's children also. So, And I'm about to wrap up, Mr. President. I'm guided by you. But I want to just end with a few words by the goodly senator across the floor. Before he gave every negative response to supporting the bill, he said, support it. We would like to support it. They would always like to do something. This is an opportunity for you to actually do it. Don't like to do it this time, right? Don't like to support it. This time, when you sit down in your seat and they come to your mic, you say, yes. So, Mr. President, with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, permit me first to express my gratitude to you, Mr. President, for permitting me to enter this debate for the very first time before your presidency, as it were. I was here not too long ago. However, I didn't have the opportunity to have you presiding over the hearing at that time. So it's my pleasure. But, you know, unfortunately, Mr. President, I have to say that I joined Senator Mark Nish in saying I have a headache now. And so I have my paracetamol. Mr. Vice President, the first bit of business, I suppose, Mr. President, my apologies most sincerely. The first bit of business would be to correct some, you know, what I would have described to be misinformation thrust upon an unsuspecting population. But I think recently the population has become less unsuspecting and more suspicious, please. And has begun to take more notice of misinformation. So the first bit of misinformation I would like to correct is Mr. President, I would like to refer to the Interpretation Act, which guides us on what is defined as a person, please. And this, of course, is in relation to Section 4, as quoted by the Honourable Minister a short while ago, where the section in the Act, in the bill being debated at present, speaks of no person shall, as a business, conduct on behalf of another person virtual asset activities. Now, because there's an absence of the definition of the word person specifically in this particular bill, one must look at Section 16.
Mr. President, I don't know, can you give way? Just as a matter of clarification, can I repeat again that in the definition section there is a definition of person?
All right. Well, just once a member rises, he ought to quote the relevant standing order, which would be elucidation, which would be clarification. If you, as you are speaking, if you wish to give way, you take your seat and you give way. If you don't want to give way, you just indicate you're not giving way. So I think from what I picked up, you took your seat, so he probably interpreted that as giving way. Am I right?
Yeah, yes, I have no difficulty with that interpretation, please. Okay. Please, Mr. President. I will happily move on, please. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So the next item, I would like to, you know, the thing is, yes, I accept that there is in fact a definition, and I do see it here. However, the definition does go on to say an individual, company, partnership, trust, association, etc., which is consistent with Section 16(1) of the Interpretation Act. And when read at Section 4(1), it says no person shall as a business, and that is the specific difference between what the learned minister said a short while ago as compared to what Senator Al-Rawi pointed out earlier, please, Mr. President. But I will move on from that point in any event. And the next issue I wish to correct is in January of 2015, please, Mr. President, this country was placed on the blacklist as a result of Our failure, the country's failure in 2015, January, which is before the 7th of September 2015, which was elections, were placed on the blacklist for failure in the third round in relation to FATF obligations, please, so that it is incorrect to attempt to hold the former PNM administration accountable for any blacklisting. Please, Mr. President. That is number 2. Now, in respect of the 4th round obligations, please, and permit me to gather my notes. You see, in 2018, the undertakings in respect of the FATF obligations did not include a necessary obligation in respect of FATF 15 when it came to virtual assets specifically. The obligation in respect of virtual assets specifically arose with the targeted updates, which were most recently published in June 2025. That is again after the election of this year, please. So, insofar as we are discussing the facts, those are the facts, please, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I wish to just get into, I mean, we've spoken about it all afternoon, but this particular piece of legislation, the bill here, seeks to regulate the business of virtual assets in Trinidad and Tobago, as we've heard, and it has a few stated intents, from my interpretation. One, it is to bring the country into compliance with FATF Recommendation 15, which is, as I said earlier, is now an obligation, and this governs virtual assets and virtual asset service providers, and to prevent money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing risks associated with cryptocurrencies and digital tokens. Now, in respect of the structure of the bill, which I'm not certain whether it was made unclear a short while ago, but, I mean, I was only sworn in this morning, as you know, Mr. President. 46 pages of amendments, as far as I am aware, were brought on Friday in respect to this. So I would like to speak about the structure a little bit. The structure creates a blanket prohibition on any VASP activity unless authorized by TTSEC, but TTSEC is barred from granting any authorization before 31st December 2026. Now that, of course, up until Friday was 31st December 2027, a 2-year moratorium. So that is now amended to be a 1-year moratorium. There also is an obligation on persons currently operating in the virtual asset business to cease operating within the 3 months and 14 days, as pointed out. And provisions are made for the sandbox regulations and operations with approval, with a certification procedure. Heavy penalties, as we've heard, up to $5 million in fines and 5 years imprisonment. And TTSEC is given the power to conduct surveillance and take enforcement action. And there is to be cooperation between TTSEC, the central bank, and the FIU. Now, while this technically satisfies FATF's requirements to have legal framework, it is my opinion, respectfully, that it fails on effectiveness. And this is because the bill is insufficient in requiring ongoing oversight. And I am, honestly, a little bit critical. I'm going to be, and I'll develop the point a little bit further, a little bit critical of the freeze on legitimate business for the year, which include fintechs, exchanges, wallet providers, and this is during this 1-year moratorium. Now, some points to note before I get into the actual contents of the bill, and I suppose to the disappointment of my learned friend, the minister, I will go through the bill clause by clause, because to me that is the job of anybody examining a piece of legislation. Now, the significant amendments that came on Friday address some of the FATF compliance and innovation issues, shortening of the moratorium, and the introduction of the sandbox regulations. Both, I think, were necessary steps, please, Mr. President. But it still is incomplete. There remains no FIU register or formal interagency coordination, such as the Joint Innovation Hub. And both are required, in my opinion, for FATF effectiveness, as opposed to just meeting basic requirements. Now, the moratorium also has the effect of delaying sectoral growth, while other Caribbean countries have gotten to the point of already issuing licenses, please. So that, again, I take a little issue with that 1-year moratorium, but we'll get to that.
The current bill is technically compliant but operationally ineffective. The amendments and sandbox represent progress but do not yet meet FATF's binary test. So without real-time registration and FIU data sharing, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago risks remaining non-compliant on FATF Recommendation 15 and facing extended monitoring. The amendments, in principle, are steps towards FATF compliance and effectiveness and financial innovation, but we recommend the establishment of a FIU, VASP register, formal recognition of the Joint Innovation Hub for oversight coordination, and a clear timeline for transitioning from sandbox to full licensing before the 2026 moratorium ends. And now, Mr. President, I would like to ask for leave to move into the body of the bill itself. And Mr. President, I would start at section 4, particularly subsection 7B. And it reads, more or less, I'll try to be quick. Within 3 months of the commencement of the Act, cease, this is in relation to anybody who is conducting business of a VASP before, cease such virtual asset activity and notify the Commission 14 days after the expiry of 3 months that it has ceased the virtual asset activity unless the VASP holds a valid authorization under Section 5 to conduct specific activities set out in the authorization. And then subsection 8 speaks about the notification. And it ends by saying, or by any other means the Commission considers appropriate. Now, it also refers to the form and manner as may be prescribed and set out on the website of the Commission and in the Gazette. Now, I could certainly appreciate a move to modernity, Mr. President, but prescribed forms in any piece of legislation are pursuant to the legislation itself, and there ought to be certainty in that regard. The opportunity for uncertainty can be created by variations or multiple incarnations of prescribed forms. And this ought to be disallowed, this ought to be disallowed notwithstanding an argument that can be mounted that a person's ability to rely on their actions as being within the law, regardless of a failure of form over substance. We know that culturally in Trinidad, citizens have had and are often finding themselves hamstrung in successfully navigating interactions with the state for issues often relating to form only and not necessarily issues of substance. In other words, the experience in life in Trinidad has been that notwithstanding a member of the public interacting with the state, not failing on an issue of substance, they have had difficulty for a failure of form. And I am suggesting that this ought to be considered in an amendment, set out the proper forms, set them out as a schedule to the Act, so there can be some certainty when it comes to the interaction between the members of the public and the state. And nothing, of course, prevents the Commission from then making an electronic version of that available on any website, which I think is to be commended as forward thinking. It's not often you'll see that type of wording in legislation where you have a form necessarily being published on a website. And then we go to 8 subsection B, which says accompanied by such supporting records and information as may be prescribed. Now, this is the first time that this sort of open-endedness appears in the legislation, but it continues on concerningly. And this too ought to be set out in the body of the legislation, or at least a schedule thereto. Before enacting the legislation, one should do everything reasonably possible to avoid uncertainty or arbitrariness in the process. Because the overarching concern is that innovators operating in this industry ought to be encouraged rather than discouraged to operate within TNT, creating millions in tax revenues and, of course, jobs. Uncertainty, arbitrariness, and the potential for inequality may affect investor and innovator attraction to doing virtual asset business in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. I move now to subsection 10, and again, it is in relation to a reference on the third line to the words, the senior officer of the VASP at the time of such cessation commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $125,000 and to imprisonment for a term of 1 year. Again, with the greatest of respect, it is my opinion that this is too generally worded. And if we were to look at the definition of what a senior officer is in the definition section, it includes members of the board of directors of an entity, anti-money laundering compliance officer, managing director, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, deputy MD, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, CFO, financial controller, general manager, deputy general manager, corporate sec, chief accountant, chief auditor, chief investment officer, chief compliance officer, chief risk officer, all of that of an entity or any other individual who performs functions for an entity similar to those normally performed by an individual occupying any such office. That is anybody. That is almost to say anybody could find themselves, confine themselves in a position to be found summarily liable for this hefty fine. It is simply too generally worded, please, Mr. President. Now, that is in respect of subsection 10. I move now to subsection 13B2. This here refers to every senior officer of such company is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years, and in the case of a continuing offense, to a fine of $500,000 for every day on which the offense continues. This is excessive. And again, this refers to that general definition of senior officer. Now, Mr. President, it is my view that in attempting to balance a regulatory framework with encouraging the growth of a high-value sector to the economy, we must consider what is reasonable. And again, I would suggest this wide application of significant fines and imprisonment may not be the most reasonable approach to take, even where it might be so drafted to be a deterrent, which is understandable. In any legislation one is presenting for which there are criminal offenses, one has to deter criminal acts. But there must be a balance between deterrence of such a serious nature that causes deterrence from doing business at all. I'll then move to subsection 14. It shall be a defense to any proceeding. This is the introduction of a defense now, to stave off the allegations raised before. It shall be a defense to any proceedings instituted under subsection 13B2 against the senior officer of a company or unincorporated body to prove that the offense occurred without their knowledge or consent or connivance and was not facilitated by any neglect. This defense, this subsection here, now shifts the burden of proof to the defendant, that senior officer, to prove that he did not have knowledge of the transaction or that same occurred without his facilitation by neglect. Now, that begs the question, how exactly does one prove that one did not have knowledge of something? Isn't it more practical, Mr. President, for a prosecutor, and I'm saying prosecutor in general sense, the SEC, whomever is designated to have this prosecutorial role, wouldn't it be more practical for a prosecutor to prove that the officer either acted with knowledge or by facilitation through negligence? Mr. Vice President, I think that is a fair question to ask. How does one prove that I didn't know something? It's just a question I have again to ask on that. So I move now to section 5, subsection 3G. This is in relation to the regulatory sandbox. And that particular subsection, it says the regulatory sandbox can issue guidelines or standards for the effective implementation, supervision, and enforcement of the regulatory sandbox, including application procedures, eligibility criteria, permitted and excluded activities, reporting obligations, termination process, and conditions. With the greatest of respect, I find this to be self-governing. The sandbox regulator will be responsible for establishing the application procedures and the eligibility criteria. This in and of itself is not necessarily or overtly offensive, aside from the obvious issues that have the potential to arise where bodies self-regulate procedures by which the public must abide. However, now I am of the view that some more effort could be put into establishing the procedures and the requirements as part of the legislation, particularly where you have a 3-month period only from the commencement of the Act. Now, additionally, the issue of guidelines in reference to the regulatory sandbox does not take into account Section 27, which comes later on, which refers to the minister's ability to make regulations. Again, another issue of an inability to anticipate what regulations may or may not be imposed on the industry and why. Move now to subsection H, the subsection just following. It says prescribe, this again in relation to the regulator, can prescribe limits on the number of customers, the volume of transactions, or the value of assets handled by the sandbox participant. And again, the limitation is a little concerning, more concerning than the last in this regard, because this goes to the point made earlier that there's a need to balance investor and innovator attraction with regulation. And my question is, why not create ranges at this stage so that persons operating in this industry and considering doing business in TNT to come will know with some degree of reliability the potential profitability of their business and therefore make informed decisions. But then, all in all, we're coming back to the fact that this is in relation to the sandbox. And so one could only apply if you've already been doing business, as Senator Al-Rawi raised earlier. But this then goes contrary to what comes in Section 27, as I said, where the minister is the one creating the regulations. Now we're going to move on here to Section 6, subsection 3, H, which says meet such additional requirements as may be prescribed or the Commission may in writing reasonably require. Again, it gives the Commission in respect of regulations after listing A through G of certain criteria, it then goes to say meet any additional requirements as may be prescribed. So we have the opening again for arbitrary exercise of discretion or ad hoc imposition of application requirements. And again, while this is not a complete bar, it gives rise to disputes, claims of unfairness, arbitrariness, inequality, and bias, even where those issues may not in fact be the case, but the wording of the legislation allows there to be at least the perception that these things can arise. And I would dare say that that is less than ideal. Similarly, the next subsection goes to say made in the form and manner as the Commission may determine, accompanied by supporting information, documents, and declarations as the Commission may reasonably require for the purposes of assessing the matters referred to in subsection 5, and the prescribed application fee, and considered complete where the Commission is satisfied that all records and information required have been received. It doesn't set out at all a range of documents, anything anticipatory. It does not say to the person having to interact with this piece of legislation what they can reasonably expect and how would they satisfy themselves that what is good for Jane is also good for Joe. And I mean, we've seen this issue arise in recent history. If I could refer to an example, not too long ago in respect of FUL regulations, there was a former commissioner of police took the position of applying or enforcing regulations against or in respect of firearm owners, which resulted in court proceedings for a certain group of those firearm owners. And the issue is that this type of thing arises when an officer has the ability to create and enforce or enforce regulations that are not contemplated, even in some guiding way within the substantive legislation or any schedule or subsidiary legislation thereto. So, Mr. President, I move on now to Section 7, which deals with the issue of the certificate of acceptance. And again, and I will just move quickly over it, 7.1f. After setting out 7.1a, b, c, d, and e, we come to F, which says, meets any additional criteria set by the Commission. This is now the third or fourth time that criteria is set out, but then you have this catch-all of the authority to establish additional criteria. Now, if there is the ability to anticipate all of the criteria just before F, why not carefully consider, perhaps with some expert intervention as necessary, and comparison from like jurisdictions whose legislative framework is both regulatorily functional and attractive to investment, and re-amend this legislation to be complete and to create some certainty. I move now to Section 7, subsection 8. A sandbox participant aggrieved by a decision of the Commission under subsection 7 may, within such time as may be prescribed by the Commission, apply to the Commission for a review or reconsideration of the decision accompanied by additional information. It is less than ideal, Mr. President, to have what is an appeal heard by the originating tribunal. It is far more practical to establish an appeal body within the Commission to address appeals or reviews as it is referred to in the Act. And of course, a timeline for a review ought to be contemplated in this piece of legislation. Please, Mr. President. Subsection 9. The wording now of subsection 9 is a request for a review or reconsideration, which I have said is an appeal, under subsection 8, does not suspend the effect of the original notice, which remains in effect, unless varied or set aside in writing by the Commission. To me, Mr. President, the wording of this subsection says effectively that there is no automatic stay of the original notice upon the filing of a request for a review or upon the filing of an appeal. But then it goes on to read that the original notice remains in effect unless varied or set aside. And the words varied or set aside seems to me, which is different from saying does not suspend. So we talk about suspension in line 2, but then we get to unless varied or set aside. The words used there seem to me to refer to a decision arising out of the review process itself or the appeal itself. And I would suggest that the wording should be amended to permit an application for a stay of the original notice pending the outcome of the appeal and avoid referring to a variation or setting aside within the same subsection, as a stay is neither a variation nor a setting aside of an originating order, which is then later contemplated in the following subsection 10 as arising pursuant to the consideration of the appeal. These sections on the issue of the appeal ought to be relooked and brought in line with section 24, which then deals with appeals substantively. I move to subsection 11. Subsection 11, please, Mr. President. A person dissatisfied with the original or reconsidered decision under subsection 10 shall have the right to appeal to the High Court. Now, again, this should be reworded in my respectful opinion. It reads as if the person can invoke the jurisdiction of the High Court if dissatisfied with the original decision or if dissatisfied with the reconsidered decision or the appellate decision, as it were. And I imagine that cannot be the intention of the legislation. It must be that the intention of the subsection is that the decision on appeal is reviewable by the High Court. It would make no sense to first say that the Commission can consider an appeal or you can choose to appeal to the High Court in the first instance. It makes sense that the appeal is determined, as I suggest, by an appeal committee or tribunal within the Commission whose decision can be subject to further appeal to the High Court. And again, I would say compare this to section 24, which I will now move to. Sorry, section 14, that should be. Section 14 is appeals to the High Court. And it says very clearly, a person dissatisfied with the decision under section 12 or 13, respectively, shall have the right to appeal to the High Court. As simply worded as that. So look at the clarity here. Why does this not apply to section 7? And section 7, of course, is the substantive application for the certificate of acceptance, which refers to those entering the sandbox, which is the first catchment of people going into this legislation in the first instance, please. I will then move to examination of sandbox participant. This is section 16, 1B. Again, it refers to charging a fee as may be prescribed. Now, as already expressed, I have a difficulty with these things not being anticipated from the beginning. However, in respect to this fee altogether here, I'll repeat, one of the main intentions of legislative regulatory framework is to deter non-compliance, yes, but it ought not to be punitive in anticipation of non-compliance. This is the imposition of a fine yet to be prescribed where the Commission, without any requirement of suspicion of any evidence that something needs to be investigated, charges a fee to conduct the compliance review. So the Commission is saying that at any time, without cause or suspicion, we can conduct a compliance review for which we will then charge you to subject yourself to the review. Now, I've just looked very quickly last night at some other jurisdictions, and I haven't seen, and I'm subject to correction, particularly by the Honourable Minister piloting the bill today, whether that it is a fee imposed, whether it is normal for a fee to be imposed for a review without evidence or suspicion, or whether, which I suspect is more usual, costs are recoverable where the service provider is suspected of some compliance issue as a result of which there is in fact a review. All right, so Mr. President, this is my last point in respect of the act, but you know, these types of, well, I'm started winding up as yet, but I appreciate the applause. Unless the applause is because you're glad I'm finishing, Minister Roberts, I know. So, you know, I mean, I'll repeat what Senator Al-Rawi said, you know, we are certainly moving along to addressing issues that need to be addressed. But in my respectful view, while the bill is technically FATF 15 compliant, there are some operational issues that can be addressed, particularly for the purposes of balancing the scales between regulation and attractiveness to investment and innovation, please, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I thank you very sincerely for the opportunity. I thank all of my colleagues today, and I hope to return soon. Thank you.
Senator, yes, let us recognize Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't know who is at fault regarding the delay in getting the amendments to us. This is a less than ideal way in conducting important business in this House, not just for the benefit of senators, but on behalf of the country. Like Senator Nish, I spent time preparing for today's debate based on the initial bill, but then had to start over from scratch in the face of voluminous amendments delivered only yesterday morning. Now, this was not just inconvenient, but it undermines the deliberative and constitutional character of lawmaking. Parliament's function is not merely to approve executive policy, but to scrutinize, interrogate, and where necessary, to amend it. And that cannot be responsibly done without adequate time, more so when complex laws are involved. Poorly scrutinized legislation is more likely to contain ambiguity, conflict, unconstitutional provisions, or implementation gaps. And so I sincerely hope that what occurred is a one-off situation and will not become the norm. I will not belabor the point because I understand the urgency. As such, I regard this bill as a timely, consequential, and strategically important measure. Not because virtual assets are yet a dominant feature of our domestic financial landscape, but because of the international compliance environment in which Trinidad and Tobago now operates, and the systemic risks that arise when emerging technologies intersect with gaps in regulation, supervision, and law enforcement. The measure before us represents a significant policy choice in how Trinidad and Tobago proposes to treat with virtual assets at this time. At its core, this bill represents a prudential, defensive, and FATF-driven policy intervention. It acknowledges the growth of the global virtual asset economy and the well-documented vulnerabilities associated with cryptocurrencies, tokenized value systems, and decentralized financial instruments. But I think it also recognizes that Trinidad and Tobago, at this moment, does not yet possess the regulatory infrastructure, supervisory capacity, market intelligence systems, or enforcement readiness required to safely permit commercial virtual asset business activity. Government's approach must be assessed against one paramount reality. We are facing a fifth-round FATF mutual evaluation next March. And our ability to demonstrate compliance with the FATF recommendations, in particular recommendation 15 on virtual assets and virtual asset service providers, will directly affect our AML, CFT ratings, and ultimately the stability of our financial system. So that's the reality which I think informs the policy choice. And as I see it, nothing in the government's amendments alters that essential policy premise. As always, I begin by asking, what's the mischief the legislation seeks to address? What's the legislative purpose? And as I understand it, the bill seeks to introduce a statutory framework for virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. In the definition, they also refer to as VASPs, V-A-S-P-S. And it does so in response to updated FATF international standards, recommendation 15, which requires jurisdictions to identify, assess, regulate, monitor, and supervise virtual asset activity to mitigate money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financial risks. These requirements are not optional. They form part of the criteria used in FATF mutual evaluations, which affect our international banking relationships, correspondent banking access, foreign investment appetite, and the cost and speed of cross-border transactions. And as we have heard from Senators Swaratsingh and Al-Rawi, this FATF evaluation is taking place in March next year. And that evaluation will scrutinize not just our laws, but our capacity to implement, to supervise, to enforce, and to prove effectiveness. A jurisdiction can have excellent laws on paper, but still fail at the mutual evaluation if implementation is found to be weak. So it is against that backdrop, the bill must be assessed not as a theoretical exercise, but as a strategic compliance tool designed to protect the national financial system from de-risking, gray listing, exposure, and reputational harm. In terms of structure, the bill contains key operational pillars. Definitions and scope. Clause 3 defines core terms, including virtual asset and virtual asset service providers. And these are essential for prohibitions, enforcement, and interpretive clarity. Clause 4.1 makes it unlawful to carry on virtual asset business without authorization from the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. Clause 4.2 provides an exhaustive list, including exchanges, transfers, custody, safekeeping, and financial services connected to virtual asset offerings. Clauses 5, 6, and 9 establish a regulatory sandbox and expand the Commission's authority to inquire, inspect, enter premises with judicial approval, monitor, and seek injunctive relief. Clause 4.13 establishes severe sanctions, up to $5 million and imprisonment, as we have heard, reflecting the seriousness of MLTF risk. For me, however, the most consequential provision remains Clause 4.3, which states that the Commission shall not, on or before 31 December 2026, grant any authorization to operate as a virtual asset service provider. In other words, no authorizations before 2027. And this is not accidental, stylistic, or incidental. It is the policy heart of the legislation before us today, because it establishes a time-bound moratorium preventing the emergence of a legally sanctioned crypto ecosystem until after Trinidad and Tobago has been assessed, stabilized, and institutionally prepared. The amendments have not removed, diluted, or replaced this moratorium, so the legislative intent therefore remains to restrict virtual asset business activity, reduce national exposure risk, avoid premature regulatory commitments, and to protect FATF evaluation outcomes. Now, why should we support a temporary prohibition? Why should we support prohibition when, as we have heard from Senator Nish, there are jurisdictions like the Bahamas, Bermuda, British Virgin Islands, Cayman, Singapore, and the UK, which have implemented licensing, supervisory, and compliance frameworks permitting VASPs? Well, for one thing, those jurisdictions only did that after years of legislative consultation, supervisory, resourcing, institution building, regulatory training, and technological infrastructure deployment. We have not gone through that process. And to attempt such a heavy and complicated stakeholder process before next year's FATF review would be hasty, unrealistic, and I think strategically dangerous. FATF does not reward ambition. It rewards demonstrated effectiveness. So if Trinidad and Tobago were to permit virtual asset service provider licensing now, while lacking supervisory, investigatory, and enforcement capacity, we would risk being found non-compliant with Recommendation 15 and ineffective in preventing MLTF risk. And that outcome would jeopardize correspondent banking relationships and increase the cost of doing business across the economy. So the government's approach, therefore, is not anti-technology. It is, I think, sequenced, risk-based, and proportionate, consistent with FATF methodology. Now, what's the impact of the amendments? And do they significantly change the policy? Having reviewed the consolidated version, it appears to me that the amendments vastly improve drafting clarity. They maintain the regulatory structure. They preserve enforcement and penalty regimes, and they will not introduce any licensing framework before 2027. That is after 31st December 2026. So in the event there has been no shift from moratorium to regulated permissibility, the state is still holding the sector in abeyance pending FATF assessment and policy maturation. Therefore, the bill continues to reflect the cautious, temporary prohibition model that informed earlier public statements and parliamentary debate. In terms of both policy and principle, I support the legislation. But in my respectful submission, the three issues still require attention. Supporting the bill should not mean ignoring vulnerabilities. It is widely known, and we've heard in this chamber, that individuals and businesses in Trinidad and Tobago currently buy and sell cryptocurrencies. They accept it as payment, and some may even be engaged in mining or brokerage type activity. The bill prohibits such activity when carried on as a business, but it does not expressly prohibit personal use, peer-to-peer trading, or mining. Senator Smith drew attention to clause 4DB. If the intent is full containment until 2027, this potential loophole, I think, needs to be examined. Otherwise, a shadow crypto market may continue unmonitored, unregulated, and attractive to criminal exploitation. Enforcement capacity. The Commission, FIU, and law enforcement agencies must be institutionally ready to detect, identify, and investigate violations. That means being able to monitor online activity, to engage with international regulators, and to prosecute breaches. Legislative prohibition without operational capacity may be viewed by FATF as symbolic rather than effective. Public education obligations. Now, ordinary citizens may unknowingly commit offenses without public notices, consumer awareness campaigns, and clear guidance on prohibited conduct. And given the severity of the penalties, I think the state has a responsibility to educate. So, for me, the bill's strategic value is that it affords a breathing space. And that is where the true value of this legislation lies, in the time it purchases. It allows Trinidad and Tobago to undergo the FATF mutual evaluation without unmanaged virtual asset exposure. Gives us time to study comparative regulatory models to determine whether the Commission, the central bank, or hybrid structure is best suited for virtual asset service provider supervision, to further consult with industry, academia, payment system experts, and cybersecurity specialists, to build digital forensic and blockchain analytic capacity, and to assess whether regulated participation in the virtual asset economy serves our national economic interests. This breathing space is prudent legislative statecraft, especially in a small, open, high-compliance risk economy. Some medium-term policy recommendations. I think during the moratorium period, Trinidad and Tobago should conduct a national virtual asset risk assessment consistent with FATF standards. We could perhaps consider establishing an interagency task force from within the Commission, FIU, Vieira, Customs, Police, DPP, AG's office. We should consult CARICOM partners given shared financial flows and correspondent banking exposure. Evaluate the sandbox framework for innovation once regulatory safeguards exist. Develop draft regulations and supervisory procedures now rather than waiting until 2027. This bill, I think, is a beginning, not the entirety of regulatory thought. Mr. President, having reviewed the bill, albeit under very short and compressed time, in its consolidated amended form, I think the policy thrust remains sound. It is measured rather than reactionary. It is protective rather than prohibitive. It is future-oriented rather than technophobic, and it is consistent with Trinidad and Tobago's immediate FATF compliance obligations. I do not dismiss the concerns raised by Senators Al-Rawi and Boodhu, especially given the complexity of these laws and the paucity of time we were afforded to scrutinize this bill. But since the overarching provision is that it creates a holding period, that is to say, a moratorium on licensable virtual asset activities until 2027, I'm willing to step out of my crease to support it. Because as I see it, this is not a regulatory framework. It is at least initially a prohibition framework. This legislation signals to the FATF and the international community that Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the risks. It's not permitting unsupervised activity and intends to return with a comprehensive licensing regime in due course. In my respectful view, this approach is neither irrational nor excessive. A temporary prohibition tied to a future policy review and regulatory build-out is a legitimate risk mitigation measure under the FATF's risk-based framework. The FATF does not mandate that a country must permit virtual assets. It mandates that if a country allows them, it must regulate them adequately. A jurisdiction may, on risk grounds, decide temporarily to disallow such activity. Given our national circumstances, limited supervisory capacity, a large informal financial sector, persistent issues with beneficial ownership transparency, and a tight FATF deadline, I believe this approach is defensible and proportionate. I believe Parliament can responsibly support this bill, but with vigilance, transparency, and a clear legislative commitment to return to the issue once institutional readiness evolves. Virtual assets may eventually form part of the modern financial landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. But entry into that space must be deliberate. It has to be well regulated, and it has to be nationally advantageous, not premature, not speculative, or externally dictated. For now, this bill helps ensure that Trinidad and Tobago approaches that future on its own terms, with financial stability, international credibility, and regulatory sovereignty intact. I thank you.
I think, honorable senators, it's a good time for us to take the break for some tea. This sitting is suspended until 6:30 p.m.
I got word that Senator John Bates wanted to speak, and we would have, we will allow her to speak if she wishes. I think. Or is there anyone else who wishes? Before we wind up, we want to give everyone an opportunity. So if there's no one else on the opposition side, we give people a fair chance. We can wind up.
Mr. President, may I?
Wait, is there anybody else on your side who would like to speak? All right, the Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for your contribution to this bill. On the onset, let me take this opportunity to apologize to Senator Nish and Senator Vieira. As you know, this debate was completed on Friday in the other place, and so we apologize for the late distribution of the amendments, and we will endeavor to do better. I also, Mr. President, want to make another admission, which I never thought I would make in this honorable place, but I just wanted to say that I sincerely miss Senator Dan Paul.
What? Oh, just so? I mean, explain.
And I wish him a speedy recovery.
Don't worry. Why?
Well, just to say, Mr. President, that we have had to listen to the learned, one of the many SCs in Trinidad and Tobago in the Senate, in the person of Senator Al-Rawi, for his allotted time, who obviously has a pan shot for using plenty words to say nothing. And I see he has a 2.0 version.
Senator Sanjiv Boodhu.
But I'm only being facetious. We thank you for the contributions. And, but to go back to some of the, and I want to sort of end where begin where Senator Vieira ended. Two of the things that I took note of. One is the public education, which I think is very, very important, especially in this new space of virtual assets. In fact, in my former incarnation, I was actually paid for one of the projects I did with a virtual, not a wallet, but a virtual card, actually. And in places that was accepted, I was able to use that card to deplete what was on it. Of course, when it's done, it's done. But that was a first for me. And it reinforced of where, in fact, we are going on a global perspective. So public education is a very important part. The other part, of course, is building capacity for enforcement. Those are two of the recommendations that Senator Vieira made, and I think those are very worthwhile contributions and recommendations. And those obviously comes as part of this effort as we begin to address. There's one thing that I need to correct, and I think Senator Boodhu, and I just need to correct it for the record's sake. Virtual assets has been around for a while. And in fact, it was there for the full tenure of your party's last administration. And if my memory serves me correctly, how you guys, or what your government, how your government approached it was to ask for an extension beyond March of 2026, knowing that that was coming at some stage. And twice you all were turned down. We approach it differently, by grabbing the bull by the horn and coming with a package of legislations that address this issue that has been lingering far too long and has created a black eye for Trinidad and Tobago that we are now seeking to remedy. Now, there are a number of issues that were raised, and I think Senator Vieira adequately dealt with some of them as he sought to expand on the mischief of the bill that I am least qualified to go through. But suffice it to say that one of the areas, and again I want to thank the Attorney General and his team and all those who engage with the stakeholders for the virtual assets group. One of the things that I thought we did very, very well, and I want to commend my colleagues, is that we were able to make sure in bringing this piece of legislation, we did not inconvenience or throw to the wayside those who are the existing practitioners in this area, and hence the sandbox was an important piece of the amendments that came in this new legislation. That way, persons who are already working in the space, who have already invested, both in terms of resources and time, and as well, their employees would not have been pushed aside. So, of course, we could have taken the other approach to ban it altogether. We choose to take a different approach. While we understand that we need to create this prohibition, this moratorium, we try to do it in a way that will allow those who are already practicing in this business space to feel supported and ushered in as part of the framework as we seek to begin to build the regulatory environment. And therefore, you know, one of the other things that I think Senator Nish referred to, so there are international framework and agencies to deal with cross-border or illicit peer-to-peer arrangements and so on. And of course, there are remedies in existing pieces with the FIU and other agencies where there are task force and access to international, Interpol, FBI, and other agencies to deal with activities that may warrant such attention. But my understanding is that in this piece of legislation, we're dealing with local, those that are on our servers, those that can be verified. We can only regulate what happens here. Obviously, there are international treaties and other institutions that will deal with cross-border issues and transactions. But again, I think, by and large, everything that should have been raised in this debate was. I'm not sure if there are any other area that I should address. As we go through the bill clause by clause, we will then be able to examine any, address any other issues or amendments that we may need to so do. But I want to borrow, as I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time winding up, but I want to borrow a few words. Again, Senator Vieira used the words of a policy choice, that the FATEC-driven policy decision on TNT does not yet have process to regulate systems, but we will not be left behind. And so we have to start. But as we work it through, as we introduce this moratorium until 2027, it is our expectation, and I can speak with confidence because of the kind of work that is already being done in this space by the practitioners, who I think are head of government in that sense, because they have been in this space for a very far longer time, and there are lots of learnings that we can take from them. But also I think that there is significant capacity within the Office of the Attorney General, within the Securities and Exchange Commission, and already people are beginning to circle their wagons in terms of what is required as we build out the regulatory framework to usher in. This is long in coming. This is something that we all knew that we had to address, and for whatever reason, this was not addressed. This government, as you and as the population has come to know, this government is a courageous one, led by a very courageous Prime Minister, led by a very competent Attorney General. And because of that, I am not troubled by the work that lie ahead. I think we are very committed to doing it. We have significant persons who can manage these things. Again, I want to thank those in the CPC office who would have worked with the virtual assets group to incorporate their comments into drafting the amended legislation and to bring in the amendments. So while there are those who want to suggest that this is rushed, we had a lot of time. And unfortunately, the last administration did not use that time as they could have. We have inherited it, and obviously we have decided to grab it with both hands. So now, as we get ready for March 2026, we are beginning. This is, I think, the last cog in the wheel that we have to put in place in order to be ready to deal with being selected as the first port of call for the audit in the next round of audits. So again, thank you very much, colleagues. My apologies for the delay, for the late distribution of the amendments, but I really want to thank all of you for your contributions and, more importantly, for your support. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is the bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Keeping announcements I'd like to make before we proceed. First of all, amendments were circulated by Senator Courtney Nish. I think that would be electronically circulated in your system, your devices, am I right? So you have those amendments, I would imagine. There are some further amendments, I understand, to be circulated, and the technocrats are on their way to this chamber to share those amendments. I am therefore advised that the government would require, is it 10 or 15 minutes you require? Or you are okay? AJ? 10 minutes. All right, I just want to be on the safe side. Could I propose that we suspend these committee until 7 p.m. So these proceedings are suspended until 7 p.m. Okay? Ask my colleagues whether they are in possession of 2 sets of amendments. We have from Senator Courtney But Nish, some amendments, I think it is on your gadgets, devices. Are members alerted to this? And then the second set of amendments is from the Minister of Finance. It was just circulated, I think it's amendments to clauses 5, 16, subsection 3, 21, subsection 2, and I think 28. Those are the latest amendments circulated by the Minister of Finance. I think it was circulated to all members, hard copy. Are members in possession? Yes, please. Okay, cool. Honorable Senators, there are 28 clauses in the bill before us. We will take the first 4, since there are no amendments to those clauses, and we will then go to clause 5. Where there's an amendment, yes?
Sorry to interrupt, but just an observation. When I was looking at the omnibus bill, in the explanatory note, there's a clause 2 of the bill which provides for the commencement of the act on proclamation by the President. In the bill itself, there's no clause 2 or section 2. You go straight from short title to interpretation. If it is government's intention to have a proclamation, it's going to have a knock-on effect on the whole numbering of the bill. So just wanted to put that down.
Yeah. Before, yes.
On that same point, I know that the XP notes can be replaced and amended, so I didn't have the same concern that Senator Vieira had. I took the bill as circulated as amended to be the one that we're doing because it was amended in the House. The explanatory notes follow in due course, and the Law Revision Committee can treat with that. So I didn't see a need for an amendment of the XP notes. But insofar as you're inviting considerations for clauses 1 to 4, I just indicate that I had some inquiries in relation to clause 2 and to clause 3 for mention.
Before we deal with inquiries, AG, the Honorable Attorney General, in response to Senator Vieira, that point is taken in terms of proclamation, which is not contained in the...
I think that the bill was amended in the House. So that came out. So it's neither here nor there.
So it's to be assented to?
Say again?
Is it to be assented to?
It is to be brought into force by assent.
It is to be brought into effect by assent. So that
Either way, I was just saying that if it is going to be a proclamation,
yeah,
then that's going to just have change the numbering. But if there's no proclamation, no point arises.
Which clause is this?
Oh, you know, proceed.
It's just a general comment.
Clauses 1 to 4.
No, I think members. Yeah, so go to 1.
Clause 1.
The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. I think Senator Al-Rawi is only
Yes.
clarify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Attorney General, I note, thanks to Senator Allaha's indication during the debate, the definition of the word person as individual, company, etc. When we get to a later clause, we're going to treat with different species. We'll treat with an individual versus a company. I was wondering, I'm flagging for when we get there because I didn't want to pass this clause and not raise it here, whether we ought to consider the use of another definition in here, which is the inclusion of the word entity in exactly the formula that is used, in a modified formula that is used in the Securities Act, or whether when we get to the treatment of an offense by an individual versus a company, whether we'll be looking at other categories, unincorporated legal arrangements, etc. So, AG, just to point you to, so perhaps you could just flag it when we get to clause 4 and we get to the offense. It's at that point where we're disaggregating at subsection 13, where a person is an individual, and then where we go where a person is a company. So we haven't treated with the other types of legal arrangements. So I'm flagging it for there. So if need be, when you get there, you could reflect on clause 2.
Okay, so I'll take the point. I mean, I'm sorry that I was...
I know you've been in both houses, so I understand
both houses,
that.
So I did not hear the argument. But of course, in law, we know that a person may be a natural person or an artificial person.
I got you.
So if you're flagging it now,
yeah,
I will pay attention to it when we come.
Thank you.
Later.
I flagged it because I knew you were in both houses, and I didn't want to say that it was said in the debate and it hadn't come to your attention.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. The question is that clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, in clause 3, I'm just looking at the word emerging risks, and I'm wondering if that should instead be all, so that it may be an existing risk as opposed to an emerging risk only. It relates to the Commission's regulatory oversight.
Attorney General.
Chair, I think that is a useful point. We can take it because risk, of course, is broader than emergent risk. It includes emergent risk. So I accept that.
You'll have to move an amendment to incorporate.
So I could propose it this way, Mr. Chairman, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an amendment from me. It would be in clause 3 that the word emerging be deleted.
That we delete the word emergent in clause 3.
Clause 3 be amended by deleting the word emerging. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 is amended by deleting the word emergent. In what section? In clause 3.1. Is it clause 3.1? So we can. That clause 3 as amended stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill. Continue.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Senator Al-Rawi, you wanted to raise?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Through you to the Honourable AG, specifically at clause 4, subsection 6. Subsection 6 is the disapplication for the individual who's not in the business of a virtual asset service provider. It says that nothing in subsection 1 shall prevent a person who owns a virtual asset from purchasing goods or services. That's fine. And B, from buying a virtual asset from another person or selling a virtual asset which he owns to another person. I'm inquiring as to the other manner in which you can treat property of that nature, mortgaging, pledging, etc. The reason being that I'm aware that individuals that own cryptocurrency, for example, leverage it by way of a mortgage or pledge abroad and obtain the forex to buy. So it fulfills the purposes of 6A. But if there is an express limitation, if there's a limitation that doesn't include the specific power to pledge, etc., that can happen. And I draw a reference, AG, we ran into this problem in several pieces of law where we had to define the word securities in the WASA Act and other positions. So from a mortgaging, pledging, or financing point of view, unless the express power is there, it will be viewed as not capable. So currently it's confined to only selling or purchasing the asset, that is the cryptocurrency, as opposed to the use in A, which speaks for itself.
In keeping with the policy, we do not wish to extend it to mortgages.
Okay. All right. The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause.
Because my copy is a little bit faint, I believed that the other question I had was for the other question. May I, with your permission, please just raise an inquiry on subsection 9 of clause 4?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to have missed that. Through you, Mr. Chairman, subclause 9, a virtual asset service provider which was in existence for a minimum period of 3 months before the coming into force, whether or not it is subsequently deregistered, wound up, or resolved, shall retain all business records, no issues. E, make the records, data, and transactions records available to the Commission or law enforcement upon request, insofar as they were not subject to production of records, being financial information within the meaning of the Data Protection Act specifically as sensitive personal information as defined there. It's in the subsection that says criminal or financial records. And insofar as it may be viewed to be private life information under Section 4 of the Constitution, I was wondering about the constitutionality for the compellability of this. I accept that a proportionate law doesn't necessarily need to have 3/5 majority for that. But I am aware that we had to contemplate the specifics of the Data Protection Act in the FATCA and EU regulations where we required 3/5 majority for this type of position. So I have a concern, and if you could please address it, AG, as to how the compellability of this without warrant in the face of a refusal will work.
I think that I'm not sure if those cases predated Surat, but the point now is that the Privy Council recognizes that you apply a proportionality test and that practically all of these things involve some potential breaches of right, and that you look to see where the public interest lies. So I'm comfortable with it.
So
we did not flag it as required.
So I can confirm that they did predate Suraj, but they were based on Surat. I actually drafted the laws and passed them myself using the proportionality principles, except...
They predated Surat.
So the issue predated Suraj, which enforced Surat, which is proportionality. But specifically, the issue was flagged when we were dealing with the EU package of laws to deal with the income tax and other amendments, etc., and the Exploitation and the Data Protection Act required us to do a 3/5 majority. So I'm concerned, my concern, I would have addressed this, if I could put it this way, by having, in default of that they could go for a warrant to get these, a simple amendment to this. And I could flag now, AG, that this is really the one issue that I've noted the amendment circulated that will come up a little bit later for the introduction of warrant, which takes care of the other main concern I had in the bill. Mm-hmm. I can't argue with the policy description that you previously had, but this is the one thing left in terms of compellability that causes me concern. Otherwise, I think that the rest of the bill is in good order.
I think we're okay on this for the reasons that I've set out.
Thank you. I won't argue the point, Mr. Chairman. I've noted it.
The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. I think the Attorney General has an amendment.
So this is not this first one. This one.
This is a typo in the sense that the clause appeared twice. So we are deleting it on page 17,
It's highlighted.
where it occurs in the second instance.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just finding it, not through any fault of the government, but because we're working with a printed copy of what went on, I unfortunately have some of the numbering mixed up in the print. I don't know, I had flagged earlier to the AG's attention the issue of a definition which would arise in a clause, and it's actually, I thought it was in clause 5, it's in clause 4. It's in clause 4, subsection 13.
The question has been settled.
May I, without revisiting the question, just for the record so the AG can consider it after? I'm not looking for action on it. It's a very important point, Mr. Chairman, which I flagged earlier.
Well, as I said, we have already put the question, Senator Faris Al-Rawi, and we can't go back on that. Any Attorney General, any comment on the Attorney General's explanation as it relates to clause 5? The question is that clause 5 be amended as circulated. Huh?
Again, there's a little bit of a challenge with the formatting because we're having a difficulty in identifying the repetition that is being deleted. We're seeing 5 with subclause 1, 2, 3, etc. But in the version that we have...
On page 17 or on page 17.
Amendment says 5 where it appears the second time, which is on page 17.
After clause 18. Yeah.
Right.
Clause 18. 18.
The Attorney General has now explained. Okay. Okay. Yes. Clause 5 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill. All right. Clause 5 as amended, right? By, clause 5 as amended, right? Is it? Is amended as circulated by the Attorney General.
Mind telling us what that is? What I see is deleted where it occurs in the second instance. What is deleted? The repeat clause, I see.
Clause 5, where it occurs the second time.
I see.
After number 18.
Right.
On page 17.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
No, understood.
The legislation was rushed in the House below. And of course, that caused quite a...
No,
I'm not sure what the adjective would be.
Understood. It's for that reason a little following is difficult.
Okay, let's. I think that thing was clarified, right, by the Attorney General. So let's put the question. Clause 5 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. Senator Courtney McNish.
I think this matter was addressed when Senator Swaratsingh was winding up, making it very plain it's difficult to regulate beyond your own borders. I think this is the explanation he attempted to give. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm withdrawing this amendment.
Thank you.
May I on clause 6, Mr. President? Mr. Chairman, thank you. In clause 7, subclause 3, 6, subclause 3, F as in Foxtrot, be a body corporate incorporated or continued in Trinidad and Tobago. I was wondering whether that should just simply be duly registered under the Companies Act of Trinidad and Tobago. And then in G, and that would be, I don't know if an external company is...
It might be continued but not incorporated.
Correct.
So I think that...
No, I got that. I was looking at the Part 5 external registry companies and the amendments we made to the Companies Act for non-profits, etc.
Yeah,
so
I would be slow to take out those two separate designations.
Okay, Just laying it for the record, AG, I appreciate the anticipatory remark. Mine was duly registered. If I could just jump to the next one, just under there.
Sure.
And this may be answered by saying it is policy, not be currently subject to any regulatory or criminal enforcement proceedings. I was wondering about civil proceedings specifically because the Securities Act and the other AML laws also contemplate civil liability, but the Securities Act in particular, this parent act.
This is not the Securities Act, but what we're doing is seeing that it can't be, because there would be provision at some point for the Securities Act. Isn't there provision for the Securities Act? There's a provision for the Securities Act.
Our thinking is that regulatory is used to distinguish it from criminal. So it could only be civil. I'm not sure that anything is added by adding the word civil to that.
Duly noted. I don't want to belabor the point. Thank you.
All right. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill. Now there are no amendments between clauses 7 and 11, so you are taking those collectively. Okay?
Clauses 7 to 11.
The question is that clauses 7 to 11 stand part of the bill. The question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. A question on clause 7. Clause 7, subsection 4, Roman 1.
You, Senator Al-Rawi, will it only be on, I'm a Democrat. I try my best to accommodate without even written amendments. But I'm asking, outside of clause 7, are you going to be raising any further questions on clause 8, clause 9, clause 10, clause 11? Because I will have to give a ruling on the matter. Okay? So I'm just saying.
The answer is no to those.
All right, so go ahead on clause 7.
Yeah, so on clause 7, clause 7, 4, Roman 1, provided a record of information that omits a material fact or contains a false declaration of a material fact. Is there any consideration as to having a mental intention of knowingly or without lawful excuse? Because omitting a material fact, I have no problem with a false statement of a material fact.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to go into that level of detail. That would be a matter for the Commission to determine what is material and not.
Okay.
So,
the question is that clauses 7 to 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 7 to 11 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 12.
The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. Senator Courtney McNish.
Thank you, Chairman.
Clause 12.
I was concerned, AG, that when I examined the bill and I compared it to the Section 58 of the Securities Act, I saw no similar protection that is in the Securities Act, Section 58, in the current bill in its current form. And on my analysis, I cannot understand why this sort of provision offering some sort of protection to investors and clients, particularly when a provider is terminated or asks to cease operation.
What is about does not have persons who bought equipment. It will involve us. Persons who developed.
Okay, so the technocrats agree that it should be part of the package. It's just that there are technical reasons, finance reasons why they feel it should be in regulations as opposed to the bill itself.
Yeah, I agree. And there's also this. The way the proposed amendment is worded, I can stay without being decertified just by refusing to fulfill my financial obligations.
Part. So, I didn't want to get into that, but that is what was whispered to me here, that we should put it into the regulations. Put it in.
Draw. Senator Courtney McNish.
Yes.
Would you like to?
Yes, sorry. I therefore withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Do apologize.
To the regs. You put it into the regs and you know what a commitment is.
The question is that Clause 12 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 12 now stands part of the bill. The question is that
Clauses 13 to 15.
The question is that clauses 13 to 15 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 13 to 15 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 13 to 15 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 16.
The question is that clause 16 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Chair, I've circulated an amendment. I believe it, I was not here for Senator Al-Rawi's contribution, but this deals with the question of amendment, warrants with consent, right?
With the permission of the sandbox participant.
Permission of the sandbox.
May I thank the Attorney General for the circulated amendment. It meets exactly with the concern raised. Thank you very much.
The question is that clause 16 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause what? Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to harken back to a point I think Senator Boodhu had made about the fee. It's at 16, about the charging of a fee as may be prescribed for the compliance review. That seems a little self-serving. And I have to say that I've had experience with the Securities and Exchange Commission where they were charging very hefty fines for persons under their jurisdiction not filing audited reports when those persons had no control over the audited reports that were being made to file. And so I have a little concern that this could be problematic.
Colleagues, we'll have to suspend in order to conduct a procedural motion at this time. Okay. Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of any matters on the adjournment for which there are none.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of any matters on the adjournment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the matters before it. Be resolved into committee. You want to refer to, or respond, I should say, to Senator Vieira?
The question of fine, Senator Vieira, I believe that that is subject to some sort of administrative review, which would be dealt with, as I understand it, given the structure of the legislation, in regulations which would be subject to negative resolution.
No, I take your point. It's an administrative fee. And the reason why I'm not going to pursue the point is because it mirrors the same wording that already exists in the Securities and Commissions Act. So although I've had a concern, there's nothing I can do about it, so I accept it.
So we can The question is that clause 16 be amended as circulated by the... Clause 16 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, for your ease.
Clause 16 as amended now stands part of the bill.
For your
Yes,
ease, Mr. Chairman,
Attorney
I only have concerns on 20 and 23, subject to anyone else, of course.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes. So we'll take clauses 17. Proceed with clauses 17 to 19.
Clauses 17 to 19.
The question is that clauses 17 to 19 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 17 to 19 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 17 to 19 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 20.
The question is that clause 20 now stand part of the bill. Senator Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the AG. Clause 20 mirrors almost exactly Section 19 of the Securities Act, which is the cooperative arrangements with the central bank and other agencies. It only deviates at subclause 3. Subclause 3 is that the Commission may enter into a memorandum of understanding with any agency referred to in subsection 1 and any other regulatory body in furtherance, etc. However, these are the words that are not in the Securities Act. However, the absence of such memoranda shall not prevent the Commission from sharing information.
Is disturbing the proceedings? Oh, is an alarm? Okay. Okay, I understand. I understand. There's a challenge. It happened to me as well. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you. So Mr. Chair, just quickly, AG, the language at subclause 3, that is, however, the absence of such memoranda shall not prevent the Commission from sharing information with the persons or entities mentioned under subsections 1 and 2. I had concern with that because it's beyond the width of the Securities Act and it goes beyond subsection 1 and includes subsection 2. This is 20, clause 20, 20, which was
clause 20,
which was 10 renumbered. It's under miscellaneous part 4.
Beyond 20.
The one that I printed off, Mr. Chairman, says 20. So forgive me, then it is on electronic version I see here is 22. So I'll stand down to then. Please, Mr. Chairman, apologies.
So we'll move on. Okay. The question is that clause 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 20 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 21.
The question is that clause 21 stand part of the bill. Attorney General, I think you have an amendment.
Okay. Chair, again, there's an amendment as circulated. We're asking that 21.2 delete where it occurs in the second instance. It's repeated, 21.2 and then 21.2.
Members understand what the Attorney General has explained? So let's go again. The question is that clause 21 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 21 is amended. As amended, now stand part of the bill. Those, yes, okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Question 21 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question, no, just one second.
Sure.
The question is that clause 22 stand part of the bill. Senator Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the AG, subclause 3, 1 and 2 are almost in keeping with the Securities Act, specifically Section 19. Yeah, so they're nearly identical for all material purposes, save for subclause 3, those words which are in bold. However, the absence of such memorandum shall not prevent the Commission from sharing information with persons or entities mentioned under subsections 1 and 2. That is not a feature of the Securities Act. And because subsection 2 is also not referred to in the Securities Act, and that is much broader, it includes any person who's other than an employee who acts on behalf or provides services to the Commission, it widens the disclosure considerably. So my recommendation for your consideration is to delete those words in bold to bring it in line with the Securities Act word for word, particularly in the reference to subclause 2 category of persons.
So there's a rationale for it. The policy is that this act has more of an international flavor and is meant to allow for greater international cooperation than the domestic legislation. So the words are policy, and we wish to keep those words.
Thank you for the explanation. Obviously, for the record, I don't agree with it, but it's not a time to engage in policy debate. Thank you, AG.
Question is that clause 22 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 22 now stands part of the bill.
25, Mr. Chairman. 25, not 25.
Okay. So we'll deal with clauses 23 and 24 jointly.
Clauses 23 and 24.
The question is that clauses 23 and 24 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 23 and 24 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 25.
The question is that clause 25 stand part of the bill. Senator Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the AG, I appreciate the need for clause 25. It's to meet the recommendations for recommendation 35 for administrative sanctions for the FATF. My concern is that, albeit that it applies AML CFT administrative positions for other laws, it doesn't provide an administrative sanctions route for these laws, meaning these summary offenses, etc. So normally you would set up, if somebody is guilty of a summary offense or an offense in the schedule and then the notice is presented to them, then they have the opportunity to enter into an administrative fine, and if they don't pay the fine, then the charge is restored. So none of these offenses here are catered for under the recommendation 35 route. So I was flagging for you, just for the record, I don't suppose that you'd be able to deal with it tonight, that the recommendation 35 formula for the offenses in this act ought to be considered.
I'll look at it.
Thank you.
But like it is.
Clause 25 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 25 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 26 and 27.
The question is that clauses 26 and 27 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 26 and 27 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 28.
The question is that clause 28 stand part of the bill. The Attorney General.
Sure. As circulated, Chair, in item headed Proceeds of Crime in the second column, in paragraph D, we want to delete subparagraph Roman 5 and 7.
Be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Close. Clause 28 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 28 as amended now stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The bill will now, as amended, will now be reported to the Senate. The Honourable Minister of Planning and Economic Affairs and Development and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Virtual Assets and the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honourable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to regulate the conduct of business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset service providers be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an act to regulate the conduct of business concerning virtual assets and virtual asset service providers be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. A division, okay.
Mr. Allaha?
Yes.
Mr. Jeremy S.C.?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swaratsingh?
Yes.
Mr. Maraj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram?
Yes.
Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Baig?
Yes.
Ms. Charles?
Yes.
Mr. Zakur?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Dr. Browne?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC?
Respectfully, no.
Wow.
Mrs. Roberts Rajman?
No.
Mr. Cummings?
No.
Mrs. John Bates?
No.
Mr. Boodhu?
No.
Mr. Vieira SC?
Yes.
Ms. Choate SC?
Yes.
Mr. Delabastide SC?
Yes.
Ms. Joan Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Lalite-Ettienne?
Yes.
Mr. McNish?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Heath SC?
Yes.
Mr. President, the results of the division are as follows. 24 senators voted for the bill. There were 6 senators who voted against, and there were no abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the result, can I have some silence, please? Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 24 members voted for the bill. 6 members voted against the bill, and there were no abstentions. The bill is accordingly approved.
A bill entitled An Act to Regulate the Conduct of Business Concerning Virtual Assets and Virtual Asset Service Providers.
The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate be adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.